Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 576. Feeling grievous. Punch after punch. It formed an extremely amazing picture. Wherever he passed, all matter was directly annihilated, covered by the terrible vitality, and torn apart by the ultimate creatures in the vitality. In an instant, hundreds of 100,000 level relic beasts in the barrier were killed and destroyed by him. The anger had been ignited, but the relic beasts were obviously unable to extinguish it. Lee Su raised his head, and his blood-red eyes looked directly outside the barrier, at the guy who intended to trap him here, and let the relic beasts surround and kill him. The stone statue under the golden light. The situation just now was undoubtedly very dangerous. If he hadn't used the treasure at the last moment, to suppress the turbulent power in his body, forcibly repelled the avenue that had entered his body, and suppressed the collapsed flesh and soul in time, the series of attacks would definitely have severely injured him. Although he would not die, after all, there was still a clone on the other side, but there was no doubt that something big would happen. The instability of the clone dared to use the Supreme Chapter without scruples, not because it was revealed at this moment except for the original body. As long as the identity of the GGODOZ was safe and sound, then he would have nothing to do. Not only did he almost expose himself, but he had to use the treasure that he should not have used. Perhaps the disciples of the Great Sect were shocked by the power displayed by Lee Su at this moment, but after losing the past, they would inevitably have associations. Even if the Saint Supreme was strong, it was impossible to break through the two realms in succession. Being able to fight Tai was already an extreme height, and the gap was too big to hit the lethality close to the level of Dalo realm. To put it simply, the lower grade immortal divination could hit 4 times at most, and the super grade 10 to 12 times. Because of Lee Su's dual Taoist base, this number is very high, but the final increase will not exceed 100 times. In other words, although the limit is broken, it is still in the category of Tai mythology, and it can't even reach the highest level. Therefore, it is impossible to defeat the 100,000 level relic beast under normal circumstances. Even if there is an immortal weapon, it won't work. The amplitude of the immortal weapon is terrible. If it is of the highest quality, it can burst out several times its own power, forming an absolute suppression. But this kind of increase and explosion can only be maintained at the current realm. In other words, the height cannot be broken through, and the width can only be broken through. Only the acquired and innate spiritual treasures in ancient mythology can achieve this. And it is obvious that no matter acquired or innate, they are all treasures, and their preciousness is far beyond imagination. As for the acquired spiritual treasures, the Dalo realm will definitely be extremely crazy if the saints don't mention it. It can increase their own combat power, not to mention that it has a huge effect, whether it is cultivation or other things. As for the innate spiritual treasures, it is even more incredible. The current saints of the great sects do not have them. After all, there are only a few innate treasures handed down from ancient times, and most of them have been used by saints to suppress the external evil that invaded this world. Of course, this is just a rumor. After so many years, it is possible to get 1 or 2. Therefore, there is no problem with the Supreme Chapter of the Saint. But if there is a treasure, it will definitely be like bleeding in the deep sea, attracting countless sharks to peek. Thinking of this, Lee Su's mentality jumped. The more he thought about it, the more wronged he felt, and the more uncomfortable he felt. Is it easy for him to come to this mythical world alone? It is not easy at all. The organization has never been found from the beginning to the end. If he had not found a way to disguise himself, he would still be hunted down. In the mythical world, Zyguo is mainly in the east region, and the west region is more explored alone. Because the situation in the two places is special, the dangers in the east region are mostly based on wonders, and there are few people in the wild. If you understand the situation of the wonders, you can use them as shelter, but the west region is not the same. So he is alone there, and he can't find anyone, even if he wants to. Later, he finally got close to an organization with great difficulty, but what happened? He was ambushed by Daluo. Although GGO also expressed its position several times, killed several Daluo, and destroyed 2 upper domain sects for people to see. But if you think about it carefully, this ambush is not ambiguous at all. If it weren't for his special situation, he would have died long ago, and his ashes were scattered by others. Now he entered Luogia Mountain, and he was obviously honest and did nothing, just following the other party's rules. But what happened? He was inexplicably targeted. If this was someone else's fault, Lee Su could still think about revenge and killing back later. What is this now? It's inexplicable. It's just. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. For a moment, his tears couldn't help but swell, and smoke began to come out of his eyes. It was really infuriating. Using the ghost domain, Lee Su directly absorbed the fragments of the relic that appeared. He roared, and his body burst into amazing light. The phantom of the Pangu banner flipped violently, and the light of the fire was shining in it. In an instant, the blocked void shook, unable to withstand the crushing force of Lee Su's King chapter, and he dug a hole in it. Creation is not as fast as destruction. Even if the golden stone statue in the distance is amazingly powerful, it still can't suppress the supreme studio that has integrated the power of the treasure. Tearing the void apart, Lee Su did not escape, but went straight to the golden stone statue. Things that have been exposed don't care about 1 or 2 seconds, so he can't swallow this breath. Why? He roared silently, and when he approached the stone statue, he raised his hand and punched it. With a thud, a grand scroll appeared, and thousands of ultimate lives exploded. The real dragon was roaring, and the phoenix was roaring. The huge and powerful stone statue was shocked, and was punched by Lee Su. The terrible scroll hit it and flew away. Countless terrible lives rushed out of the scroll, biting and strangling its body. Facing this scene, the stone statue in the golden light was inexplicably shocked and paused. When he saw the terrible scroll slashing towards him, a trace of astonishment appeared on his expressionless face. With a loud bang, the stone statue was cut by the scroll. The terrible power broke out immediately, and the ultimate life evolved into the ultimate flame. In the flame, countless ultimate creatures howled and burst out with incredible power. Time and space were distorted. Even the golden stone statue could not completely resist at this moment. After all, the terrible power was covered with the power of the treasure, and there was firewood burning, forming a huge ancient history, pressing down. This kind of power involves too much, with terrible beliefs gathering, and the charm of time flowing. It was pressed and flew out. It hit the ground, hit the mountains, killed countless relic beasts, and was swept hundreds of miles away by a punch before it stopped. The terrible Buddha light burst out, and countless golden lotuses formed around it. The true meaning of compassion smoothed everything, and returned everything to peace. Lee Su's power was resisted and melted. Standing still, the stone statue bowed its head, and looked at its body, and then it showed a sluggish look. The body was extremely tragic. Even if it was said that there was a lot of power, it still couldn't withstand the power of the treasure in the scroll, played by Lee Su, which penetrated the defense of the golden light, broke through the barrier of the great compassion of the Buddha, and affected the stone statue itself. Many cracks appeared on the body, the outer coat made of stone shattered, revealing the body inside, and cracks appeared on the body, which was penetrated by the power of the fire flag. After staring blankly at its own body for a moment, the stone statue suddenly raised its head. The next second, flames burned in its pupils. It really burned. Very fiercely, glowing. There was a terrible emotion inside, bursting out and rushing to the extreme. Damn, blasphemer. The stone statue couldn't help but roar, and the spirit inside it really cracked, and it was so angry that it exploded. Recalling the scene of this body being beaten and rolling on the ground, green smoke spewed out of its head, and the remaining memories of the bodhisattva not long ago once again floated to its mind. Damn, damn, damn. Not only did it hit the bodhisattva's head with a stick, but now it also hit the statue of the bodhisattva with its fists. The true spirit in the stone statue was going crazy. It was born because of the bodhisattva, like the compassionate Guanyin bodhisattva, like a mother. After endless years, this belief has not been distorted at all, but has become more and more real. Before leaving, the bodhisattva instructed that this child should quickly obtain the fragments of the relic, complete the ultimate inheritance, and entrust it. It was very angry because this person behaved disrespectfully. Even if the situation at that time was very problematic, he should not have done such a thing. It was disrespectful, and he was not qualified to enjoy the care of the Bodhisattva. But the Bodhisattva gave an explanation. Although he was extremely unwilling in his heart, he still gritted his teeth and endured it. After all, it was very obedient and a good baby. Therefore, it planned to teach the other party a lesson and let the other party suffer. After all, he had been privileged since he came in. Others needed to collect a certain amount of relics to obtain the resurrection function, but he did not need to say anything and could be resurrected 3 times directly. Such care is undoubtedly a blessing from heaven. In fact, the opening of the Luogia mountain dojo was because it was detected that he was approaching, so it was activated and revived. Otherwise, it would be found by the creatures of the mythical world for countless years, and there was no movement at other times. Only this bastard came and revived. It is impossible to think about it. According to the original idea of the stone statue, it was killed once first, so that it would be deeply aware of the price of disrespecting the Bodhisattva. The other party was not just disrespectful, he also consumed the power left by Guanayin's mother here. For this reason, the spirit in the stone statue was extremely unwilling and aggrieved. It could not see its mother for a long time. It could only comfort itself with this stone statue, saying that Guanayin mother would be with it. Result. Unwilling, aggrieved, sad, all kinds of emotions kept hitting its heart. It was a pity that it had no tears, otherwise it would have burst into tears. The spirit of the stone statue exploded. In the compassionate Buddha's mind, there was a rare terrible killing intent flowing, and there was a senior fury. Calculate it. Today is also a day to transcend, avoid salvation. Namo Amitabha. The slightly cracked arm was raised, looking at the fallen fragments. The spirit of the stone statue was angry and distressed. The great compassion and great mercy of Guanayin, rise. Great compassion on the left hand, great compassion on the right hand. The spirit of the stone statue manifested a giant Guanayin statue, with pupils spewing fire for 3,000 meters, raised his hand and slapped directly at Li Su. Boom. A huge wonder, or 1,000-foot Guanayin. A palm can cover the sky and shatter the earth. The palm has a great sorrow. The moment it falls, sorrow comes from the heart. The world is desolate. The insoluble sorrow fills the heart. Everything is withering. Facing this palm that shocked the world in the sorrow from the heart, Li Su raised his head and his eyes spurted out a vast bloody light. Angry? The other party was actually angry. Li Su was smoking. The blue veins on his head began to spurt blood. His eyes were twisted. His heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys were all burning, and 6 billion cells were roaring in exasperation. The soul almost jumped out and pointed at the other party's nose and cursed. The supreme scripture began to shine, and the fire flag on the soul ignited with 1,000-foot brilliance. The extremely terrible flames swept down and merged into the Yuking Hall, causing the virtual shadow of Pangu Banner to vibrate violently. He took a step and leaped out. A huge Pangu Banner appeared, surrounded by the 4 forces of earth, fire, wind, and water. The space was inexplicably shaken, constantly collapsing and annihilating, and then creating and regenerating. It quickly formed dozens of phantoms of the world, and sank on it. He was furious and fiercely slashed at the giant Guanayin statue formed by the stone statue. Boom. With a loud bang, the 2 peerless forces collided. With a bang, everything in the diameter of 10,000 miles evaporated directly. Mountains, land, relic beasts, etc., without a sound, were beaten into the most primitive particles and decomposed. This shocking collision not only destroyed the relic beasts all over the mountains and plains, but also made the audience in the distance jump with fear and sweat. Especially on the side of the great sect, looking at Li Su fighting with the stone statue at this moment, the look in his eyes seemed to be looking at God. After the opponent showed the first killing array and the extreme life, there was another set of holy Taoism. And, if I read correctly, the disciples of the East and West Chan sects filled their lungs with a mouthful of extraordinary particles and were stunned. Pangu Banner. The method of the heavenly saint, Yuking Yuan Shi Shianzhen. Oh my god, oh my god. The appearance of the first killing array undoubtedly had some unhealthy thoughts, but when Yuking Shianzhen's method appeared, they couldn't help but shudder. Everyone who has seen the conferred god knows that the heavenly saint of the G sect is unreliable. There is no distinction between the teachings, and it would be strange to expect him to be reliable. But the saints of the Chan sect are different, especially Yuan Shishianzen. What that one inherited is in accordance with the will of heaven, and it is also a legitimate and red seedling. Therefore, if you want to obtain his Taoism, you must follow the formal procedures. Not only have the correct identity, but also have a healthy mind, and you must go through the test. Who is this child? For a moment, all the disciples of the major sects present were confused and puzzled. After all, Shanking Shianzan and Yuking Shianzan are deadly enemies. No matter which one of them, it is impossible for him to pass on Taoism when the other party has inherited the Taoism of another person. The real situation should be that not beating him to death is already leaving room for maneuver. On the other side, the face of the evil creature, the young master, changed again and again. As the evil young master, the most noble existence in the Tai layer, not to mention the evil creatures, there are not many creatures below the Dalo realm in the myth world that can be looked up to by it. At this moment, looking at Li Su, the eyes can't help but flow with a strong fear and murderous intent. In the eyes of others, perhaps the shock is that he has mastered so many saints and supremes and has amazing strength. In its eyes, it sees a terrible talent that is not inferior to the current judicial god of heaven. One Yang Zuankang is enough. There is no need for a second one among the creatures in the myth world. For a time, it was murderous. As for Shenshin and the other two who were the farthest away, they were trembling more and more obviously. They had attracted the golden light, and Li Su had taken the blame. Although it was not intentional, the further they went, the more they found that the people who took the blame were a bit scary. Rat and Monkey. Sun Xiaodakang, who was at the realm of Tai mythology, couldn't help but feel weak at this moment. The monkey was so bold that he couldn't help but shudder, recalling his feelings when he first understood the Monkey King's journey to the west. As for the golden-haired rat, it took a deep breath and made a decision. Well, go out, retreat immediately, and stay in the pit he dug deep in the heaven for 5,000 years, and never come out, even if he was beaten to death. Of course, what others think and do is up to them. The one person and the stone statue in the center of the battlefield have entered a white-hot stage at this moment. One was extremely aggrieved and furious. The other was extremely aggrieved and furious. The more they fought, the angrier they became, and the more they couldn't accept that this guy in front of them had the nerve to get angry and dared to get angry. You're looking for trouble with me, and you still have the nerve to be angry? Li Su's beard and hair were all spread out, and every move he made was either Pangu Banner or the Living Spirit map. You disrespected your mother and attacked her several times, and you still think you're right. The pupils of the stone statue were shining, and it was mad and fierce, with great mercy on its left hand and great compassion on its right hand, scratching and hitting. The two extreme figures fought frantically. They were extremely wronged and extremely angry. They had never been so angry in their lives. The more they attacked, the more ruthless they became. They wished they could dig open the other's skull and knock out the other's brain. The huge vibration shook the world, and they killed very quickly. The earth was churning, and billions of cubic meters of soil were annihilated. Countless relic beasts collapsed and decomposed as the two fought. They fought farther and farther, deeper and deeper, and gradually sank into the horizon. Boom, boom, boom. The battle can no longer be seen. But the thunderous roar and the shock waves that continued to explode in the sky extended to the end before they completely stopped. The sound continued to come, but the distance was getting farther and farther. Facing this scene, whether it was looking at the disciples of the great sect or the evil creatures, Kanking and the two girls, Shen Shen and the other three, almost at the same time, couldn't help but let out a long breath, and the heart hanging in their throats fell back to the bottom of their hearts after a while. At the beginning, they were undoubtedly shocked and had their own thoughts, but later the two of them fought frantically, and the emotion called fear continued to grow. Because once the battle spread, no one present would survive, and they would all die. In the absence of protection, watching this kind of battle, everyone present was covered with a huge haze in their hearts, and they took out their relics. Once there was a situation coming towards them, they would immediately throw them away and leave this damn place. Damn, let alone the stone statue. It should be from Luogia Mountain. Guanine Dao Chang, so it's not surprising that there are so many perverts. But where did the other guy come from? Many Tai myths turned pale, and their backs were covered with cold sweat. It was too strong. The demeanor overshadowed everything. This scene will undoubtedly be thoroughly engraved in the hearts of everyone present, for 100 years, or 1,000 years, unforgettable until death, and engraved for a lifetime. But why? This battle was obviously amazing, but there was always a sense of doubt that kept growing. I didn't know why I felt a little aggrieved when I looked at the two people who were obviously furious. And this feeling was not from one side, but from both sides. Well, it should be an illusion. After all, grievances are usually imposed by one party on the other. I have never heard of both sides being aggrieved together. What's more, between the strong and the strong, what is determined is the superiority in the life and death. How can there be any grievance? Chapter 577 Chapter. Huff, huff. Tired. Li Su couldn't help but take a breath. Although he had opened the treasure, he was still just a celestial being, and every attack consumed a lot of energy. On the contrary, although the guy in front of him was not as strong as him, he had more mana and his CD was also short. The great compassionate hand was thrown out, like it was free. Although Li Su was a little too strong, he couldn't stand such an opponent. It was like one was cheating, and the other was a Grams. Although there was a gap between them and ordinary players, when standing together, the former couldn't stand up to the latter. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, Li Su decided not to play anymore. By now, his anger had been vented. The important thing was that, if he continued to fight like this, his mana bar would be empty, and he would be completely exhausted. If he couldn't kill him with a burst, he would definitely be the one to kneel down. Even if Li Su was stupid, he would not continue to stalemate. Moreover, although he was furious at first because of grievance, he quickly calmed down after venting some of his anger. After all, he was already exposed. At most, he could hide deeper or not show his head at all. Zhang Yan was already there. As long as he connected the line and contacted Teacher Yiren and the others, it would be fine. As for the real body, at most, he would wait until he reached the Dalo realm or even when he could beat the saints before showing his head. Li Su quickly calmed down and originally planned to leave immediately. In fact, he had opened the passage, but because of the crazy fight between the two, although both sides of the battle were fine, many relic beasts died. It seemed that, because of the stone statue, the relic beasts all over the mountains and plains had not dispersed. This led to at least tens of thousands of people being killed in a fight. It can be said that, if the dead relic beasts had corpses, they would definitely be scattered all over the field, leaving no place to step. Faced with this result, Li Su paused and was a little unable to move his feet. After all, the relic in his body is too big. After killing more than 3,100,000 heads, it has only replenished a few percent. It will take several months to complete it. This is too long. There are too many things that this deity has exposed. It is obviously not suitable to stay in Luojia Mountain for a long time. However, if you want Li Su to give up, he naturally doesn't want to. Although it is very difficult to collect, what kind of reward will be hidden behind such a large relic? After all, according to the results of Li Su's calculation, based on the situation of other people, even the relic of Tai mythology is at most 10 times that of Han Jin and others, and will not exceed 100 times. Compared with Li Su's, less than 1%. In other words, the difference is hundreds of times, or even 1,000 times. Faced with this result, how can Li Su not be curious and want to know what it would be like if his relic is complete? So, kill, kill, kill. Knowing that he couldn't kill the opponent, he still stayed and fought with the opponent for more than 10 minutes. The cumulative number of relic beasts killed was already uncountable, but it was definitely over 100 million. At this moment, he stopped at the same place and confronted the opponent head on, mainly waiting for the clones left behind to collect the fragments. Boom. 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 After hundreds of fights, the clones finally returned to their original bodies through the shadows below from the ghost realm. Li Su's eyes flashed, and without hesitation, he punched out a scroll of living painting, forced the opponent back a little, and then opened the void, turned around and left without any hesitation. Goodbye, Dad is going down to count the money now. Logically, it should be enough. After feeling the number of relic fragments brought back, Lee Su, who had almost vented his anger, was a little shocked. He didn't know what this big prize would look like. Is it the Taoist tradition of Guanyin Bodhisattva? Although it is not too short, since it is from Guanyin Bodhisattva, it should be at least near the saint level. And the most important thing is this method. Looking at the situation of the brothers and sisters of Jijiro, they don't need to practice it specifically, they can learn it directly. Lee Su left, and the furious stone statue unexpectedly did not chase him, but stopped where he was. The fire in the pupils dissipated, and the spirit of the stone statue had regained its clarity. After fighting for so long, it also vented a lot of anger that was suppressed in its heart. After the anger dissipated, reason naturally prevailed, and it regained its composure. After all, the Bodhisattva specifically told it and warned it, and the spirit of the stone statue would not forget it. Not only that, after fighting for a long time, the spirit of the stone statue was not only less angry about Lee Su, but also less resentful. At the same time, it also understood why the Bodhisattva chose to revive and activate the dojo, and lead people in after the other party appeared near Luojia Mountain. The pride of heaven. The spirit of the stone statue is not simple. It was bred in Luojia Mountain, and is the spirit of the Bodhisattva's dojo. Although it suppressed its cultivation, and only fought with the other party in the Tei realm, it must be understood that it is a spirit that was transformed from the Bodhisattva's dojo. It was born through the Luojia Mountain dojo itself, and the Buddha nature of the Bodhisattva. It has an extremely long lifespan, and its Taoist practice has reached a terrible state. Even if it is only in the Tei realm, the strength it can burst out is completely imaginable. That great compassionate hand is also the fruit of the enlightenment of Guanyin Bodhisattva. It is amazingly powerful. The compassionate power contained in it can reduce all power. It is the ultimate means to eliminate your 9th level combat power before fighting. As a result, after a battle, it can only look at self-preservation. If it is not the spirit of Luojia Mountain, with infinite immortal power, it is likely that he will die in this battle. At the level of celestial being, what does it matter if he holds the treasure? The treasure itself may be powerful, but that refers to the ancient times, not now. It has long lost the blessing of the saint's power, and it has been completely consumed by the years. The treasure no longer has the terrible power it once had. How much power the treasure can exert now depends entirely on the power and realm of the holder. In the celestial realm, the power that touches the Daluo realm is exerted. Although there is a treasure, it is closely related to Lee Su himself. There is no doubt that Lee Su is the only one it has ever seen in its life. This terrifying foundation is really amazing. In addition to the two great schools of thought that he used on him, it can also be seen that the other party has a number of powers hidden deep inside that are not inferior to others. No wonder the Bodhisattva treats him so well and wants to give him the ultimate inheritance hidden in Luojia Mountain. He is indeed qualified to take it away. The fire in the eyes of the stone statue spirit flashed for a moment. His talent is unprecedented. I just hope he can really do it and break the cage. As the thought fell, the golden light around the stone statue spirit began to dim, and the body began to disappear little by little. However, it still hates people, just like those three guys. Super? Wait. Those three guys. The stone statue spirit blinked, and the evil fire came up on the spot. By the way, that bastard, because of Lee Su, it forgot everything. Shit, the spirit of the stone statue couldn't help but spit out a foul word. Lee Su might have gone too far, but at least he thought it was fake at the time. But those three bastards were different. They knew it was real and had the inheritance, but they still dared to attack. It was simply unbearable. The disappearing body stopped forcibly. The stone statue raised its head, and fire appeared in its pupils. After feeling it for a while, it slapped the void 3 times. Wait for me. When I come out, I will kill you. After the attack, the spirit of the stone statue gnashed its teeth for a while, and gradually disappeared in extreme dissatisfaction. It had been out for too long, and after venting for a while, it didn't intend to tangle with Lee Soo, but when it found that the other party would also destroy its own goal, it changed to killing the relic beasts around it, obviously wanting to quickly collect the relic fragments through its relationship. In order to help the other party, the spirit of the stone statue constantly guided the relic beasts to gather towards the center of the battle, forming a large number of 10,000 heads. Of course, this fight was still a real fight, and it didn't hold back at all. Unfortunately, he failed until the end. That kid's talent is amazing. After various attempts, he found that he has shortcomings, but it is difficult to grasp those shortcomings unless he also has a treasure. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On the other side, Lee Soo couldn't help but let out a long sigh after leaving the battle, and the opponent didn't chase him. Undoubtedly, he really planned to run away. He was a little afraid that the opponent would pester him. It was just right that he didn't chase him. After a moment's pause, an astonishing number of relic fragments in his body gathered towards the incomplete huge relic. Looking at the number of C's entering the river, Lee Soo was a little stunned because the number was more than he imagined. 30%, 50%, 80%. Soon, the total number exceeded 95%. The number of relic fragments still showed no end, and they were still gathering. The number was huge. Wouldn't this give birth to a second one? Lee Soo was a little shocked. If a relic of his size could give birth to a second one, it would be incredible. 1 is the great Dao method, and 2 is perfection. The near saintly Dao method with perfect proficiency is definitely not worse than the 7 saints supremes that he has mastered at the moment. Thinking and waiting. But soon, Lee Soo was disappointed. The number of relic fragments was not enough to form a second one. No, it should be said that the second one was not big, only about 20 times bigger than Hang Jin and the others, far less than the first one. Of course, even so, it was still a size beyond the myth of the celestial being. He was relieved that there was number 99.99% stoppage. But why was the second one so small? He couldn't help but wonder. Logically, shouldn't it be the same size as the first one? By the way, the size of the relic has nothing to do with the inheritance of the skills, but it has something to do with the depth of enlightenment. For example, the simplest, the lower grade of the heavenly level of compassion and freedom. This is a set of body skills, which breeds freedom. Although all the disciples of GGO have learned it, it is obvious that the different sizes of the relic have different degrees of true meaning. Freedom, freedom of law, freedom of form, and freedom of mind are 3 aspects. The smaller the relic, the earlier you can obtain the true meaning of inheritance. For example, the freedom of Dharma can penetrate through the moment of being attacked by Taoism. The freedom of form can make the body empty in an instant and be free in the world. As for the last freedom of heart, as long as the heart is not imprisoned, the body will be free. There is no difference in height. The difference is the time to use and the place where it can be used. The range of application is undoubtedly the lowest, and the latter has the largest range. Lee Soo nodded, and he didn't see Hang Jin and the others in his situation. Why is this first relic so big? However, thinking that others need to gather 3 relics to revive, he naturally has 3 chances of resurrection. It should be the difference brought by talent. As a double foundation, and both of them are talents that are striving for the top of the world. The inheritance that can be obtained by entering here is naturally the best, the top, and even the Taoist tradition of the Bodhisattva. This kind of inheritance is naturally different, and another way must be found. Lee Soo blinked and gave himself an explanation. The only hope is that the reward can go smoothly without any abnormalities. I don't know what the Bodhisattva will pass on to me. In terms of what he wanted, what Lee Soo wanted most was undoubtedly the small bottle in Sister Guanayin's hand. That thing was undoubtedly a super treasure. The life fruit tree of the saint level could bring back the dead. What kind of concept was that? What kind of feeling was that? Although Lee Soo had mastered many life-saving methods, no one would have many life-saving tricks, especially him. Others usually like to complete the game with 1 life, but he was different. He could choose not to open the invincibility of the game, but he had to have 999 heads. What he hated most in his life was that he could not be resurrected on the spot, so he would never play contrap and would never play mushroom picking, because that thing would roll back if it died, and no matter how many heads there were, it would not work, and it still required skills. With a little expectation, Lee Su activated the huge relic in his sea of consciousness with his spiritual consciousness. But, with a slight sound, the huge relic began to glow, and then cracked. With a bang, it exploded. The things inside were exposed. In an instant, Lee Su was excited, and the whole person couldn't help shivering. It was a bottle. The bottle of Sister Guanyin. Is it really the jade purification bottle? Whether it is conferred gods or journey to the west, when it comes to curing diseases and saving lives, Sister Guanyin's jade purification bottle can definitely be ranked in the top 5, and it is the top healing technique. This power can not only save oneself, but also save others. With it, combined with Lee Su's supreme flesh and blood, it will undoubtedly produce an extremely terrible superposition effect, and can squeeze into the ranks of top nurses, and become a giant nurse, the kind of epic level. Others can only nurse 1/3 at most, but he can nurse to the full state with 1. Moreover, he does not need to practice this set of spells, and it is at the great success level. Even if he can't save the saint now, it doesn't matter. He is already satisfied to nurse Taie. Just when Lee Su was fantasizing, he saw the jade purification bottle shook slightly, and the bottle turned upside down. After something fell into the mouth of the bottle, the next second the jade purification bottle trembled and disappeared. Standing there, Lee Su, who was very excited, was stunned. Wait, where's the bottle? Where's my big bottle? Why did the bottle itself disappear after pouring out something? This is telling me that what was passed down to him was not the jade bottle, but the thing in the bottle? No, I want the bottle. Can you give me the bottle? As for the thing in the bottle, Lee Su was stunned. If he saw it correctly, it should be a jade seal, a bit like the official seal used in ancient dynasties, but the difference is that it is made of 9-color glazed glass, and is surrounded by a hazy light. What is this? Just when Lee Su was confused, the seal moved, and without saying hello to Lee Su, it moved directly in his sea of consciousness. It looked left and right, paused, and then whooshed, rushing to the depths of Lee Su's sea of consciousness, one of the parts of the ancient heaven that had been obtained, the Zingri Palace. Flying into it, the official seal trembled, and directly melted into it, merging with the Zingri Palace. Lee Su was stunned, a little dazed. What was going on? Before he could use his consciousness to explore, his mind rumbled, making an amazing sound, and the entire sea of consciousness was boiling. It was the Heavenly Palace, Lee Su's 9 Palace's Heavenly Palace. It vibrated and made a loud noise. While Lee Su was dumbfounded, it generated an enormous suction force, sucking up the corner of the ancient Heavenly Palace, the Starry Palace, and pulling it towards himself. Seeing this scene, Lee Su was green. His Heavenly Palace was a fruit of the Tao, a transformation of the realm. Although the Starry Palace of the ancient Heavenly Palace was stored in his sea of consciousness, it was undoubtedly a building, and existed in reality. If these two things collided, would his brain still be okay? I'm afraid it would crack on the spot. Damn it, don't. With a scream, Lee Su was horrified and frightened by this weird scene. However, everything happened too fast. When he wanted to control it and stop it, the Starry Palace had already collided with Lee Su's Heavenly Palace. However, the situation of blowing his head off did not occur. After the Starry Palace touched Lee Su's Heavenly Palace, it strangely merged directly into it, and became a part of his Heavenly Palace. Seeing this result, Lee Su relaxed a little, but his eyelids couldn't help twitching wildly. He used his spiritual sense to feel it back and forth several times. There was no trace of the swallowed Zingri Palace except for some patterns that appeared on Lee Su's Xiangang. My Xiangang, did it eat the ancient Xianting? Shit, the great Xianzhen is not dead yet. Chapter 578 Significant Enhancement. Lee Su was stunned for a while, then shook his head. He had already swallowed it, and looking at the appearance of his Heavenly Palace, he couldn't spit it out for a while, so he could only do it this way for now. At worst, he could think of a way later. If it really didn't work, he could get some precious materials and rebuild a new one. The great Heavenly Venerable still liked him very much, so he shouldn't cut him open. Besides, it wasn't his fault. It was the Bodhisattva who did it, and he didn't want to do it. If he really wanted to find someone, he could go to the Bodhisattva. After thinking about it, Li Su, who felt that this was the reason, fortunately didn't think about the consequences of the Zingri Palace being swallowed by himself. On the contrary, he was a little surprised at the moment. Why would the inheritance left by the Bodhisattva be a jade seal that had nothing to do with Buddhism or even the Chan sect? Moreover, the most incomprehensible thing was why this jade seal could be integrated with the ancient heavenly palace and cause a huge reaction in Li Su's own heavenly palace. It can be said that he couldn't wait to swallow it in one gulp. This is really a bit difficult to understand. Although during the journey to the west, Buddhism had a deal with heaven and staged a big drama, the relationship was not very good. Apart from other things, the fact that the sister, daughter, and even the niece of the great heavenly venerable were cheated, there was the shadow of Buddhism in it, and it was definitely the two saints of Buddhism who did it. Otherwise, with the status of the great heavenly venerable, he would not be unable to bear it even for his sister and daughter. Therefore, let alone how rich he was, it was already a great honor not to have a black knife when they met. The reason why Journey to the West could cooperate with the acting was undoubtedly to complete the result of the coming of Buddhism to the West and weakening the Zuanmen, and to increase the gap between the human world and the heaven again. After all, although the heavenly court was under the jurisdiction of the great heavenly venerable, it was actually still from the Zuanmen and was a Taoist lineage. Because of this weakening, after the prosperous Tang dynasty, the Zuanmen was weak, the heavenly court's control over the mortal world declined, and the faith was harvested by Buddhism. This seemingly prosperous Buddhist sect and declining Taoist sect actually further alienated the relationship between immortals and mortals. Heaven and earth have no law, but heaven is the law. Well, I've been thinking too far. Back to the topic. Why does the Bodhisattva have this thing? Could it be that it was made by the Buddhist sect? That's not right. The appearance of the jade seal is an official seal of the Middle Earth, with more Taoist cultural element, not from Buddhism. Why is there something that obviously belongs to the heaven in the jade bottle of the Bodhisattva, and it was passed down to him? If it was a skill or a magical power, Li Su might not think much about it, but the appearance of this jade seal, coupled with the huge relic, Li Su didn't know whether anyone had obtained it before, but now it was undoubtedly prepared for him. After thinking for a while, killing a lot of brain cells, Li Su sighed and didn't think about it anymore. I can't understand it, even if I think about it. The origin of this thing is really weird. However, the only thing that can be confirmed is that it is harmless, and the benefits are visible to the naked eye. Although his consciousness had been wandering around for a long time, and he still couldn't find the existence of the Zingri Palace, he still felt the changes in Li Su's heavenly palace. His heavenly palace had become more stable. Oh, it's not that the heavenly palace was unstable before, it was stable, but now it felt very different. It had texture, as if it was real. If you touch it with your spirit, you can even feel the roughness transmitted from your heavenly palace. It was as if it had the effect of a real palace. This heavenly palace was very hard, beyond imagination. Even if he didn't try it, Li Su was sure that with the hardness of his heavenly palace, even if it was hit head on by the complete Dao power of a Tai realm cultivator, it would probably only vibrate at most, and there would be no other reaction. For example, the 100,000 level relic beasts, even if they could severely injure his body, it would be difficult to shake his heavenly palace and affect his Dao. You know, he was able to withstand 100,000 level relic beasts before, because he had the treasure to suppress them. Now, even without the treasure, Li Su's heavenly palace itself can do it. This is very different, very different. Although the treasure is magical, it is still separated from the body. Why was Li Su easily locked up and captured? It was because he failed to notice that the power that attacked him exceeded his upper limit. He was captured before he could react. Instant blockade, cutting off everything. Even if he clearly had the treasure, he could only stare blankly. After all, the treasure cannot be stared at all times. Most of the time it is sleeping. Although Li Su's realm is improving very quickly, it is still unable to meet the needs of the treasure. If he wants to use it completely, he must at least reach the Dao realm, form the cosmos, and warm the treasure to completely restore their spiritual light. Now, although the change is in the heavenly palace, unless the saint personally attacks him, even if he is in the Dalo realm, it will not work. If he wants to sneak attack him, even if the power can instantly block his flesh and blood, the heavenly palace will not fall for a while, which can help him buy time. Undoubtedly, the integration of the ancient heavenly court has brought about a huge difference. Well, not only in terms of simple defense, the changes brought about by this reality are far more than just this one. With the increase in hardness, the upper limit of the load capacity naturally increased. Feeling the power of the 7 saints, which far exceeded the previous number, constantly flowing out of the hall, the heavenly palace, which was originally full and could not bear more, did not react at all at this moment and continued to accommodate. Although this situation did not exist for other people, the excessive pressure caused by the high level of the skills involved was definitely a very troubling situation for Lee Su. Using a big move will shock yourself, no matter which big move it is. Lee Su is absolutely unique in this world. The body, soul, and realm cannot bear the Taoism of his own. The shanking hole fell into a long CD, just to carry the 2 killing swords of the Zooks and sword formation. The magic weapons placed inside, except for the extremely high specification true dragon sword that was barely intact, all the others were cracked. Not to mention that the shanking hall itself was also cracked. If you tell others about this, it will be absolutely unbelievable. Lee Su's situation is not that he does not have enough mana and forced to use it, so that he drained himself, but simply cannot afford it. After a brief experience, Lee Su could perform the same moves he had performed against the stone statue spirit even without the help of the Xinhuo flag. Of course, the damage would be reduced. After all, the power of the Xinhuo flag was not only enough to allow him to carry more, but also to exert much greater power. As far as the current situation was concerned, it was not a big problem to kill Tai perfectly. Tai with more than 10 fires and more than 13 fires could not be killed, but those with less than 13 fires could basically be killed with one move without using the treasure, and without hurting themselves. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su's eyes could not help but flicker. Undoubtedly, this improvement was very real. It was almost equivalent to raising his current strength by 1 level, not to mention that as the Xiangang became more stable and real, the burden brought by the power of the 7 saints also decreased rapidly, and the whole person became much more relaxed. Boom. 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 The hall was shaking. The flames in the hall transformed by Lee Su's 15 fire golden elixir became hotter and hotter, and the flames gushing out became more real. The sea of consciousness felt the extremely terrible high temperature, like a huge furnace. Refining at an unimaginable speed. The star core thrown into it, with the fierce high temperature of the Dunhuo Hall, decomposed faster and faster. The 22nd level of the celestial immortal is being accelerated to complete, heading for perfection. At this speed, it should be completed in 2 months at most. Once completed, Lee Su will undoubtedly enter the explosive period of the celestial immortal stage, and his strength will be rapidly transformed and improved. He will understand the Great Dao, build the Great Dao, and then walk on the Great Dao to lay the foundation for the Holy Realm. Well, prepare for a treat. It was still far away before, so there was no rush. Now, compared to continuing to obtain treasures in Luojia Mountain, finding a place to retreat and seize the breakthrough, perfection is undoubtedly more important. As for the disciples of the Great Sect, because of the disruption of the relic beast, the situation has been completely chaotic. The evil creatures want to block them again, which is not easy. What's more, the reason for going to rescue them before was because Han Jin and the others were also trapped. Of course, the other families also have a certain relationship with themselves. Now, Lee Su is not a nanny. The situation has been opened. If you are targeted, leave Luojia Mountain. If he still wanted to obtain the treasure and died because of it, what did it have to do with Lee Su? He had exposed too many things on his side. The Supreme and the treasure were already problematic, and 2. His clone had seen it just now. When the first killing array appeared, disciples from the Eastern and Western Chan sects, the Human sect, the Heavenly Court, and even the Buddhist sect left. Only the G sect, which was related to it, and Han Jin and the others moved last. Not to mention the G sect, Lee Su didn't have to guess what the other families were thinking. Although he was a disciple of Taking, a disciple of Yuking, and the nephew-in-law of the great heavenly venerable, he didn't care about this sect or that sect. He wouldn't be stupid enough to think that he and the other party were a family. Even the G sect, Li Su was extremely reserved and didn't reveal the core, let alone the others. Except for people from the same place, he didn't even regard himself as a creature in the mythical world. Moreover, he did not forget that in the Luogia Mountain Dojo, although he was extremely powerful at the Tai level, there were many people who might want to kill him, and several of them were beings that Li Su had no confidence in even using the treasure. The 9 elders of Jigyo and the 4 imperial guardians of heaven were not comparable to ordinary cultivators. They were definitely the top existences even in the realm of Daluo. The 3 realms below the Saint, the Celestial Immortal and Tai, were undoubtedly closely related to the Golden Core stage, and would be affected by the Golden Core, resulting in differences in strength. Only the Daluo realm was different. Even if you were a 10 Fire Golden Core, once you achieved the Daluo realm, you could start to make up for it. It can be said that, although the Daluo realm was related to talent, it was more related to time than talent. The older the Daluo realm, the more terrifying it was. When Tai killed Daluo, he usually killed Daluo within 10,000 years. That kind of Daluo was still young, and had many flaws, but once it was over 10,000 years old, it was completely two different concepts. Time was something very terrifying. To make a simple analogy, if a freshman plays against a senior, even if the freshman has amazing talent, it will still be very difficult. This is only 2 years. When you reach the surface level of Daluo realm, you have lived for 100,000 years. Even if you accumulate a little experience every day, the gap accumulated over 100,000 years is really not easy to break. Even if you have talent, that amount of knowledge has already exceeded common sense. Especially for the 9 elders of Jigyo, they are all ancient beings who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. After endless years, they have made up for their past shortcomings and perfected their own paths. Nowadays, there are several such beings in Luogia Mountain. In fact, it can be said that the reason why the great sect suffered such a big loss this time is not unrelated to the Luogia Mountain Dojo, because this dojo can also be entered by Daluo. It can be said that, if there is a realm restriction here, I'm afraid that the disciples of the great sect who come here are another group of people, the real core geniuses, the top 10 on the myth list. Because Daluo can enter, it means that the rewards of Tai Shiangsan are probably just a drop in the bucket, and the real benefits are all on Daluo's side. So even though many disciples of the great sect died, many of them are elite, it is far from a heavy loss. The real big loss is the 2 immortal artifacts in the heavenly court, which is the most hurt. Thinking of this, Li Su took a deep breath and suddenly raised his head and glanced at the sky above his head. It didn't matter before, but now it's better to eliminate the sight above. The evil creatures came very strangely and abnormally. He remembered who came in from the opening of Luogia Mountain to his entry. Although there were evil monks inside, there was no such completely evil creature. Then their appearance is undoubtedly very meaningful and definitely related to the great sect. The Black Mountain sect that ran out before, and the people of the Demon Court, can be said to be quite blatant, and it is impossible not to doubt. As Li Su's eyes pierced into the void, there was an inexplicable vibration in the fog. The sight that had been locked on Li Su trembled, and the evil eye couldn't help but tighten his expression. Discovered? Impossible? Although its sight can see the other party, its ability belongs to the cause and effect series, and its name is in the dark. How to describe it? Let's put it this way. At some point, you feel that someone is looking at you, but no matter how you look, you can't find it, and you think it's an illusion. This is its ability. Of course, the evil eye uses its ability very cleverly. It never looks at the target directly, watching the other party's every move, but roughly perceives and grasps the specific location of the other party. Undoubtedly, this will greatly compress its sense of existence. Unless there are some extremely sensitive beings with similar abilities, it is basically impossible to detect its observation. This is also the reason why the spirit of the stone statue dared to track and was not afraid after the battle with Li Su. It was confident that the other party would not find it, whether before or now. It should be like this. Although he was observing just now, his sight was not looking at Li Su. As a result, the other party suddenly raised his head and looked directly at its eyes. Just when the evil eye was frightened and was about to close his eyes and temporarily give up watching the other party and hide his ability, he found out of the corner of his eye that the target spoke indifferently and stretched out his hand to him. The other party has always known that he has been seen. The dazzling light dyed his vision white, and the next second, it was dark. Thousands of miles away, the evil eye, who was hiding in a safe spot, did not chase and kill the disciples of the great sect, but wanted to focus on finding out the information about Li Su. Suddenly, it trembled. At this moment, the evil young master was speaking, with a cold expression and murderous intent. Evil eye, you lock his position. Don't look at him. Don't let him notice your existence. Wait for our people to come, and then. The other party noticed it. My eyes were cut off. No, he knew from the beginning. Trembling all over, sweating profusely, the evil eye opened his eyes wide, full of fear, and Li Su's mouth shape kept echoing in his consciousness, knowing that the other party could always feel it, and could. It opened its mouth, and uttered a sharp wail. A terrifying sword light flashed from the shadows. In an instant, its entire body was exposed. Eyeballs grew all over its flesh and blood, especially on its chest, from the collarbone to the abdomen, where there was an extremely large eyeball. The eyeball cracked on the spot, directly torn apart by the sword light. The sword intent was amazing, and instantly wiped out all the life of the evil eye, and killed it completely. No. The words were half said, and the evil eye was dead. Evil eye. On the side, the pupils of the evil eye's young master shrank. It was splashed with blood on its face. At this moment, it was very confused and panicked. Although the sword that slashed over only killed the evil eye, the sword intent itself penetrated the hearts of all the evil creatures present. Obviously, not every evil creature can resist it like the red worm. In an instant, it penetrated the hearts of all the evil creatures present, and their consciousness seemed to be slashed by a sword. It took a long while for the evil young master to come back to his senses. At this moment, his face turned pale and blue. This sword not only cut off his next plan, but also cut off his confidence. Damn it, bastard, damn it. Chapter 579, Evil Scripture. Go. The evil young master looked very unhappy. This scene was obviously something he had not expected. The evil eye's observation method was very special, involving cause and effect. Not to mention observing a higher realm from a lower realm. It was always effective when observing people of the same realm or a higher realm from a lower realm. There had never been any accidents. Moreover, the evil eye itself was extremely careful and focused on protecting itself. It would not look directly at the target through its evil eye, but would only pay attention to its movement and determine its position. Once the target person showed signs of suspicion, it would directly hide its evil eye and would not activate it for a short period of time to avoid overstimulating the other person's sense of God. Because of its vigilant nature, it had lived for a long time and had killed countless opponents along the way. In the end, it was appreciated by the evil young master and brought with him. But here, it was killed by a sword from a distance, which was completely beyond the imagination of the evil young master. It could not help but think so. After all, the evil eye itself is very vigilant, and its magical power is also very unique. It involves the secret of cause and effect. Under normal circumstances, even if it can be detected, it is difficult to break it. Even if it can be broken, the most it can do is to wipe out the observation eye and contact lock. It is not that there are no cases of following the cause and effect line and killing the evil eye from a distance, but this is definitely the first time for a celestial being. You must know that, even if you are in the Dalo realm, not everyone can achieve this level. For those who are less than 10,000 years old, unless they have practiced the law related to cause and effect and fate, only those who have experienced tens of thousands of years of continuous tempering and constantly perfecting themselves through endless time can do this. This made the evil young master feel uneasy, and the idea that took shape in his mind became more and more real. This person has a big problem. Not only does his technique involve the highest, but he also has a big secret. Perhaps a legendary treasure. This is not a random guess. The previous battle has already confirmed it, but it is impossible to speculate the strength, because the opponent has never shown it, so we can only guess roughly. Now it is basically certain, and this treasure is probably quite extraordinary, even in ancient times it should be famous. Thinking of this, it is inevitable to feel chilly. If the other party follows this line to find it, it will be a big problem, very big. It brought the team in, although it had made a lot of preparations, and imagined some unexpected situations, but it had never thought about the surface of the treasure. That kind of thing is too rare, and even the saints may not have one in their hands, let alone the underworld. And it is obvious that the saints will never let people enter such a secret realm with treasures. After all, it is the Guanyin Taoist temple. God knows what will be inside. After countless years, the ruins of ancient Taoist temples have not been discovered. Most of them have huge problems, and there are evil masters in them. If someone is killed in it, and the treasure falls, it will be really a loss of both people and money. Directly take the remaining people away quickly. Although the evil young master cannot be sure whether the other party will follow his sword intent to find it, it is better to be prepared. It is undoubtedly a good thing that he did not find it, but if he does, they have no way to fight against such an existence now. The red worm is undoubtedly the strongest under its command, and the strange creature is the most difficult to kill. As a result, one is seriously injured, and the other is life and death. Judging from the situation of the other party fighting with the spirit of the stone statue, it is enough to hit them with one move. The remaining evil creatures can't stand the weird picture of the ultimate creature. As for the evil young master himself, although he is very strong, it is just his clone that entered here, and his combat power is only equal to that of the red worm. And it doesn't matter if the red worm is exposed. The creatures in the central, restricted area have a history of coming out. As long as they are not in groups, there is no problem. It is different. Once it is exposed, it will attract the attention of the creatures in the myth world. After all, although the evil creatures are abnormal and terrible, they are not as good as it. The evil creatures are different from the creatures in the myth world. They are not judged by strength, but by bloodline and ability. The ability of the evil young master is to make people degenerate. To put it bluntly, it can control the evil itself, which can make creatures quickly evil, and it can also extract the evil, making them weak and die. Before, it planned to attack, because of the ability shown by Li Su, but it did not take the initiative to expose itself, but prepared to use other means. After the battle with the spirit of the stone statue, it immediately realized that it was difficult to kill the other party by other means, with the protection of the treasure, unless Taluo personally took action. So it let the evil eye pay attention to the other party, intending to pass the message through the external connection. As a result, the evil eye was killed, and could no longer lock on the other party. It fled with the other evil creatures at a rapid speed, and the eyes of the evil young master were annihilated. Undoubtedly, the more extraordinary Li Su's performance was, the more determined it was to kill him. Even the celestial being was like this. If it continued to give the other party time, when it reached the Tei and even Daluo realms, wouldn't no one be able to reach it? What's the situation over there? After leading everyone away from the safe point for about 50 kilometers, the evil young master suddenly turned around and spoke. Young master, are you talking about the cooperation over at Zizhyalin? The cooperation of Zizhyalin was not the cooperation of the evil creatures, but the cooperation between the organization that first discovered and blocked this place countless years ago, and the evil creatures. That organization is very old. No one knows who founded it, but it is certain that this organization has existed for a long time, and existed before the ancient destruction. They are a group of extremely selfish people. This is the evaluation given by the evil ancestors. This group of people is very selfish. They only care about themselves and never care about others. They are the first force to take the initiative to contact the evil. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, they tried to get power from the evil. As long as they can strengthen themselves, they can do anything. The evil monks did not originate from the evil creatures, but from the other side. Later, the evil creatures found that this method was good and applied it. Therefore, the situation of the evil transformation of scattered cultivators in Tangshandao appeared. It was not accidental, but deliberately created. Luogia Mountain was discovered by that organization, and they had obtained a lot of good things from it a long time ago, but none of them were revealed. If it had not been exposed by accident this time, I'm afraid that Luogia mountain would be emptied, and the myth world would not know. In fact, even the young master of Zixing didn't know at first. After Luogia mountain was exposed, it got detailed information, and the most important one was that the development of Luogia mountain was also participated by Zixing creatures. Speaking of the treasures of Luogia mountain, it is undoubtedly the purple bamboo in the purple bamboo forest on the mountain. Because it is nurtured by the power of Bodhisattva, these purple bamboos can be said to be top-level refining materials. They contain the meaning of supreme compassion, can purify magic spells and magical powers, and forcibly disperse the opponent's Taoism. It can be said to be very magical and extremely precious. However, there is a problem, that is, the central area where the best, oldest, and most amazing purple bamboos are placed, is difficult to enter, and cannot be obtained. As for the reason, it is very simple, there is a terrible existence guarding there. According to the information recorded by Zixing, there is a purple bamboo in it that has become a spirit with extremely powerful strength and is in the Daluo realm, a Daluo realm of hundreds of thousands of years. It has extraordinary roots, and it is very likely that it was personally enlightened by the ancient powerful Guanyin Bodhisattva. When the Luogia mountain dojo was still sealed, once a Daluo realm cultivator entered, he would be targeted by the spirited purple bamboo and blown up by it. If a Daluo realm cultivator entered, it would be difficult to remove the bamboo in the outer part, not to mention the bamboo in the deepest part. It would be time consuming and laborious. Because they didn't know whether the Guanyin dojo would be opened, when it would be opened, and what kind of scene would appear when it was opened. In order to be able to take the treasures inside for themselves, the organization contacted the evil creatures. The whole plan was very simple and crude, to degenerate the spirited purple bamboo and turn it into an evil creature. To put it simply, it was a deal. The spirited purple bamboo belonged to the evil creature, and everything in the purple bamboo forest belonged to the organization. Faced with this proposal, the evil creatures naturally did not refuse. Once a Daluo realm creature was successfully degenerated, it would be no less than a huge increase in combat power for the evil creatures. When I came in, the purple bamboo had been infected by the evil spirit for 5 layers, and was already in the process of degeneration. If nothing unexpected happens, this process will not take too long. I remember that it is related to the array center of Luogia mountain. It was originally planted on the array center. After hundreds of thousands of years, its rhizomes have been intertwined with the array center and turned into a part of the large array. Once it is completely evil and raises its rhizomes, the large array of Luogia mountain will be completely unbalanced. The eyes of the evil young master flashed coldly. Very good. Let someone bring the remaining black blood here, and then return to the flesh and blood you parasitize according to the original plan, unless you are awakened actively. Yes. After a while, the remaining black blood was placed in front of the evil young master. Soon, the other evil spirits turned around and went to find the flesh they parasitized. Watching them leave, the evil young master's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The original plan was to keep the evil eye locked on, and then find the person after going out, and then send someone to kill him. Now that the evil eye is dead and the other party's whereabouts are unknown, it is fortunate to kill all the people who are still in this area, leaving no one alive. After the thought fell, it stretched out its palm, and the palm automatically cracked, and extremely black blood flowed down, and merged into the black blood below. In an instant, the black blood boiled, and a large amount of evil black smoke flew up. The evil young master chanted with sound, and the sound was like substance, directly merging into the black smoke, forming strange words, and forming an inexplicable chapter. This is evil text. It is one of its means. Evil creatures are not just a crazy race, but also have civilization. And it is one of the few races that master civilization. Being able to become a young master has a huge connection with this civilization, and it can be said that it is closely related. It quickly wrote and turned the evil text into an order. This is a very special power, with great power, which can trigger the resonance of evil nature, and can be transformed into an attacking technique, or it can be transmitted to the dark and flow directly into the evil nature to issue an order. Those who see the order are like seeing the master. They spent time reminiscing about the past until the body of the evil young master became dim and was about to fall silent, and an extremely strange evil order was fully formed. The evil young master blew gently, and the evil order flew away directly, penetrating the void, and flew to the dark along the evil trajectory. After doing everything, it took a deep breath, and its eyes were extremely cold. The other party is protected by the treasure, and it is estimated that it cannot be killed. But it doesn't matter, as long as it is exposed, it will be easy. According to its understanding of the human race, as long as it is exposed and discovered by the Dalwo of other major sects, it will definitely die. It's a pity that I can't witness it with my own eyes. After the thought fell, its body began to dissipate like smoke, and one evil order exhausted all the power of its clone. Asterisk 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 at this moment, on the other side, Lee Su was. He has returned, and is now with the disciples of the great sect. After drawing his sword, he sensed it for a moment, and confirmed that the sight that was locking on him had completely disappeared. He was cut by his sword intent, and breathed a sigh of relief. The heavenly palace in his sea of consciousness was shaken. Through the power of the jade purity space, he chose to return directly. The disciples of the great sect were very quiet at the moment. With the end of the battle over there, the relic beast disappeared, the evil creatures also retreated directly, and even the strange black blood in the Nine Bends Yellow River formation also broke away after a moment, and it was completely quiet. At this moment, the disciples of the five sects did not separate again and remain together. Not only that, the two women Khan King who were sealed into the space by Lee Su also came out and joined everyone. The Nine Bends Yellow River formation was still open, and the formation was glowing, and the melting gas continued to flow and strangle. At this moment, everyone looked quite silent, with doubts in their eyes. As for the reason, someone came in from outside and brought news. The person came from the heavenly court, holding the orders of the five sects. It was not a high-level official, but a direct order from a saint. There were two orders. The first one was related to Lee Su. The first killing array was of great importance. Later, it was reported that the other party had mastered the Jade Purity chapter and even had a treasure, which undoubtedly attracted attention, and was quickly reported to the higher-ups. However, the content of the reply was unexpected. Unless the other party takes the initiative, don't pay attention. Listening to the words of the person who came to deliver the message, the disciples of the great sect present were undoubtedly shocked and puzzled. This result was undoubtedly unexpected to Lee Su, and he was very puzzled. To be honest, he was ready. His original body would be wanted in various ways, and there would be Dalwo and even saints personally. However, he had a treasure to suppress it. Unless he was locked by a saint and his soul was explored, it would not be a big problem. The other one was related to evil nature, mainly related to the sealed immortal weapon. Use the dissolving power of the Nine Bend Yellow River array to wash away the evil nature on the surface of the immortal weapon and find a way to take it out. Stop all exploration. Once the immortal weapon can be taken out, everyone will leave the secret realm of Luogia Mountain immediately without any mistakes. If there is an evil attack, the Nine Bends of the Yellow River will be used to trap the enemy, while the Buddhist sect and the Eastern and Western Chan sects will use immortal weapons to kill the enemy. Compared with Lee Su, who holds the ancient sage's Taoist tradition, the five major sects are undoubtedly more concerned about the means of evil transforming immortal weapons. Looking at the immortal weapons that were constantly being strangled by the Nine Bends of the Yellow River formation, Dongsheng, the Tai myth of the heavenly court, could not help but speak after being silent for a long time. Uncle, the first killing formation, the Jade Purity secret method, and the other party's possession of a treasure, the reaction of their own saints is undoubtedly a bit strange. Even if you don't rob it, you should find out who it is, and take it back to confirm the situation. Unless the other party takes the initiative, don't pay attention to it. It's too incredible. Okay, I know you can't hold it. The person who came in shook his head and said lightly, the ancient sage is not dead, do you understand? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580. The ancient saint is not dead. A simple word, but like thunder and lightning, shocked everyone present. Ancient saint. This is not a simple word. In the mythology world, only the 7 beings before the ancient destruction can be called this. As disciples of the great sect, they have a deep foundation, countless classics, and have been influenced by various things since childhood. There is no doubt that their knowledge is far superior to others. They have a lot of understanding of the ancient saints before the ancient destruction. There is a magical stone in the heaven, called the Chengguang stone, which can record the time of thousands of years. It is extremely special. It records the scene of the ancient heavenly supreme meeting with the 3 pure ones. There is only a phantom in the scene, but it contains great power. The brilliance on it has not been extinguished for hundreds of thousands of years, and there are thousands of Tao rhymes sinking into it. It is just a breath. Dalo realm cannot get close. Only the current lord of the heavenly court can reach the stone and admire the ancient saint. In the human sect, there is also an ancient holy object, a broken 8 diagrams furnace. The taking saint once refined the elixir, and there were thousands of rays of light in the furnace. The ancient elixir aura has not been extinguished to this day. The elixir aura has become spiritual, and can be swallowed and exhaled by itself. It can heal all injuries. Even if it is a Dalo realm cultivator, even if he is seriously injured and dying, as long as he approaches the elixir furnace, it will only take a moment to stabilize the avenue and repair the wound. In the Chan sect, there is an ancient road where the Yuking saint once stood and instructed his disciples. This place has been formed by the creation of life and has experienced thousands of years. There is education and good fortune. Those who enter can get spiritual enlightenment and break their own shackles. There have been countless geniuses in the Dangchen sect for thousands of years, which is undoubtedly closely related to this. As for Gigio, this is a broken stone tablet. It is said that Gigio was destroyed in the ancient conferred God Chronicle. After the saint disappeared, some surviving disciples, missing the saint, chiseled through the stone wall to leave a picture. Originally, the saint's name could not be mentioned, the saint's image could not be drawn, and the saint's voice could not be left, but it appeared on it, and there was a trace of charm in it. In ancient times, Gigio had encountered a great crisis. This stone tablet spontaneously appeared, showing the sword intent of shanking, breaking the sky and years, beheading the outside world, staining the 5 lakes with blood, and laying corpses on the mountains. All kinds of things. Obviously, they are only related, but they all have supreme magical powers, terrible fortune and power. Not only that, in ancient times, there were actually many saints, and there were many of them. There were multiple saints in Gigio alone. This is not speculation, but the conclusion drawn by the current saint, after going back to the ancient Taoist temple, and feeling the power of the ancient monks. But in ancient times, there were only 7 saints. Although the people present didn't quite understand the ins and outs of the holy realm, they could still see the respect that later generations had for the ancient saints in their own ancient classics, which described their power and terror. According to the records in the books, each of the 7 ancient saints actually possessed the power to restart the world. In fact, at the end of the conferred gods, the supreme heavenly venerable of Gigio was ready to replay the world. Although it was just a few words, the content was undoubtedly so creepy and terrifying. Replaying the world, and not the current mythological world, but the prehistoric world before the Great Destruction. What is the concept? The prehistoric world is many times larger than the mythological world, 100,000 times, or 1,000,000 times. There are 33 heavens in the heaven alone. This heaven is an endless world, dotted with 300 million stars, and inhabited by tens of millions of heavenly soldiers. The underworld, just for the circulation of ghosts, and waiting for reincarnation, is as large as Tenjingli. There are trillions of ghost soldiers to maintain order, and countless ghost generals. This is only the size of 2 of the 3 realms in the prehistoric world. If it includes the Saint's Dojo, the Saint Realm Dojo, etc., it is simply unimaginable. In addition to the main world, there are 3,000 great realms in the prehistoric world. Each great realm is composed of 3,000 middle realms, and each middle realm is composed of 3,000 small realms. There are trillions of creatures living in each small realm. With a rough calculation, you can fully imagine how huge the prehistoric world is. In such a huge world, it is impossible for the saints to restart it at any time. What kind of concept is that? To be honest, if the ancient times had not been destroyed, the destruction was in front of everyone, and the bloody truth had been blocked in their faces. Otherwise few people would be willing to believe that such an ancient prehistoric world was actually broken. How did such a terrible prehistoric world perish? How powerful must the ancient enemies be to destroy such a prehistoric world? Now that they heard that the ancient saints were not dead, the impact was so huge that it directly shocked the souls of everyone present, and the heavenly palace trembled. Ancient saint, not dead. Dongcheng, the Tai myth of heaven, spoke in a hoarse voice, with a look of shock and disbelief. In an instant, countless questions and thoughts formed in his mind, such as if he was not dead, why did the ancient times perish? If he was not dead, why did he not appear? If he was not dead, where was he now? Of course, it was not just him. Others were not much better. They heard an unprecedented big secret, and the content was too beyond imagination. These 4 simple words were no less than triggering an earthquake through the ages, and their hearts were shaken. Li Su in the crowd was naturally shocked. There was a strange color in his eyes. The ancient saints should refer to taking Xianzhen and others. Although Pangu Banner had mentioned that Xianzhen and others were not dead, they had this feeling, because they were once the treasures of the saints, and had been with them for countless years. How did the myth world know about it? This is not a secret, and of course you should not publicize it. After all, only those above the Dalo realm are qualified to know it. The person who spoke shook his head. It's just because you have a special experience and encountered the inheritance of the ancient saints. In order to prevent you from thinking too much about unnecessary things, I specifically told you. Uncle Master, since the ancient saints are not dead, then Dongcheng couldn't help but speak directly. I don't know. Although it is certain that the ancient saints are not dead, no one knows what the current situation is and where they are. The only thing we can say is that they must not be in the myth world. At this point, the man paused and continued, as for the person who carries the ancient saint's lineage, don't worry about it, don't pay attention to it. In the myth world for hundreds of thousands of years, such people have appeared many times. As long as he doesn't take the initiative to provoke you, you don't need to care too much. Appeared many times? Question mark? As the other party spoke, not only the disciples of the great sect were stunned, but Li Su couldn't help but widen his eyes. In addition to himself, there are other people who have the inheritance of saints like him. Uncle Master, are there many people like this? Dongcheng was quite shocked. After all, the strength displayed by the other party was very terrifying, just like Yang Zuankang, the god of justice in heaven. It was not just invincible in the same realm, but also admired by people across realms. Well, at first there was one every 10,000 years, then one every 30 to 50,000 years, and now the last one should be 100,000 years ago. There are probably more than 10 of them. More than 10. Continuously appearing in hundreds of thousands of years. Seeing the increasingly surprised eyes of the crowd, the man shook his head. I don't know more details. These people's inheritance is basically obtained by contacting things related to the ancient saints. This inheritance is spiritual and cannot be obtained by outsiders, let alone learned. Once peeped, it will trigger the reaction of the ancient saints, and the scriptures in the body will undergo unpredictable changes, forming a curse. Then, someone spoke, wanting to say something. You mean it might have a treasure? Forget about it. First of all, treasures have spirits. They are the things of the ancient saints, and they have experienced great destruction. There are problems with them. The problems are very big and serious. There was a Dalo realm who tried to obtain them, but died in a very miserable way. He showed the signs of the 5 degenerations of heaven and man, and the process was very fast. He turned into a pool of blood in just a moment. That is not the ability of a treasure. Alas, you may think too much, but it is very likely. Most of these people are not creatures from the mythical world. They come from outside. They entered here not to inherit, but as sacrifices. So don't spread the news about the person you met, and don't mention it. If the other party doesn't approach you actively, just ignore it. Sacrifice? Everyone was stunned, with a look of great surprise on their faces. Sacrifice? Myself? Fuck. Lee Su was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and almost jumped up on the spot. This word didn't sound very good. What terrified him the most was that the other party said that most of these people were not creatures from the mythical world. What did that mean? Did they mean that those who had obtained the inheritance of the saints were also from the outside like Lee Su? Wait. Lee Su's head was a little dizzy, and he remembered what Hang Jin and the others said when they saw Zhang Yan. Tens of thousands of years ago, outsiders had contact with Jijiao, but the history of Xia Kingdom was only 1,000 years, so it should be impossible for them to have contact. Could it be that the mythical world was connected to more than one world outside? Could there be multiple existences? Of course, this was not important. The important thing was the word sacrifice, which really gave Lee Su goosebumps at this moment. What did it mean? What the hell did it mean? Being able to draw this conclusion meant that those who had the inheritance before should have died without a doubt, right? In an instant, Lee Su couldn't help but want to directly activate the Xinhuo flag, wake up the Pangu banner, and ask about the reason and the specific truth. Of course, this thought was only for a moment, and he suppressed it immediately. If it was true, he would definitely get into big trouble if he asked like that. But there was no reason. Whether it was Pangu banner, Kingping sword, or even Zuan Huangta, they all undoubtedly recognized him as their master. They could feel the connection between the two sides. They opened their cores to let Lee Su's power flow in, so they were nurtured to stop the loss of their spirituality and gradually recover. Therefore, as his strength steadily increased, his control over these treasures would only grow. If they were used as sacrifices, they would not need to do so. They could directly absorb his power, or wait in secret. For a while, countless thoughts grew in Lee Su's mind, making his thoughts extremely confused. Damn, I originally wanted to eat melons and see how the great church would react. If they were planning to plot to seize it, they would not be polite to him in the future. As a result, I ate melons on myself. People with the ancient sage tradition were actually sacrifices? Okay, these things are not what you should know now. Don't go into it further. It's not good for you, and it's not something you can get involved in at this level. The other party didn't continue to explain, and turned to look at Hang Jin. Hang Jin, stop the Yellow River formation. It's almost done. Get ready and leave Luojia Mountain. As he spoke, everyone looked tangled. After all, the content was half-hearted and uncomfortable. Among them, the most uncomfortable person was undoubtedly Lee Su. The word sacrifice undoubtedly made him feel uneasy. His heart jumped to his throat, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. This fucking riddle man, the dog who broke the chapter, will you die if you tell everything you know at once? Unfortunately, although the other party looked like an ordinary Dalo realm, there was a gathering of strange forces inside, and it was impossible to see clearly. There was a considerable problem. Otherwise Lee Su could really jump forward, grab the other party's neck, and ask about the whole content. Boom. 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 At this moment, there was an inexplicable vibration above the sky. The vibration was very strange. At first, it was only the sky, but after a while, the whole world made a sound. Crack, crack. Along with the terrible vibration, cracks began to appear between heaven and earth, one by one. Shocking. In the cracked part, there were strange looking roots, which were twisting and destroying the rhythm of this world. A terrible breath permeated from it, carrying a terrifying evil spirit, chaotic and twisted. One by one, the Tao rushed out and hung above the sky to form a huge hangwang, rendering the world extremely beautiful and extremely dangerous. The space was trembling, and under the fluctuation of the Tao, it was shattered bit by bit and turned into residue. What happened? In an instant, everyone couldn't help but look up, and couldn't help showing a look of horror on their faces. The man who was replaced by Dang Cheng as his uncle also looked up at this moment, with a very serious expression, looking at the shattered world. This situation should be on the other side of the secret realm of Luojia Mountain. In the Dalo realm, something went wrong. Boom. Finally, with a shocking sound, the world exploded. A purple bamboo, with a shadow piercing the sky, stood before everyone. Its body was covered with scriptures, entangled with the great Dao, giving birth to an immortal light and an immortal meaning. The radiance that bloomed was covered with eternal truth. In the radiance, there were Buddha, Bodhisattva, Arhat and other Western saints, who gave birth to boundless Buddhist meaning, forming a dazzling haze all over the sky. However, the strange thing was that on the radiant body of this bamboo, there were some black spots, the patterns were twisted, and there were strange faces growing inside. There were a lot of evil intertwined and spread, almost covering it as a whole, growing on it like nerves, connected to those black spots. In the Buddha's meaning all over the sky, there was a strange sound, and the sound of compassion was like a sharp knife, piercing the bones and marrow, and just hearing it could make people lose their minds and fall into cholera madness. Suddenly, the purple bamboo shook, and a slanted word weird appeared on its huge body. The next second Sisu's body shook, revealing his true body. The sky was covered with Buddha's will, and he performed the supreme Vajra. He swept directly and bombarded Lisu and the others. In an instant, an unprecedented breath of death grabbed everyone present. Even Lisu couldn't help breathing heavily at this moment. It seemed that there were billions of burdens on his body. He couldn't move and could only watch the other party fall. This guy, is it going to destroy the Taishiangsan area? Why? Chapter 581 The End of Luojia Mountain. This blow was so powerful that it was hard to describe. Under the destructive wave, one should be extremely terrified, panicked, and at a loss, because life is about to disappear and is crushed by the fear called death. But facing this blow, at this moment, everyone's faces were horrified, and there was an indescribable beauty rising. The picture was so beautiful. The falling purple bamboo was like the aurora blooming in the night sky. As it fell little by little, the world exploded, forming fireworks all over the sky, which was extremely dazzling. There were thousands of great waves shaking inside, and infinite rules were being torn apart. This was no longer just a simple killing move, but an interpretation. A person who had reached the top of the world had interpreted his own understanding of the Great Way, and it was displayed and placed in front of the world. Every frame of the picture was so beautiful and so shocking. A supreme Great Way was laid out in front of us, and the impact it brought could no longer be described by the word unforgettable. It could make people forget everything, and all their minds were attracted. Of course, this beautiful avenue cannot be recorded. It contains too much information and too many Dao rules. It is the fusion of billions of Dao rhymes and the interweaving of tens of millions of Dao rules. Puff. Some people spurted blood, some people bled from their 7 orifices, some people's souls shook, and some people's heavenly palaces rang and shook, as if they were about to collapse. Such a Dao cannot be seen, and it should not be seen. Not only is its attack fatal, but if the realm is not high enough, even just watching it is enough to kill people. It was only a moment, and before the attack reached them, most of the disciples of the great sects could not help but spit blood. Their spirits were depressed, and their whole bodies were shaky, and their minds seemed to be destroyed. However, no one moved, and they remained motionless. Their eyes could not move away, and their minds could not move away. Even if they knew it was poison, it was difficult for rationality to return. The body and mind were captured by desire, and they wanted to record it as much as possible. The desire to seek the Dao that was aroused could not be suppressed at all. Reason was collapsing, and strength was misfiring, but instinct was still frantically seeking. To kill someone, you must first go crazy. At this moment, everyone present was like this. Of course, under such a scene, there were 2 exceptions. One was naturally the man who was replaced by Dan Cheng as his uncle. He seemed unmoved by the desperate situation in front of him. Not only did he not observe the scene above, but he was quietly looking at the situation of the disciples present. Occasionally, he nodded with a smile on his face. Sometimes, he shook his head and sighed. This great crisis seemed to have become a consideration for his disciples in his eyes. Only when someone completely collapsed and reached the extreme, he would quietly take action and knock the other person unconscious. Apart from that, he did nothing. As for the other person, it was naturally Li Su. The avenue above his head was indeed wonderful, and the scene inside was shocking enough. For a moment, he couldn't help but get lost. He wanted to take a closer look, wanted to record, wanted to learn, and wanted to swallow this Tao. However, the next second, he woke up. His soul, body, and the 7 supreme saints in the heavenly palace were all glowing, and there was a special power erupting. Even under this supreme avenue, there was still power overflowing, alerting him. This scene is indeed rare, and it is extremely stunning to most people. Watching it carefully will undoubtedly be of great benefit to the back road. At least you can know the great power of the Dalo realm. But it has no effect on him. Not only because of this power, once Lee Su advances to the Dalo realm, he can also show that with his supreme power of the 7 saints, the movement can be greater than that of the opponent, and it is more stunning. More importantly, this glow that seems to show the great Dao is just an imaginary one. It is the magnificence after its power is formed. There is only the destruction of the great Dao and the pure violent scene. Its skills in the way of the Dao are all covered under the purple bamboo, without any leakage. Of course, for those who cannot observe the trajectory of the great Dao, this is a rare scene. If you can keep a few points, your future achievements will be limitless. But for Lee Su, it is meaningless. He has the Dao interpretation, and has the Dao eyes that can analyze all the Dao magic, and can see through the essence of everything. To him, such a scene was like watching people demolishing a house. Maybe it was interesting at first, but when the excavator started pushing the wall back and forth, apart from feeling noisy, he felt nothing. At this moment, he was not shocked by the stunning scene. He just felt pain in his balls, teeth, stomach, and couldn't help cursing in his heart. Why? Because he was also vomiting blood, his 7 orifices were bleeding, his soul was shaking, and his heavenly palace was trembling. Of course, this was not caused by the scene. If it was like that, it would be fine. At least he would have gained something, and he didn't need to be too deliberate. But the problem was that he woke up too quickly, and the scene behind him couldn't attract him. With a guy who was obviously in a weird situation next to him, Lee Su naturally couldn't behave too differently and had to keep pace with everyone. Because he was very shocked and had to be greatly shocked. This is not easy to act. After all, there is a big difference between concussion and fake injury. This is not the kind of mortal who can spit blood, suppress it with skills, and lose color in the face. His body was excited, his soul was glowing, and the heavenly palace was shaking. This difficulty is not a little bit. What kind of situation is bleeding from all 7 orifices? Where does it start? Which positions are detonated? What kind of chain reaction is produced? In just a few seconds, in order to imitate this effect, Lee Su was really more tired than fighting with the red worms. After the flesh and blood, there is the soul. Fortunately, it is not as complicated as the flesh and blood, and does not require so many chain reactions, but it is not easy either. After all, his soul has the properties of flesh and blood. At this moment, he has to suppress this property. That feeling is like getting up at night and rushing to the toilet, but finding someone inside. The other party is his roommate, squatting to defecate, and his stomach is not good. He has constipation, usually in the body for at least half an hour, and the longest is an hour. Of course, this is not bad. The most fucked up thing is the shaking of the heavenly palace. Before changing to the thing that was rewarded with a guanine relic, it was nothing. It was relatively simple. When he was shaking it now, Lee Su discovered an astonishing fact. Not only was his heavenly palace more solid, but it was also very heavy. It was not just ordinary heavy, but the kind of dead heavy. It took a lot of effort to shake it, and it kept shaking. Therefore, when he found that the guy called the Master Uncle was waiting for everyone to harvest, and it would not be too late to take action, Lee Su's face turned green, and he was almost angry to death. In a few seconds, Lee Su really felt like a year. Finally, the ordinary immortals fainted, then the ordinary Taie, then the almost immortal myths, then the 10 fire extreme Taie, and then the more powerful immortal myths. When Khan King and the others could no longer bear it, Lee Su seemed to have won the lottery. He quickly aggravated his condition and finally welcomed the uncle's gaze and knocked him unconscious. For a while, the Dao Go Yuanshan far away in the long river of the world couldn't help crying with joy, and he was finally freed. Lee Su fainted, completely fainted. Of course, this was not an act. He directly fostered a trace of soul and flesh in the treasure Zhuanhuang Pagoda, and used the Xinhuo flag to completely cover up his own heavenly palace anomaly. If there was a problem, the Zhuanhuang Pagoda would immediately explode and take him away. It must be said that Tai mythology was quite resistant. He still gritted his teeth and refused to miss it. He was still trying his best to observe and capture, wanting to imprint this rare scene. The next second, the grand aura directly covered them. The aura of the uncle began to change amazingly, as if something was broken. His realm began to overlap layer by layer, rising continuously, breaking through the Tai limit all the way, and entering the Dalo Jinden. Since you didn't choose to escape at the first time, then stay. Hey ocean. Boom. With a loud bang, Luogia Mountain made a shocking noise, and an extremely terrible impact erupted. A moment later, Zizu with countless cracks on its body flashed. It directly pierced through the void, broke the blockade of the secret realm, and flew out of Luogia Mountain. Behind it, there was someone. The extremely large blood sword broke through the air, carrying infinite starlight, and chased after it. Figures, not just one, but multiple, all chased after it. Obviously, the powerful people from the great sects in the Dalo realm came to find it. The void was shaking continuously, and a huge reflection appeared in the sky. There were countless avenues intertwined and fighting madly in the narrow cracks of the world. As he passed by, he saw countless stars falling, and a terrifying scene formed in the narrow cracks. The withered world lost inside, the stars collapsed all the way. Bang, bang, bang. The terrible sound was ringing, and the intertwined power instantly spanned dozens or hundreds of world distances, and the walls of the worlds were smashed and trampled one after another. As the battle moved away, the corner that was broken due to the damage to the eye of the formation was shaking, and the broken world began to repair itself spontaneously. As expected of Guanyin Bodhisattva, one of the three great masters of the Western heavenly Buddhism, even the temple where she is located has the nature of eternal immortality. Even if the eye of the formation is destroyed, it can still be quickly restored. Facing this scene, the man from the heavenly palace who saved Li Su and others couldn't help but admire. He glanced around inexplicably, and after confirming that there was no one else in this space, he moved his body and did not continue to stay here, but directly led everyone out of the broken Luogia Mountain. This exploration is basically over. The best things are all in the Dalo realm. The appearance of Blood Sword Master and others, in addition to wanting to take down the purple bamboo, that obviously had problems. The Dalo realm should have collected almost everything. Not only that, the appearance of the purple bamboo also has a big problem. It destroyed the formation of Luogia Mountain. Even if it is repaired, I'm afraid that Luogia Mountain will fall into a state of silence and will not be opened in a short time. Asterisk 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 time passed. Li Su, who didn't know how long it had passed, moved his eyes and opened his eyes. Well, a strange ceiling. No, it should be a strange tent. After feeling the aura around them, they were brought out. At this moment, they should be in Jin's Hangshan. The Dao rhyme between heaven and earth is different. Ha. Li Su exhaled, sat up, and stretched hard. It became like this, and the matter of Luogia Mountain Dao Chang should be considered the end. There are quite a few auras outside. There are Hongjin and a few women, and old man Gongsun. I remember the scene conveyed by Zebao. In the end, it was Zhu Jianzhen and the others who chased after him, and I don't know if they caught him. If they caught him, it would be the best. If not, given his situation, once he is completely evil, the future will undoubtedly be very bad. The strength of Zizu is amazing. Its realm is extremely high, not comparable to ordinary Dalo realm. The avenue it shows is not just beautiful, but also perfect. If it is evil, it will undoubtedly be very bad. As if sensing the movement in the tent, Hongjin walked in directly. Seeing Li Su wake up, she couldn't help but show a touch of joy on her pretty face. Your Highness, you finally woke up. Li Su slept for a long time. Most of the people have woken up, but he is still asleep. If he hadn't been sure that his soul and body were fine, and he was just sleeping and resting, he would have taken people to the heavenly palace to question him. Yeah. Li Su nodded. How long have I been unconscious? 3 days. He actually slept for so long? Li Su was shocked. Although he was really unconscious and put his consciousness into deep sleep, he didn't expect to wake up after 3 full days. It seems that his consciousness was quite tired without him noticing. Think about it carefully. From the advancement of the golden elixir to the current heavenly immortal great perfection, He has been practicing all the time, especially in the flower and fruit mountain. He has been practicing almost day and night. Because of the Xia Kingdom's affairs, he has not relaxed for a second. Unconsciously, he has accumulated a lot of pressure. When he woke up at this moment, his heart was calm and relieved a lot. It seems that he needs to relax a little and rest for a while. After all, if you calculate it, the time he took to reach the perfection of the heavenly immortal is too short. Others have accumulated for hundreds or thousands of years. What about him? I won't mention the time outside, it's too short. It's only been 10 years in Huaguo Mountain, which is about 100 times compressed. Before coming to the myth world, I said I would give him 100 years, but now I haven't used even 1/10 of it. I'll slow down a bit. Thinking of this, Li Su asked curiously, what's going on in Luojia Mountain? Han Jin took a breath and told what happened in the past few days. After Zizhu broke through the array, Luojia Mountain began to repair itself and shrank directly, turning into the appearance that Li Su and Shen Shen saw before. And this time it was very thorough, self-sealed, and no one could enter for a short time. Originally, the Great Sect discussed taking it away directly, but found that this mountain was rooted here, and it was compatible with the theme of this world, the leaves of Jianmu. Unless this leaf was cut off, it could not be moved at all. For this reason, the Great Sect discussed and prepared to station here. Not only here, Tang Shandao was also cleaning it up. The fact that the casual cultivators living here had turned evil and attacked the disciples of the Great Sect was enough to attract attention. What's more, what happened in Luojia Mountain could not be ignored by the Great Sect. By the way, Han Jin also introduced Li Su to the things related to him. First, the person who used the first killing array was not found, as if he had disappeared. Second, the evil creatures that attacked them were also not found and disappeared. Third, the 3 guys who attracted the spirit of the stone statue and almost wiped out everyone. Sun Xiaodikang came back, but the other 2 guys disappeared. Sun Xiaodikang also explained that after teleporting in, it met the 2 guys who were breaking through the fog, opening the passage and heading deep. It just followed curiously. Although it caused trouble, it was just a monkey after all. What can you expect a monkey to understand? And no one died. The main part was taken by Li Su himself. After asking about the process, it was fine. Hearing this, Li Su's face was undoubtedly quite black. It was the other 2 guys, especially according to Sun Xiaodikang's introduction, who attracted attention. In the myth world, there is a thief who specializes in tomb robbing. He has the ability to break through the formation and barrier and has dug up many people's ancestral graves. After being exposed, he was hunted down crazily and disappeared for hundreds of years. I thought he died somewhere, but now I see that this bastard is still alive. As for the other guy, there are also speculations. Sun Xiaodikang said that he has multiple immortal weapons on him. According to his description, some of them are undoubtedly immortal weapons that were stolen from the immortal cultivation forces in the East region not long ago. He instantly thought of the famous Taoist Kang in the middle and lower regions, but because he did not provoke the big sect, it took him a long time to associate. The reason why these 2 guys are concerned is mainly because according to Sun Xiaodikang, they are not weak, very strong, and are at the top Tai realm, even involving myths. Above myths, it is not just talent that can be achieved, but also with corresponding inheritance. Both guys are at the Tai realm, and they had no reputation at all before. Where did they get their inheritance? After listening to Han Jin's story, Li Su's eyes couldn't help but twinkle. There were undoubtedly many things, such as Shen Shen's disappearance. After all, their agreement was not over yet. However, what really concerned him was the attitude of the Great Sect towards his original deity. The other party seemed to be unwilling to investigate further. For a moment, he couldn't help but think of the words of the cultivator in the heavenly court. The inheritors like them were sacrifices. It was necessary to ask Pangu Bana and the others. What did the so-called sacrifice mean? Chapter 582 You are a freak. Wait until late at night. I have to say that, if you ignore the danger here, the night in Jiaoshangshan is still quite beautiful. There are stars here, dotted with the sky, red, yellow, green, cyan, and purple. They twinkle, some places a little by little, and some places are like long rivers hanging in the air. Occasionally, you can see star rain falling, one after another, interweaving, extremely gorgeous. The sky is like this, and the earth is not willing to be lonely. The mountain, the stone, the water, and the tree are also different, surrounded by light, soft and delicate. They intersect with each other, and bloom in this night with a different kind of beauty. There are also various kinds of colorful lanterns floating here, like 100 flowers blooming. Some are long strips, some are round, and there are ellipses. From a certain angle, there is no doubt that they are equilateral triangles, and there are heart shapes, not the star of the five-pointed star, but the heart of the heart. If such a place is used for a tryst, it will undoubtedly become a legendary confession holy place, not only because of its beauty, but also because the success rate here is as high as 99%. Even if you are ugly, your partner will see you as a handsome man or a beautiful woman. Because all the objects that shine here are very unusual. They are some special bacteria. They spit out gases that relax your brain, make your thoughts drift, and make your nerves excited. Well, this is a very special biological poison that can enter the human brain through breathing and form special mycelium. Not only that, there are also special laws gathered inside that can infect the soul and corrode the spirit. Feeling something, Lisu reached out and patted the fluorescent grass under his butt. There was a thunder force surging out, forming a huge electric grid, which flashed out instantly. The grass within a radius of hundreds of meters was numbed by electricity. After being unable to move, he raised his head and looked at the large lantern that was slowly moving out not far away. The other party was startled and stopped in place, trying hard to illuminate himself, and moved his body away and returned to the original place. He rubbed his brows. Okay, the atmosphere is almost set. His sea of consciousness shook, and the Xinhuo flag was activated, igniting the flames, which fell on the Phantom of Pangubana. The Phantom of Pangubana shook slightly and consciously descended. With a hint of doubt in his tone, Pangubana looked at Lisu puzzledly. Lisu took a breath, and without knocking on the side, he threw a straight ball over. Uncle Master, before me, has anyone inherited the saint's skills? The Phantom of Pangubana shook, and it was obvious that this question stumped it. After a moment of silence, Pangubana spoke. Yes. Really? Lisu rubbed his brows. Although he was mentally prepared, after all, there was no need for the person in the heavenly court to lie. After all, he didn't know that he was mixed in with the disciples of the big sect. How many are there in front of me? There are dozens of them, all dead. Are they sacrificed? I think so. I think so. Before they come to see us, they have to pass through a place, but there are enemies there, and they are not strong enough, so they are sacrifices, which is correct. Lisu's face showed a look of realization. So that's it. If that's the case, he can understand why the myth world says that the descendants of the saints are sacrifices. They didn't pass the level, so they died in there. Without knowing the truth, it's not surprising that they are suspected of being sacrifices. He lowered his head and thought for a moment before saying, Uncle, can you ask what realm the strongest guy among those who went there is? The Phantom of Pangubana was obviously stunned for a moment, and then said, the strongest guy? The strongest has already achieved the Hunio and Dao. Hiss. Damn, isn't that a saint? Lisu took a breath of cold air. His face turned green. What kind of shit passage? Even a saint can't get through? He was beaten to death in it. Suddenly he remembered something, and couldn't help but widen his eyes, staring at Pangubana and said, wait a minute, Uncle Master, even the saints can't get through, and you want me to go in at Tai level? Is this to get killed? Pangubana said, you are asking about the strongest realm. There are 3 obstacles on that road, one for Tai, one for Daluo, and one for saints. Only by passing all of them can we reach where we are. So that's how it is, I said. It doesn't make sense for the saints to not get through, so let the Tai peak go. Those people should all be very strong, right? Lisu blinked and said cautiously, they should have practiced more than one saint's Taoism, right? He was ready to ask the bottom of it to see how talented he was. He hoped that it wouldn't be too bad. If he was at the bottom, this difficult task would be handed over to the next person to complete. He declined. Pangubana thought for a while. Very strong. For example, the saint. His talent is undoubtedly unique in the ages, born with strange phenomena, possessing the first of the 10 innate divine bodies in the 3 realms of the prehistoric world, the Hunio and Deo body. After starting to practice, he made rapid progress. 3 days to build the foundation, 10 days to become the golden elixir, 1 month to become the celestial being, 1 year to become the Tei, and 100 years to become the Daluo. In just 1,000 years, he had already cut off his corpse, and became the Hunioan of the righteous way. In addition to him, there are the eternal Deo body, the yin-yang Deo body, the supreme Deo body, the immortal Deo body, etc., all of which can be said to have unparalleled talents. For example, the eternal Deo body, which ranks second, is born sacred, born with Tei, and surrounded by immortality. Even if the universe is destroyed, his body will not be damaged. Then the supreme Deo body, which ranks 5th, is born as a king, invincible in realm, and can see through all the secret techniques of attack at a glance, and learn them in an instant, and is even stronger than creation itself. Even the immortal Deo body, which ranks 9th, is also surrounded by the avenue of the heaven, and is almost impossible to kill. Once he proves the Hunio and Deo, even if the heavenly Deo saint comes in person, he can only seal it, not kill it. After hearing Pangu Banner's words, Lee Su stood there in a daze, his eyes wide open, and he didn't know whether to say MMB or not. These Deo bodies sounded so noble, but it was obvious that he didn't have any. Fuck. In an instant, Lee Su, who had learned the 7 saints, and had 3 or 5 treasures in his hands, suddenly felt less attractive, and a sour smell came out from inside and outside. These Deo bodies. Lee Su took a breath. It was undoubtedly tempting to hear them. I wonder if he could also make one. Pangu Banner shook his head. Don't think about it. What is an 8 divine body? It is naturally brought from the mother's womb. It is basically impossible to acquire it later. The people who are born are undoubtedly born with great fortune. They must be blessed with great luck. The people with Hunio and Deo body are blessed with unparalleled luck. The moment he was born, the ground in his house cracked, golden light emerged, and gold grew. When he was 1 year old, a strange beast came out of the mountain, carrying the spiritual fruit that guarded for 1,000 years. In his life, he was blessed with opportunities and blessings. He was able to prove the Tao for 1,000 years, and this blessing also had a lot to do with it. Pangu Banner's expression was undoubtedly very implicit, but there was undoubtedly a meaning inside and out. Look in the mirror, then wash up, and go to bed. There are everything in the dream. Standing in place, Lee Su's scalp twitched. It was no longer sour, but he had a lemon in his mouth, and his face was full of wrinkles. If it weren't for the phantom of Pangu Banner in his mind, he could have just left. It was too annoying. This broken game can't be played. Standing in place, Lee Su was sad. Thinking back to the things he had gone through, and then thinking back to the situation of the Hunio and Deo body, his eyes almost spurted blood. He was stabbed in the heart by a full 100 swords, and it was so painful that he couldn't breathe. He wanted to slap himself in the face. Why was he so rude? What the hell was he asking? It was so uncomfortable. After a long time, Lee Su calmed himself down. Although it would still be very painful and life-threatening, he took a deep breath and made preparations and plans. He had to compare them, at least to understand the gap between the two sides, and then consider the way to attack. After all, geniuses have their own ways, and mortals have their own ways. He took a deep breath and said slowly, Uncle Master, what about me? I will compare the situation of the successes of the past generations. How about my talent? Pangu Banner heard this, and then fell silent. No, you say something. Silence. What does this mean? Lee Su was a little anxious. You can't come like this. Is my talent so bad? He is a man who has mastered the 7 Saints Daoism. He can kill Tei at the level of a celestial being, and can reach the existence of Daluo with one burst. He is a true celestial prodigy and a true legend. He is undoubtedly the kind that can be recorded in the history books. He couldn't help but recall the battles he had fought all the way. It was really not like him, Lee Su, who was standing upside down like a little cow. No one in the same level could fight him. This talent and this fighting power, even if it is not as good as that Laozi Daoist body, it should not be much worse. Could it be that that body is even more exaggerated than him? Can a celestial being beat Dallo? Lee Su took a breath. Uncle, do I have a bad talent? He asked very carefully, as if a weight was pressed on his heart. If Pangu Banner nodded, said 1 or 2 times, then the channel, go to hell. Pangu Banner's phantom thought for a while. Well, your talent? If it's you, you are a freak. So that's it, I'm a freak. Ugh. Lee Su nodded at first, and then realized something was wrong. He widened his eyes, and looked at his respected uncle fiercely. Uncle, I'm suing you. We are familiar with each other, but I will sue you for defamation if you say anything wrong. Pangu Banner ignored Lee Su. It thought for a while, pondered for a while, and then slowly said, you were not in my sight, and you were not the one I liked. As for the reason, it is also very simple. You are too ordinary, and this ordinary does not refer to the ordinary in the world of immortal cultivation, but even in the mortal world, martial arts can only be said to be mediocre and unremarkable. You have a bad root bone. Even if it is mortal martial arts, it should be extremely difficult to practice. It takes 3 to 5 years, and at most 2 or 3 months for some geniuses to practice hard. The soul is also very ordinary, extremely normal. Even if such a soul occasionally has a flash of inspiration, it should be in the category of normal people. From my observation, you are just a very ordinary person, with ordinary roots, comprehension, and even personality. However, even so, you have broken my imagination again and again. Mortal martial arts, you practiced it with ease, and your talent is no longer described as photographic memory and inference. It has directly entered the stage of turning decay into magic. If it weren't for the somewhat awkward feeling of combing that couldn't be covered, I would have suspected that you had been reborn in another body. This is not uncommon for mortal martial arts, but when I found you, you already possessed the supreme method of flesh and blood, and also inherited the shanking. The supreme saint of the heavenly Dao is the fruit of the mixed origin of the Dao, which is to prove the great Dao. Although there is a clear path, the difficulty of practicing is higher in theory. It is difficult for ordinary people to see its appearance, and geniuses can only get a glimpse of it. Only the real monsters can see the 50% or 60%. Even those who have the mixed origin of the Dao body can only learn 95%. But you have no taboos until the core and the root, directly forming the prototype of the supreme. If you were a saint, it would be fine. Although it can be said that there is only 1 in 10,000, and it has never happened in the ages, there are always 1 or 2 people in the world who transcend common sense. Although rare, it cannot be said that there is no one. As a result, you mastered all the 7 supreme saints, and even to the core, and entered the first of the Dao. Especially the methods of taking, and the Western saints. You haven't read the whole text, but you have realized the foundation of the Tao. This is simply unheard of, unseen, unbelievable, and even more unimaginable. This understanding can no longer be described as peerless. If there are 10 buckets of understanding in the world, you alone may account for more than 9 buckets. It's really weird. It's really a freak. Pangu Banner uttered almost the most words Lee Su had ever said since he got it. There was a strong sense of unbelievability in his tone. It was already possible to imagine what expression it would have if it had a human face. Originally, Lee Su, who had planned to clasp his fists and then say goodbye, was stunned in place. Although the theme of his words was puzzlement, confusion, and incredible, there was no doubt that this was a compliment. Pangu Banner, the treasure of Yuking Yuan Shishianzan, was so suspicious of life that it was unbelievable. He needed to be described as a freak. He was in a very bad mood. Lee Su, who was very sour, grinned and couldn't stop smiling. Admittedly, I don't have that Xianshan Dao body, but I have a system. With the bonus of the world book, my comprehension is 250. In this world, where 100% is already the limit, what does 250% feel like? For a moment, Lee Su felt relaxed, like a bowl of iced sour plum soup in the dog days of summer, refreshing from head to toe. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su stuffed his heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys that were hanging in his throat into his stomach. At this moment, Lee Su's eyes were shining, and the scenery around him inexplicably became more beautiful. The fluorescent grass under his buttocks looked so pleasing to the eye that he wanted to pick it up and kiss it. With such praise, Taeye's level is halfway stable. Yes, only halfway stable. Although Lee Soo was happy, he was not proud, because as Pangu Banner said, he was just an ordinary person with an ordinary state of mind and mentality. He could get to this point because he knew the plot in advance. So, he needed to be more stable at this moment. After the heavenly immortal realm is perfected and enlightenment begins, I will find an opportunity to go to the world fragment to improve myself and strive for another great perfection in breaking the limit. Twice in the martial arts realm, twice in the mana realm, twice in the divine power realm, and once in the golden elixir realm, so that's 7 times. If 9 is the limit, that means he still has 2 times left. It happens that the heavenly immortal and Taeye can each be used once. If he can reach the Dalo realm, he can at least take a walk on this 10th time. After thinking about it, Lee Soo stood up, patted his butt, and went back to rest. In the next 2 months, he will first perfect the heavenly immortal realm, and then talk about other things. Chapter 583 Kill. As he walked back, Lee Soo thought of something, and couldn't help asking, Uncle Master, are those people who inherited the legacy human beings outside the myth world? Yes. Pangu Banner responded directly. Lee Soo was a little surprised. Besides the myth world, are there other mortal worlds and human groups? Xia country had no records of this. Although the Black Domain had stopped developing because of the dispute with the demon race over the Earth Immortal realm, it had never heard of other human races since records began. No, there are only you. Pangu Banner did not continue to answer, but instead said, this content in this regard involves the truth, which you can only discover by yourself. Lee Soo was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he didn't expect to get such a question and answer. After all, the other party had told him the number of times they had appeared, even the realms of these people, and their amazing talents, but he had to discover their origins by himself. Looking back, when he first met Zhang Yan, Hong Jin and the others had said that the 3 religions had had contact with outsiders long ago. There had been some speculations before. After all, 1,000 years is a long time for mortals. Even in peacetime, it would probably take dozens of generations to pass through, not to mention the years of the Dark Age. The average life expectancy is no more than 35 years old, and there are many camps. It is not surprising that there is a gap. So, at first, he did not think deeply. Now it is different. The myth world says that there are people who have inherited the saints and come to the myth world, and there are more than one, but there have been hundreds of thousands of years, and all of these inheritors have superb talents, which is obviously not true. After thinking for a moment, Lee Soo blinked his eyes and said, is the truth on that road? Yes, I understand. Lee Soo nodded, and did not ask any more questions, and even did not bother about this question. As a time traveler, he also spent a lot of time struggling in society. Of course, the most important thing is that he read a lot of books in his spare time. It can't be said that he has read thousands of books, but he has basically memorized all kinds of routines. This so-called truth is nothing more than a few major elements. It is related to the main storyline. The content is quite cruel, perhaps it can be described as horrible, and it is definitely the kind that ordinary people can't stand. Once you know the inside story, you may collapse. And once you know it, there is no turning back. Thinking of this, Lee Soo couldn't help but be alert, and had a new understanding of that road. He re-identified it from the hell level difficulty, and determined it to the Shura nightmare level. When going to the Taeye realm, you must be at the Taeye super great perfection level, which means that you are only a piece of paper away from the Dalo realm. It is not a line of separation, but it is determined that Thresh can break through immediately as long as he is determined, and there will be no weakness or anemia in this process. It will directly soar into the sky. After all, as a person who has been through it, he knows very well that reality is not a novel. Because reality is much crueler than novels. In reality, 99% of people will not rise after being betrayed, because the other party will definitely kill you and force you to death, leaving you with nowhere to go. You can kill them by mistake, but you can't let them go. Don't even think about making a comeback. What awaits you is a fall to the bottom and you will never get up again. Most of those who are bullied can only swallow their anger, because the other party can really kill you if they want to, and you yourself have many concerns. Family is the first thing you think of, not the so-called 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. In fact, those novels have already explained the cruelty of reality, rebirth, grandpa, system, the seemingly passionate chapters. If you look at it from another angle, you will find an amazing fact. That is, if you want to turn over, you have to hold a miracle in your hand. Therefore, now that he has a miracle in his hand, what he needs to do, and what he can do, is to make this miracle bigger and bigger, so that it can crush the past. Then the so-called truth and the problems behind the truth will be solved. I still don't believe it. I studied the knowledge that can be admitted to Peking University, but I can't get 28 points. So no matter whether the truth is hell or purgatory, he will prepare at the sure nightmare level. If he can kill it in seconds, he will definitely not fight. It is not his character to just get the progress right. Otherwise, why doesn't he solve the problem of the demon clan when Tai can kill him? Take back the mortal world in the earthly immortal world. It's because he is not sure. After all, the chaos bell is on the side, and he has to prevent accidents. Lee Su doesn't want to experience such things as 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Now he still needs to improve his strength first, and after the Tai realm is perfected, he will ask Pangu Banner and make a decision after comparing the situation of the challenger in front. When Lee Su, who was planning to go in and rest, walked to his tent, he frowned slightly, and his eyes flickered. Is this the smell of blood? He turned his eyes and looked to the other side. That was where Han Jin and the others rested. From there, a faint smell of blood was floating gently. Is someone injured? Lee Su was a little confused. After all, he had just met Han Jin and the others during the day. No doubt the women looked very good at that time. After all, they did not face the enemy head-on in Luojia Mountain, but only used formations to fight. As for the other situation, where women have the smell of blood, if it is still normal in the mortal world, and they become immortals, especially after Tai, unless they are ready to give birth, and take the initiative, to call their aunt to come to visit. Otherwise the body of a heavenly man is already flawless, and there will be no inexplicable bleeding. After thinking about it, Lee Su went forward and planned to take a look at Han Jin and the others to confirm the situation. Before he approached their tent, he paused, and the strange color in his pupils became stronger. Formation. Outside the tents of the women, there was a formation, and it had already been activated. Soundproofing, warning, isolation. There were quite a few formations, 7 or 8 in total, and they even included breath holding and treatment. Lee Su frowned immediately, and a golden light appeared in his eyes, and he directly saw through it with his Taoist eyes. In an instant, everything about the formation, and even the situation in the tent, fell directly into his eyes. The 5 women were all inside, except for Huang Meng. The 4 women of Han Jin had injuries on their bodies, and they were seriously injured. It can be seen that the sky above their heads was unstable and the sea of consciousness was churning. Not only that, there was a fluctuating breath inside, and a strange force could be felt flowing. This should be a fight with someone and being injured. Looking at the arrangement of the formation, it was obviously not a short time, and the flow traces were more than a day. But it was obvious that Han Jin had appeared in front of him during the day, but he did not show any abnormality. Did someone take action to cover it up? The one who made the move that made him unable to detect it should probably be the grandson of the Guan family. What happened? The 3 days when he was in a coma? The Han Jin girls in the tent did not talk. The 4 of them were trying their best to heal their wounds. Only Huang Meng's cute little face was angry and worried. Although this little girl was at the Tai realm, she was innocent and straightforward, and she didn't care too much. If she had any thoughts or ideas, she would either say them directly or do them directly. But at this moment, she suppressed her emotions and said nothing. She was obviously in a bad mood. After standing outside the tent for a while, Lee Su turned his head and glanced at the place not far away, then walked out. The direction was the Heavenly Palace not far away. The Monkey Clan, the East Dragon Palace, and the Peacock Clan were all stationed there. Hang Jin not only did not tell him, but also arranged a formation outside the tent, and even had someone cover up the injury so that he could not see it, obviously not intending to tell him. Butler Gongsun should also know that he had woken up. Although he came to see him, he quickly went to deal with other things and had no intention of telling him. Not only that, he also asked him if he planned to leave, and if he wanted to leave, he would send someone to send him out. In this case, he did not plan to ask them. He was going to the Heavenly Palace, to the territory of the Monkey Clan, to ask the monkeys. He had a favor with them, so they would not hide it. Junior brother Yang Jun, are you awake? Before reaching the Heavenly Palace, someone found Li Su and walked towards him. It was the celestial fairy of the Heavenly Palace, who had entered the wonders of the Great Saint and the Flower Fruit Mountain with them before. His name was Chuzan. Seeing Li Su wake up, Chuzan breathed a sigh of relief. The elders of the Heavenly Palace were the ones who went in and led the people out. Everyone was awake, except the Taoist of GGLO who was still unconscious. Even if it was confirmed that the other party was just sleeping, and there was nothing wrong, as the only Taoist of GGLO, and his relationship with the saint was unclear, it was rumored that he was the Taoist of the teaching and the descendant of the saint. It would be a lie to say that he really had nothing in his heart. If something went wrong, it would be difficult to explain. Now seeing Li Su wake up, the other party couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Li Su nodded and was about to speak. Yang Jun? Are you Yang Jun? You've been hiding for so many days. I thought you'd run away, but you're still here. A voice suddenly interrupted. The tone was very arrogant, with a hint of barbarity. Yes Han, don't make trouble. Before Li Su could speak, the man from the heavenly court's face changed a little, and he spoke in a very unpleasant way. The other party ignored Chuzan and jumped in front of Li Su. He was tall and had a strong aura. There was arrogance and scrutiny in his eyes. He said coldly, "It was you who concealed your identity, used yourself as bait, and lured my uncle to take action, causing him to violate the rules, and causing him to die." Li Su was stunned. His uncle? Who? He is the 10th disciple of the Black Mountain sect and the nephew of the leader of the Shangming sect. Chuzan explained quickly at the side, and then said, "Yes Han. The matter has been concluded long ago. Your uncle violated the rules and deserved to be killed. Don't make trouble here." "Hey, Chuzan called you senior brother. Don't take yourself too seriously. The death of blood relatives is irreconcilable." Conclusion? What conclusion? Yes Han glanced at Chuzan grimly, then turned around and said, "My uncle didn't know the truth and was killed by you. I looked for you for several days, but you hid in your shell. I beat up several of your maids. I thought you would react, but you remained silent. Finally, I saw it today. I think you are prepared to do that kind of thing. Let me try your orange color, and prepare yourself. You will inevitably go through the life and death stage after this." As soon as the words fell, Yishan stretched out his hand and grabbed Li Su directly. His body was extremely huge, and the hand he stretched out changed with the distance. It was extremely huge, like a 5-finger mountain, pressing directly towards Li Su. There was a terrible fluctuation in the palm of his hand, forming a complete avenue, with 100,000 mountains inside, rolling and rolling, making a loud roar. As soon as the words fell, he took action directly. The man who came was extremely domineering. This time it didn't look like a competition, but a killing move. If he really got caught by him, even steel and iron bones would be ground into mud. Celestial myth, 13 fires, perfect. Moreover, ask the 7th level. Facing the other party's palm pressing down, Li Su did not react. At this moment, his thoughts were stunned by the content of the other party's words. Is this the guy who hit Han Jin and the others hard? After taking a breath gently into his lungs, Li Su slowly raised his head, and a red light flashed in his eyes. Regardless of the reason, if you want to fight, if you want a bloody battle, just find him. Why do you want to hit his people? Are you awesome? Li Su stretched out his hand and grabbed it. In an instant, all the Dao rhymes in the area were intercepted by him. The Dao method was extinguished, and the supernatural powers did not exist. The terrifying giant beast image that Yishan stretched out disappeared on the spot, and the 7 major Daos in his palm dimmed and were cut off by Li Su on the spot. That was the heaven-severing hand, which he cultivated to the surface of the domain. Although he could not completely cut off the Dao, because of his own realm, he could easily suppress it in the same realm at a close distance. After pinching the opponent's wrist, Li Su raised his foot and kicked. There were stars in his legs, more than dozens of them. That was the strongest physical body refining method of the mythical world, the star refining body art. This kick was really equivalent to dozens of stars falling down, which could destroy the world. A kick landed between Yishan's waist and abdomen, and the terrifying power exploded on the spot. Yishan's waist and abdomen were broken by Li Su's kick on the spot. With a horrifying scream, Yishan, who was extremely arrogant and powerful, and yelled for blood revenge, fainted on the spot, and was awakened by the pain the next second. This kick was really too hard. Of course, that's not the point. Although the Taoist magic in his body was clamped when he was kicked, and he didn't play his original power, he was still extremely powerful. The strongest part of the Black Mountain sect is the physical body, which is their pride. They have never lost in close combat. Among the 8 major sects, only the demon court fought head-on, and the others could only fight with Taoist magic at a distance. Yishan himself, even more fused multiple mountains in his body, each cell weighed tens of tons, and the strength was difficult to break even for divine weapons. It was like a world, indestructible, but was forcibly kicked off by Li Su. He vomited blood, and the sea of consciousness was vibrating. Half of his body was blown up, which was beyond imagination. The damage to him was equivalent to interrupting his Tao. His body glowed, and the Dao broke free from the suppression of the heaven-cutting hand, stopping his injuries from further expanding. Several Daos extended out, and rushed to the lower body, that was kicked away, entangled, pulled, and tried to recover. Who is Li Su? Once he takes action, he is cruel and ruthless, and never holds back. He pulled the opponent's arm with his left hand, and lifted it up. His right hand flashed the light of heaven cutting, and he grabbed the opponent's brain without hesitation. The heaven cutting domain erupted, and the power went directly into the opponent's brain, straight to the location of his heavenly palace, trying to pull out the opponent's Dao with bare hands. Hiss. Yishan was naturally terrified by this scene, and Shuzan, who was preparing to take action not far away, was even more frightened. The Ggo Daozi, who looked weak, really lacked any emotion when he took action. Stop! Or thunderous roar sounded, and someone rushed over. Although it was just a fight, the noise was very loud, especially the sound caused by the kick, which was really deafening, cracking rocks and piercing the air. It was as if the pillar of heaven was broken, causing a huge echo. The extremely powerful Laura instantly arrived in front of Li Su. His face turned cold, and there was a cold light in his eyes. There was a terrible murderous intention gathering, forming a pressure that enveloped Li Su's heart. Li Su frowned. This aura was very heavy. Tai couldn't give such pressure. His body seemed to be solidified. Is it the Dao realm? Forget it, who cares? He took a breath, and the next second, the sky-cutting hand burst out, covering himself, breaking off this pressure. Then he turned his eyes, and returned to Yishan. The hand that stopped, was directly grabbed at the other party's sea of consciousness again. Kill him first. Seeing this scene, the man's face changed. Obviously, he didn't expect that the other party could still move under the pressure of his murderous intention. Although this is not the immortal power method, it is just a simple will suppression. It all depends on whether the mind can bear it. The performance of the Ggo Daozi was a bit out of the ordinary. He went very deep into the mythology, which was very scary. The surface of the celestial being was very tricky. Looking at the hand that was about to take the disciple's life, the man's face turned blue, as if he had been slapped in the face. The pain made the veins in the corners of his eyes almost explode. His face was extremely difficult. He raised his head with his pupils spitting fire, but he had to speak coldly, "Blood Sword Master," before the life and death stage. The celestial myth cannot kill. Chapter 584, Beheaded. But that's not enough. TSK, shouldn't the Black Mountain lineage have bad brains? Why didn't they just take action this time? As the words fell, a figure appeared beside Li Su. He had a black scarf covering his eyes, and had a terrible sword intent. At this moment, he felt a little regretful that the other party had forced himself to hold back. just now. Even if his actions were a little excessive, he could have just gone down and started fighting. As a result, the other party looked very angry, but his rationality was online and he didn't cross that line. Looking at Lee Su, Blood Sword Master shook his head. Daozi can't be killed. Jaina and the others are safe, because they are protected by the rules. The other party took the initiative to provoke, and fighting like this is the limit. Lee Su was stunned and stopped his hand from falling. He had the confidence to dare to take action directly, because his own Daluo was also there. Although it would be best to kill all the enemies, since his own Daluo said so, he naturally couldn't continue to take action. Is that so? Alas, as expected, I was careless. Looking down at Yishan, whose face was pale, Lee Su sighed, and couldn't help showing a look of regret on his face. Blood Sword Master was startled. Sloppy. What does that mean? We should just barely fight to a draw. Lee Su left the man behind and muttered. When he left his camp, the other party immediately blocked him. It was obvious that he had been watching him, and he was ruthless, and had a deep hatred for Lee Su. This kind of person would naturally be killed immediately, both physically and spiritually. Otherwise, although he is not a big threat to him now, what about the future? Even if the probability is very low, 1 in a million, he cannot be let go. Lee Su's muttering was not loud, but the people present were not deaf, and they were all very sharp. Even Chuzan, who was dozens of meters away, could hear it clearly. Just barely fight to a draw. What does that mean? Wait a minute, Yishan said, just now that we should try our quality first, and we will have to go on the life and death stage. Thinking of this, many people suddenly said in their hearts, fuck it. If we really fight now, with Yishan's personality, he will definitely issue a life and death order. Once he goes up and explodes, he really deserves to be beaten to death. This is a ruthless person. Many disciples of the big sects who ran out because of the sound couldn't help but take a breath at this moment and were a little shocked. Personality determines everything. Many of them have seen Lee Su. The guy who looks kind and friendly is not ordinary ruthless. From the beginning to the end, he is going to beat people to death. This mentality is also very incredible. Don't provoke this kind of personality unless you are sure. Blood Sword Master couldn't help it and laughed directly. Good boy, you have a good personality, but you are indeed a little careless. Not far away, the Daluo realm of the Black Mountain sect had a black face at this moment, which was extremely ugly. He could still understand the connotation of this sentence. Without saying anything, he directly took Yishan's body into his palm. Yishan, this waste, is usually very crazy, but he didn't hold on to a single move, and was almost beaten to death. He had to go out, and even asked the Daluo realm of the G sect to go out, to save the life of his disciples. What do you think of this? Blood Sword Master was unorganized and said indifferently, Black Heavenly Master, was it your disciple who took action first? Just took the person away like this? Humph. Black Heavenly Master looked at Blood Sword Master coldly, raised his hand, and threw out a purple bamboo, grabbed Yishan and disappeared. Blood Sword Master, you are so proud now. I hope you can laugh later. Blood Sword Master smiled indifferently, without saying anything, stretched out his hand to roll the bamboo in his hand, and a terrible sword intent burst out, directly washing the surface of the body. After a while, a black breath appeared on the bamboo, full of ominous power. It's not a curse, it's just a breath, still so unpresentable, doing all kinds of dirty things. Blood Sword Master looked at the black air annihilated by his sword intent, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Unfortunately, a breath is something that will exist, as long as it is held, and it cannot be used as evidence at once. Of course, if it is really given directly to Lee Su, there will undoubtedly be considerable problems, which will form an impact and leave traces. After shaking his head, and making sure that there was nothing wrong with the purple bamboo, he said, it's a pity that this is not a life and death stage. It's better to kill it directly. After a moment, he threw the bamboo directly to Lee Su. It's 10,000 years old, which is considered compensation. The bamboo is okay. The treasures in Luogia Mountain, although only 10,000 years old, can be regarded as good things. They can be used to refine magic weapons. However, this thing has been influenced by Buddhism for many years, and has little blessing on Taoism. But you can go to the group of bald donkeys in the Buddhist sect. This thing is a treasure to them and is worth 1,000 gold. Direct exchange is also fine, or you can ask the sect to help, but if you go this way, you will be charged a 10% handling fee. Consider it yourself. After saying that, the blood sword master moved and disappeared. Lee Su couldn't help blinking his eyes when he caught the purple bamboo thrown over. Although he didn't kill the person, it was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. This bamboo is very good. The Buddhist meaning in it is amazing. There are Buddhist scriptures running through it. You can feel the true meaning of compassion, and the level is extremely high. Even if you don't refine it specifically, simply using this thing to attack the enemy will have a miraculous effect. The true meaning of mercy on it is very similar to the spirit of the stone statue that he fought before. It can transform into human Taoism and smooth out Taoism. Although it is different from the nature of the heaven cutting hand, the effect is similar. It is at the 10,000 year level. If you use this item against the enemy without any preparation, even if you are at the Tai realm, your Taoism and magical powers may be directly dissolved on the spot. If you encounter this suddenly in a war, it will really cost you your life. It is really good. Lee Su played with it for a while and put it away directly. It can be used as a means. Under the hidden body, the supreme chapter cannot be used casually. This item is just right. He also has Buddhist magical powers. Using the two major Buddhist methods to warm it up will have a miraculous effect. Your Highness. A voice sounded, and Han Jin and several women came out. After all, there was a lot of noise. Lee Su turned around and glanced at Han Jin and the others who were pale. They came in a hurry and had no chance to cover up their injuries. Compared with being in the tent, there is no doubt that the situation of several people at this moment is clearer. Before, it was only through Taoism capture and Tao analysis. Although it can be seen that the injuries are a bit serious, it is not clear. Looking at it now, I found that the injuries of several women may not be so serious, but the way they were injured was wrong. There was a slap mark on Han Jin's face, very deep, and her cheekbone was cracked. Zixin had a crack in her kneecap. Although it has recovered a lot, it is obvious that it was completely kicked to pieces before. Lua Luo's collarbone was broken, both sides, the kind of crushing, and her sternum was broken. There was Dao Yun entangled inside, and it was very slow to repair. And Qingming, her situation was the most serious. Her chest was completely pierced, and her clothes were faintly red. Her bones, lungs, and even her heart veins were seriously injured. The injury was not a problem, but the situation of the wound was that it was squeezed in little by little, and it was fixed by Dao Yun, distorting the original shape of the flesh and blood, making it difficult to repair. They were not simply injured, but were severely injured by the other party in an almost humiliating way. Although they were not beaten to death directly, kicking their bodies to break them was also a way for them to vent their anger, but now it seems that being cut in half is not enough. After sensing it, Lee Su suddenly asked, how many people from the heavenly immortal realm have come from Black Mountain? The girls were startled and stunned by the question. Coming here and seeing Lee Su suppressing the wild mountain, the girls were undoubtedly very excited, especially Huang Meng, who had wanted to eat him for a few days. Seeing him being cut in half by her own Taoist, she breathed a sigh of relief and showed a joyful look on her face. You bastard, this day has come too. Forget it, Senior Gongsun, please take care of them. Lee Su shook his head without any hesitation, jumped up, identified the direction, and rushed directly to the Black Mountain sect's camp. This guy, what does he want to do? Chuzan and others couldn't help but be startled, while Han Jin and the other girls widened their eyes and thought of a possibility. Not good. Huang Meng, go and ask Uncle Gongsun and the others. 10 miles away, just a blink of an eye. Arriving above their camp, Lee Su's immortal power was directly poured into his legs, and he fell down suddenly without hesitation. He stepped suddenly, and with a loud bang, the land of dozens of miles was in turmoil. He clasped his hands together and saluted, looking at the Black Mountain sect disciples rushing out of the camp. His killing intent exploded, rising into the sky, rolling up the clouds for thousands of miles, condensing thousands of miles of spiritual energy. Boom. 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 In an instant, with Lee Su as the center, the 10-mile land cracked, unable to withstand the pressure of his will. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su said indifferently, Yang Jian, the Taoist of G sect, Please teach me, brothers from the heavenly fairyland of Black Mountain Sect. Chapter 585. One-on-one fight is not possible, but we can fight together. Bastard. In the Black Mountain Sect, He Xianzhen, who had just brought Yishan back, had a black face on the spot. His vulture-like eyes were filled with murderous intent. He unconsciously exerted force on the hand that was holding Yishan, and with a snap, the bone broke. Yishan trembled, and his face turned blue with pain. He did not dare to howl. He could feel the anger hidden under the surface of He Xianzhen, especially the expression on his face. He had seen it many times, and every time he appeared, someone died. He was different in status, so he would not die, but at this critical moment, he did not dare to provoke him, for fear of being extremely angry and becoming a punching bag. The disciples of the Black Mountain Sect reacted quickly, and the celestial beings present rushed out of the camp directly. Although the battle between Li Su and Yishan was very noisy and happened too quickly, it was also far away from the Black Mountain Sect's station, and most of the disciples inside did not know what happened. The people of this sect have always been domineering, and they obviously could not tolerate being beaten up at their doorstep. The first disciple spoke in anger and rushed directly to Li Su, who was blocking the gate of the Black Mountain Sect with his momentum. "You rebellious fellow, I, Yashin, will fight you." The person who made the move was quite powerful and was at the great perfection of heavenly immortals and had reached the 9th level of the Way of the Dao. In terms of realm alone, he was undoubtedly higher than Yeshan, and his aura was very strong. He jumped up and turned into a large mountain. This mountain was extraordinary, with fairy clouds lingering in it, and all kinds of wonders flourished. The method of the Black Mountain Sect was to transform the mountain into the body, to cultivate the art of the human mountain, and the body could swallow everything, and become the treasure of heaven and earth. Once facing the enemy, the body could directly turn into a huge mountain to suppress the enemy. Of course, this method was not simple. The mountain was transformed into a mountain, and what was formed was not an ordinary mountain, but a famous sacred mountain. The highest realm can even transform into the legendary Shenshin Buzhao, the pillar of heaven and earth in ancient times, with unfathomable divine power. Even if it is the Dalo realm, it can be suppressed by a mountain, and it will not take a moment to crush it, crush the immortal glory, and grind the eternal meaning. This method seems simple, but it runs through the ability of one force to defeat 10 wisdoms. It is said that the Great Way is simple. Although it seems rough, it is undoubtedly very difficult to crack it. Seeing Yashin's move, many celestial disciples of the Black Mountain Sect took a breath, clenched their fists, and showed expectations on their faces. Among the celestial disciples this time, among those who came over, the strongest in the celestial realm is undoubtedly Yeshan, and then it will be Yashin. Undoubtedly, compared with Yeshan, Yashin is very serious. He went all out right from the start and directly showed his strongest attack, wanting to suppress Li Su in an instant, and show the prestige of the Black Mountain Sect. As for the fact that this GGO Taoist would be like this, he never thought that the other party took the initiative to come to provoke, was accidentally severely injured, or even killed. That can only be said to be deserved. Just like Yishan, Li Su's attack was ruthless, but not ruthless enough. If he had killed the opponent directly with the backhand instead of kicking the opponent's body first, the Black Mountain cult would not be able to say anything. After all, you attacked first, so you can't blame the opponent for being too strong, right? Facing Yashin's attack, Li Su's expression was very calm. Yashin's realm is indeed higher than Yishan's, but in terms of strength, there is no doubt that they are much worse. The level of the celestial immortal is not just about magical powers and Taoism, but the stars under the heavenly palace. The reason why the myths are so powerful is that when they practiced in the realm of celestial immortals, the stars would be thicker than the 10 fire celestial immortals. No, it should be said that they are much thicker. As for the reason, it is also very simple. The construction of the stars is not a high platform, and it is determined by how high it is. It is layer by layer outward, and each lower layer will inevitably cover the upper layer, which means that the second layer will undoubtedly be larger and more than the first layer. In terms of volume, it is basically twice the size of the upper layer. So how big is the gap between the 10 fire celestial immortals and the 9 fire celestial immortals? A full double. What about the 11th fire? It is undoubtedly 1 time the 10th fire and 4 times the 9th fire. And the most terrifying thing is that this gap is not simply in quantity, but in quality. To make a simple analogy, 2 worlds, one is twice the size of the other. What will happen when they collide? Perhaps the larger one will be damaged, but the smaller one will definitely be shattered. This situation is even more terrifying for the celestial being, which means that one is only broken by the Taoism, and the other is directly annihilated. So above the myth, even if it is only the 11th fire and the 10th fire, the gap will be very large. Basically, the gap of 1 fire already means that it is absolutely impossible to fight against it, and it will be crushed. This is why the great sect treats the disciples above the myth so well. Because once you step into the myth, it basically means that you can't touch it. There are too many things that need to make up for the gap. Too many, so many that it is unbelievable. Take Lee Su's fight with Yes-Han as an example. The other party is obviously at a higher level, but Lee Su's body was smashed by a blow. The reason is also very simple, that is, in terms of quality, he was crushed by Lee Su. It can be said that, if he had not reached the 8th level of the Way of the Tao, Lee Su's kick would have really killed him. After all, Lee Su was already a celestial being about to be perfected, the 21st level of the starry sky. Yi Shan's strength was not bad, above the 12th level of the fire, but it was undoubtedly a little bit worse than the 13th level of the fire. With the addition of the 7th level of the Way of the Tao, he finally made up a lot of the gap between the two. He was just kicked in pieces, not killed on the spot. Of course, this was also related to Lee Su's retention of strength, and not completely erupting. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, even if the Supreme Chapter was not used, there would be basically no one who could fight him at the level of the Celestial Immortal. Deep in his palm, Lee Su's immortal power shook, and he activated the starry body refining technique. An extremely round star immediately appeared on his palm. But the moment the star appeared, a huge gravitational force was formed, and a vast pressure appeared. Above the myth, the farther you go, the thicker the stars will be, and the more amazing the display of power will be. The star in Lee Su's hand at this moment was like a real star, pregnant with terrible power, with various rules intertwined inside. The pull was so great that it even affected the surrounding space, and caused incredible changes. This was not the power of Taoism, but Lee Su's own Taoism foundation, which transformed the star body refining technique itself. In an instant, not only did Yashan's face change, but the celestial beings in the Black Mountain sect who were watching also changed their faces. Even because of Lee Su's challenge, the faces of the disciples of the 8 major sects who came out to watch from afar changed. This, such heavy immortal power. Is the starry body refining art so strong? What a joke. If the starry body refining art had this much power, how could it be released for the public to practice? This terrifying weight is not the starry body refining art, but comes from the person who is practicing it. Hiss, Gigio Daozi, although I have heard rumors about him, saying that he is the descendant of a saint, with amazing talent, and that he has reached a very high level in the Golden Core realm, above the 14th fire, and even involves the 15th. Damn, is this the point? Huh. Didn't you find that the power of this Gigio Daozi is very perfect? The stars seem to be real. Is this something that can be achieved by the early or middle stage of the Celestial Immortal? This guy, I remember that it didn't take much time to break through to the Celestial Immortal. Even if the time in some treasure lands is wrong, but look at the aura on his body. Doesn't it look like a Celestial Immortal who has practiced for more than 1,000 years? Everyone was stunned, and their pupils couldn't help but shrink violently several times. There is undoubtedly some difference between a 1,000-year-old Celestial Immortal and a non-1,000-year-old Celestial Immortal. The aura on the body is very different, and there is a taste of time. The man in front of him looked very young. It was obvious that he had not spent much time in the realm of Heavenly Immortal. This was very scary. There was a difference between the cultivation of immortals and the cultivation of golden elixir. After the realm of Heavenly Immortal was perfected, he began to ask questions. The improvement of each fire of the golden elixir was a major breakthrough. But in fact, the time it took for Heavenly Immortal to perfect was much longer than that of the golden elixir. The construction of stars was very difficult. No, it should be said that it was not too difficult. The cultivation method of the Heavenly Palace furnace was actually similar to the smelting of metals in the mortal world. If you want to obtain high purity metals, you need to calcine repeatedly and refine them bit by bit. The breakthrough of each level can be said to be protracted and extremely difficult. Therefore, it takes a lot of time and energy. After all, the stars will be bigger than the previous level. How did he do it? The further you go above the myth, the more time you need to spend. The myth of the heavenly immortal is not powerful out of thin air. Maybe he is really close, or maybe he has reached the 15th fire. Someone suddenly spoke with a solemn face. There are 5 realms above mythology, and the improvement of each realm is a huge transformation, but the 15th fire is different. According to the records in the classics, people who reach the 15th fire will not transform, but will feed back, comprehensively improving the effects of the previous 4 breakthroughs, so that the foundation consumed by the breakthrough can be nourished. Therefore, the golden elixir that achieves the 15th fire will not reduce its cultivation when it reaches the level of heavenly immortal, but will be accelerated. Their heavenly palace is not only special, but also much more solid than that of ordinary heavenly immortals. Hiss. 15th fire? If so, the Black Mountain sect is afraid of losing face this time, losing an adult. Unless the guys of the Black Mountain sect's Feng generation come. Otherwise at the level of heavenly immortal, the Black Mountain sect disciples here in Jin's Hangshan will not be Li Su's opponent. It will be the same as that called Yashin. Li Su, take action. The stars rose in his hands and directly collided with the terrible mountain transformed by Yashin. Yashin did not retreat. Although his face changed greatly, there was no way to retreat at this moment. Once he retreated, he would not be seriously injured under the influence of the key, and he might even be killed. His face was fierce, the stars shook, the heavenly palace rang, and the power of the great way he had realized burst out, forming 9 ribbons covering the mountain. He let out a loud roar, and raised the mountain transformation technique to the extreme. 5 mountains. In the ancient times, the title of the first place undoubtedly belonged to Buzhou. But under Buzhou, there were also countless sacred mountains. For example, the Guanyin Taoist temple not far away, Pucholuojia. Then, there were also several sacred mountains that were also famous in the world. Among these sacred mountains, the most famous was undoubtedly the 5 mountains. Although they had disappeared after the ancient times, they were still magical. In particular, the 5 mountains corresponded to the 5 great emperors, which was even more amazing. The so-called 5 great emperors can refer to the 5 god emperors of the heavenly court and the 5 ghost emperors of the underworld. There is no doubt that among the mountain transformation techniques, it is an extremely powerful move, close to the top. Unless it is the legendary sacred mountain related to the saints, such as Zumi and Yuxu, these 5 mountains in the human world are the best. Boom. 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 In the mountain, the shadow flickered. 5 terrible scenes were generated. Although only a corner was obtained, it was only Yujun, but it still showed a huge change. The sacred mountain has spirits and masters. In the mountain, it seems that a god appeared and lowered his eyes. The mountain of Yashin became different, showing a terrible momentum, with supreme power falling all over the mountain. There was a rise and fall of the Tao, forming thousands of talismans, floating between the mountains, with glazed light, 7 color clouds, holy spirits, and great banks. In the blink of an eye, this method was raised to an incredible height, showing good fortune. Although he was not at the level of thousands of people to show the power of the 5 mountains, his realm was not enough, and his level of enlightenment was not enough. But this was already very powerful, beyond imagination, and it was considered to be over the line. In addition, he was a perfect celestial being, and asked about the height of the 9th realm. There is no doubt that with this move, he has used a power that exceeds his own level. With the realm of the 10 fire celestials, it is undoubtedly amazing to achieve this. Even Li Su, facing this scene, could not help showing a surprised look on his face, and could not help but say in his heart, not bad. The disciples of the Black Mountain sect are worthy of being disciples of the great sect. Thinking of this, he raised his palm and directly shot out the star. Although it was only a small one, when it was in his hand, when it left his palm, it really turned into an extremely huge star, with thousands of dioramas running through it, and terrible chapters shining, with a radius of nearly 100 feet. It was extremely huge and amazing. It directly faced the huge mountain that fell. Boom. With a loud bang, the two forces collided head-on without any buffer, and the terrible power continued to be born and destroyed inside. It made an amazing collision sound, forming a terrible sound barrier. Everything around, even the sound of the explosion, could not withstand it, and was annihilated and torn apart. The void was shaking, thunder was falling, flames were coming out of the heaven and earth, and the Deo was unstable. The power was undoubtedly powerful. But soon, the difference was distinguished. Lisu's stars were advancing steadily, but Yashin's sacred mountain was constantly shaking, trembling, and cracking. In terms of the 10 Fire Celestial Immortal, he was undoubtedly amazing, and could be called good. But that was always just the 10 Fire Celestial Immortal, not the Celestial Immortal myth. Black Mountain, who was above the 12 fires, was almost killed by Lisu in one move, let alone the 10 fires. Even if the Deo bonus was mentioned, it was undoubtedly impossible to make up for the huge gap in the star realm. With a thud, the sacred mountain cracked, unable to withstand the huge power of the stars, and thousands of runes inside exploded. The avenues were broken, and the phantom on the sacred mountain was directly crushed. Unable to hold on any longer, Yashin regained his human form, flew out with blood all over his body, and was shaken high by Lisu's star power, and then fell heavily in front of the Black Mountain cult's camp. His breath was weak and his face was pale. Just one move. The strongest immortal of the Black Mountain sect, except Jishan, was defeated. No, looking at the stars floating in front of Lisu, which were still filled with supreme destructive power, it was obvious that he held back and did not completely explode. Otherwise, with Yashin's strength, he would not even be qualified to make the opponent's magical power vibrate. In an instant, the disciples of the Black Mountain sect who were excited just now could not help but tremble all over. Their faces were extremely pale, and the more they understood Yashin's strength, the more they understood the meaning of this scene. The gap is too big. Not only the immortals, but even ordinary Tei couldn't help but turn blue and cold, and felt huge pressure. Only Tei mythology was calm, but his face was still very ugly, because the disciples here were no match for the immortals. Standing in place, Lisu raised his head, and continued to look towards the depths of the Black Mountain sect camp, and said calmly, Yang Jian, the Taoist disciple of G sect, please teach me. Senior brother Xiang Xianjing of Black Mountain sect. If you are afraid of a one-on-one fight, we can fight together. Chapter 586, Sealing the Mountain. If you are afraid of a one-on-one fight, why not go together? Lisu's words made the disciples of the Black Mountain sect so angry that they were emitting smoke from their bodies. Their blood was boiling, and their bodies were cracked by anger. Not only was they beaten up, but they were also looked down upon. This was definitely the first time for them as disciples of the Black Mountain sect. Although they were angry, the disciples of the heavenly immortal realm did not dare to move. The strength shown by Lisu was too amazing. A man like Yashin was beaten to death before he could even take a single move. If I, who was weaker than him, went up, the result would not be much different. The more people there are, the stronger they are. In the entire mythology world, only the G sect can do this. Although the Black Mountain sect also has the art of combined attack, especially the method of mountain transformation, it can also attack together. However, although this combined attack can enhance, it cannot form a transformation. Even if you use your life to fill it, it will not have any effect. This is just a temporary base. There are less than 100 heavenly immortals in the camp. There are not many with 10 fires. Most of them are at the limit of 9 fires. They are not even elites, but just menial disciples. Damn bastard. If my Black Mountain sect's Feng generation senior brother was here, how could he be so arrogant? A disciple's face turned green, and he couldn't help but speak. The disciples of the Black Mountain sect have given names. They are the Shan generation and the Feng generation. Although there are only 2, the meanings they represent are completely different. The Shan generation can obtain it after practicing the mountain transformation technique. The Feng generation is different. This is not only a special honor, but also a manifestation of strength. Even if it is a wild mountain above the myth, it is not qualified to obtain the Feng name. There is still something lacking, and it has not met the requirements. For the Feng generation disciples, being above the myth is just a prerequisite. If you want to get the name, you must complete the practice of the Shenshin method of the mountain transformation technique, and understand the strongest mystery of this method, the Bushao mountain. This is undoubtedly difficult. Talent, hard work, and opportunity are all indispensable. Once mastered, the improvement will be amazing, comparable to a fire. Being able to master it before reaching the Dalo realm is equivalent to a special limit breaking, which is similar to the 5-color divine light of the Peacock clan. Therefore, in the Black Mountain sect, there are very few people who can be given the name of Feng, and there are only a few people in the celestial realm. They are not here. They are either practicing in seclusion, or in a secret realm somewhere to improve their strength. By the way, where is Brother Yeshan? Even if the Feng generation brothers are not here, they still have Yeshan. Although the other party has not practiced for a long time, and has not mastered it, as a myth, he has crossed the realm of the 12 fires, and his strength is undoubtedly extremely powerful, far exceeding Yashan. Thinking of this, a group of people couldn't help but call out, "Have you seen Brother Yeshan?" "No." "Go find him quickly." By the way, the uncle and the others should have seen him, and they may have already notified him. Very good. When Brother Yeshan comes, I want to see if he can still be so arrogant. The celestial disciples of the Black Mountain sect kept talking, as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw. With a snap, in the palace of Heli Shianzan, the sound of bone fractures rang out again. The bones that Jishan had finally recovered were broken again. This time it was very thorough. Most of the bones in his body were broken. If it weren't for his inhuman physique, he would have died on the spot. His face was blue and his lips were white with pain. He was sweating profusely. His body couldn't help but tremble, and he didn't say a word. The palace was not far away, so he naturally heard the voices of his junior brothers. Therefore, his face was very green, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Are these bastards not happy that he didn't die fast enough? Are they adding fuel to the fire? However, to be honest, the strength of the GGO Daozi was completely beyond his expectations. He thought that the other party had just achieved the status of a celestial being not long ago, and his strength would not be too strong. As a perfect and 7th level Taoist, he should be able to take him down. But he didn't expect that the other party was so powerful that he kicked his body in pieces. Although there was a component of carelessness at his level, if he didn't have enough strength, he would not be able to seize the opportunity, even if it was in front of him. Therefore, he was extremely angry at first, but when the crisis of death came, he could not help but feel panic and fear. He was almost beaten to death. And after this contest, Yishan got to know the character of the Taoist of GGO. This person is very cruel. He is the kind of person who will kill anyone who is hostile, regardless of their identity or reason. Fortunately, it happened in public this time, and both sides had Dalo realms present. If he had encountered the same situation in another place, he would definitely die. Therefore, he was terrified and fortunate. However, no matter what he thought, Yishan did not even dare to look up at this moment, even though the aura of Heli Shianzan was extremely terrifying, crushing his bones and increasing his injuries. Apart from uncontrollable trembling, he did not make any extra movements. He did have a blood relationship with the leader of Shangming sect, and in terms of seniority, he had to call him uncle. However, talking about bloodline and feelings in the Black Mountain sect was tantamount to bullshit. The practice of Huashanshu alone explains too much. Once the practice is successful, people are no longer considered as people, so how can there be any family ties and blood ties? What's more, the person who killed the leader of Shangming sect was a saint of GGO. He is just a celestial being. How dare he cause trouble? The saint may not care, but if he causes the displeasure of GGO Dalo realm and secretly attacks, wouldn't he have died in vain? The reason why he did that, even attacking his maid, although the injury was not serious, but the method was very sinister and humiliating, was to force the other party to fight him, and someone instructed him. That's right, the person who instructed him was Heli Shianzan. Although he lost an uncle in the interests of Shangming sect, the loss was huge, but compared with He Xianzhen, it was undoubtedly a world of difference. The interests of the 5 levels of Shangming sect all belong to He Xianzhen. The loss is not hundreds of millions, but billions, tens of billions, and it is calculated by years. Cutting off someone's financial resources is undoubtedly worse than killing their parents for the people of the Black Mountain sect. Although the matter was instructed by Black Heavenly Venerable, Yishan did not dare to show any emotion. This master was notoriously ruthless and ruthless, lenient with himself, and strict with others. There are people with his bloodline in the Shangming sect, but since the Shangming sect was destroyed until now, he has never made any statement, as if the person who died was someone completely unrelated to him. Instead, after knowing that the Shangming sect's territory was taken over by the Ji sect, he crushed his beloved teacup. When he thought of this, Yishan couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling and sweating. Although he has the identity of a Taoist son, he is above the myth and has good talent. But if Black Heavenly Venerable really wants to kill him, he will kill him. Asterisk 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 obviously, at this moment, Black Heavenly Venerable's eyes are very cold, and there is fire burning in them. Although the matter was instructed by him, Li Su's behavior still made him extremely angry, and his murderous intent continued to grow. Yishan lost, and he lost. It's nothing. In fact, from the moment he instructed Yishan to take action, he had anticipated the possible situations. First of all, the reason for taking action. Of course, it was not what Yishan thought, because the loss of Shangming sect was already a loss, and it was caused by the saint of Jijio. Although he had hatred and anger in his heart, he would not remember a small shrimp in his heart and let people retaliate. This is too low level and too shallow. The real purpose of this time is to know the strength of this Taoist disciple of Jijio. As for the reason, it is naturally for the allocation of resources in the near future, that is, Luojia Mountain. Although it is currently self-sealed, it is not permanent, and although the test inheritance cannot be carried out, Luojia Mountain with special purple bamboo can still be entered. There is basically no limit in the Xiangxin period. The Tai realm will be suppressed, and the Daluo realm cannot enter it at all. Therefore, the people of the 8 major sects stayed. You know, there are many treasures in Luojia Mountain. Over hundreds of thousands of years, the purple bamboo alone has accumulated an unimaginable number. When they entered before, although they obtained a lot, it was only 1/10 or 1/12. There are 2 reasons for this. First, it was because of that evil bamboo. Its explosion was too amazing, and Luojia Mountain was its home ground. Under the sneak attack, they were exhausted and had little time to collect purple bamboo. Second, the time and the space where the Daluo realm was located was different from the outside. They entered and staged a battle until the Luojia Mountain array was pried open and the array was closed. In fact, not much time had passed. In terms of physical perception, it was only a few minutes. Even if the evil bamboo was removed, the other purple bamboos were almost integrated with Luojia Mountain. The older they were, the more solid they were, and the harder they were to pick. Purple bamboos over 100,000 years old were Daluo realm, and it was extremely troublesome to intercept them. Therefore, Luojia Mountain did not lose its appeal because of the seal. On the contrary, it is still like a huge gem, emitting a heartwarming brilliance. Before facing this problem, it was easy to solve. Just follow the usual distribution ratio, and everyone knows it. But now it is different. Jijio also has a Taoist son, and there are many rumors about him, and He Xianzhen has also heard about it. What is most concerning is that he may be the descendant of a saint, and he has gone very deep into the myth of the golden elixir period, with 14 fires, or even more. This is very unusual, which means that the fighting power of the Jijio Daozi may be very exceptional, and beyond the limit. Undoubtedly, this is also the case in reality. Although Yishan did not get the name of Feng, his strength is definitely not low. In the level of Xiangxin, the Shan generation is the first. He was defeated so simply and so easily, which means that the strength of the Jijio Daozi is indeed consistent with the rumors about him. Although he did not test the upper limit, he still achieved a lot of goals, and He Xianzhen was undoubtedly satisfied with this. But obviously, he did not expect that the other party would come to block the door and challenge him, which was tantamount to slapping him in the face. At this moment, the other families are probably laughing their bellies off. Thinking of this, the coldness in Henry Cheyenne-Zan's eyes became more and more sinister. As people live longer, they will care less and less, but there are also some things that will become more and more. For example, face. For an existence like Henry Cheyenne-Zan, apart from the saints, only a very small number of people in the entire mythology world can be on par with him. He has long been accustomed to being high and mighty, and not taking everything into consideration. How can he, who claims to be a god, tolerate such a loss of face? He is not a good person, and he will not abide by the so-called rules. In the short few minutes since Lisu came to provoke him, he has had the idea of killing the other party several times. The sword intent of GGO Blood Sword Master has been locked on him. Once he takes action, the other party will inevitably react. Moreover, even if he can really succeed, Dallo will attack the myth of the celestial fairy. He is not the fool of Shangming sect who uses his noble life to exchange for a mere ant. Henry Cheyenne-Zan's eyes turned cold, and he looked up and said, "When will Bifeng and the others arrive?" "My lord, the people have already set out, and are on the way. It will take a few more days." There was an echo, and a shadow appeared. The aura was at the Tai realm, but not above the myth. Black Heavenly Venerable took a deep breath. The coldness in his eyes faded, and he said lightly, "Go pick up that waste, pass the order, all disciples practice in seclusion, and be prepared." "Yes, Heavenly Venerable." The Tai bowed directly, and turned to leave. Because of the relationship with the evil creatures, the strong men who were brought were all dead. The rest, except for Yeshan, were just ordinary cultivators. Even if it was Tai facing the GGO Daozi, there was only one result, and that was to be beaten. Not being beaten was embarrassing, but beating was undoubtedly more embarrassing. Well, let you be proud for a while. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At this moment, outside, Lisu continued to ask for advice for a while, but there was no response on the top of the mountain. The faces of the immortals of the Black Mountain sect could be seen quite a lot, but they did not dare to leave at all. Finally, the Tai realm of the Black Mountain sect appeared. In an instant, the eyes of the immortal disciples of the Black Mountain sect suddenly lit up. He quickly flew down, and without waiting for Lisu to speak, he directly took up the severely injured Yashin and flew back, and then spoke under Lisu's rather stunned eyes. "All disciples of the Black Mountain sect, practice in seclusion immediately and be prepared." After saying that, he directly covered the top of the mountain with his immortal power, and sealed it off. Standing there, Lisu looked at the locked top of the mountain, and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch wildly. What the hell? The Black Mountain sect actually sealed the mountain? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587 is about to be completed. In the GGO camp, the Black Mountain sect closed the mountain, so Lisu naturally couldn't stay there. After waiting for a long time, he went back directly. After all, the mountain was closed, and he couldn't continue to fight. Facing Lisu's return, Huang Meng was undoubtedly the happiest among the 5 women. Her chubby face was cracked, full of excitement. These days, she had a very uncomfortable life. Except for her, all the sisters were injured. The most important thing was that the person who injured her sister was very arrogant. The waist that was broken by Lisu's kick before was also blocked by the Black Mountain sect. She was naturally happy. Han Jin's face showed a look of worry. Among the big sects, the Black Mountain sect, the Inner Ghost Gate, and the Demon Court were more evil, with sinister means and extremely vicious actions. Lisu's actions would undoubtedly be hated by the Black Mountain sect disciples, and they would definitely make trouble whenever they had the chance. However, touching her fair forehead, although Han Jin was very worried, she was undoubtedly a little happy in her heart. Lisu, who came back, gave each of them a blow on the head. As a maid who was beaten, she naturally had to look for her master, not to mention that the reason for the beating was Lisu herself. In the end, he had to go out and investigate. If he said it directly, Lisu would definitely beat Li Shan to death on the spot. The Black Mountain sect's Taoism is very unique. the flesh turns into a mountain, making it extremely difficult for him to die. Even though his waist was broken by Lee Su's absolute strength and the avenue was cracked, the injury was not serious. Although it looked a bit horrible at the time, it might recover faster than the injuries of the women. To deal with this sect, ordinary attacks, even if they can produce an effect, will greatly reduce the damage. The best way is undoubtedly to attack the divine consciousness. Unfortunately, he thought of this after kicking Yi Shan's flesh. Although he killed a lot of soul lights, it is obvious that if he directly confused the supreme power of the soul to launch an attack at that time, the result would undoubtedly be different. Even if he didn't die, he would lose most of his life. After returning to his tent, he confirmed that the injuries of the women were not serious and had begun to recover, and then he went into seclusion to practice. This time, he did not plan to move for the time being. He was ready to complete the realm of the celestial being in the 22nd level here. Although Lee Su's breakthrough limit was very high, and he could easily suppress the myth of the celestial being, and could easily control ordinary Tai, it would be very troublesome to face the Tai myth if he only used the upper grade immortal method, and he might even be unable to defeat it. After all, the realm gap was too big. In terms of combat power, it was roughly divided into 3 levels. Without using the supreme technique, it was better than ordinary Tai, but there was a certain distance between it and Tai myth, and there was no way to deal with it above 12 fires. Using the supreme technique, he could tie the myth Tai, and 12 or 13 fires would be fine. 14 fires would undoubtedly be very difficult. After all, there were too many realms higher, and even if he had the blessing of the 7 saints, it would be difficult to make up for the gap. As for the 15 fires, this realm is very different. Although he has only seen it once so far, the surface level is very powerful. He can also clearly feel that if the 14 fires Tai can fight against Daluo, the 15 fires is at the level of being able to kill Daluo. At present, Lee Su obviously cannot kill Daluo, even if he uses the supreme treasure. Of course, if there is a 15 fires Tai perfection, it will be difficult for him. The main reason is that the Daluo realm is very special. Even if Lee Su can cut through its defense, it is difficult to kill the opponent. The height difference in strength is too large. Of course, here we are talking about the ordinary Daluo realm within 10,000 years. If it is a surface level similar to the 9 old blood swords of Jijiro, it is better not to try. You will be beaten to death, even with the supreme treasure. Therefore, Lee Su intends to break through and become a heavenly immortal. His strength will definitely go to the next level. If he is asking for the way, even if he only uses the upper grade immortal method, not to mention the heavenly immortal, the Tai mythology can also touch it. If he adds the way, to ask for the way, unless the old Daluo realm comes out personally. Otherwise, it is difficult for anyone in the mythology world to directly threaten his life. He said he would retreat, and he did. Lee Su's heavenly palace was ablaze with fire, constantly burning the star crystals. A large amount of energy was extracted by him, flowing down and merging into his own stars. The remaining small amount of impurities was discharged underground by him through the ghost domain. This was a lot of energy, so he even opened up a huge hole to fill it. Although the star crystals look small, they were refined from a planet, and the amount of impurities inside was imaginable. More than 1 ton of black ash can be formed every second. If you let go of your cultivation, you can directly pile it up into a 100-meter peak in a day. He refined the star core very quickly. After the ancient heaven was integrated into him, the speed was almost several times faster than before, even more than 10 times. The stars that should have dropped a lot were quickly filled, and the last layer was quickly poured out and gradually formed. During this period, almost every time a layer was filled, Lee Su's body would vibrate slightly, and the gravity around him was changing. This was a sign that the star was about to take shape, and it began to show various anomalies like a real celestial body. Once he was completely completed, his body would be like a planet, surrounded by huge energy, forming a world. This can definitely be said to be a huge transformation. It is not just as simple as the increase in strength, but also the essence of life will undergo a thorough change. The beauty here is difficult to describe in words, and only those who are truly perfect will understand. Feeling the constant changes in his body, Lee Su himself is also looking forward to what kind of changes will occur after the celestial being is perfect. Time passed quickly. 1.5 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, it was very quiet. All the major sects stayed in their own camps, and the Black Mountain sect was still closed. They were all waiting for the arrival of the real core of their sect, the Xianjiao. The treasures in Luojia Mountain are not only of great significance, but also of amazing value. Even the 10,000-year-old purple bamboo that Lee Su got has great power, and it is said that this place is also a holy land of inheritance, so no one will choose to give up. As for joint development, it is naturally impossible. After all, the number of people who can enter at one time is limited, and only the surface level of celestial beings can enter. Tai will be suppressed if he enters. Don't look at the peacefulness between the big sects. There are many fights in secret. If it weren't for the evil sneak attack this time, the inheritance is mainly based on hunting relic beasts. If there is a need to fight, it will definitely be a bloody fight. The way and method of the big sects competition has also been learned from Han Jin's mouth these days. There are 12 months in a year. After 1 month for each person in the big sect, there are still 3 months left. The fight is for these 3 months. This is not the result of discussion, but the decision of the saints sitting down. Since you are practicing, you have to fight against the sky, the earth, and people. Peace can't raise strong people, only fighting can. Therefore, if you want such a secret realm or treasure land, you usually develop it together, but you will take some time out separately. Let the disciples fight, and obtain. This time, it was very different, because the Ghost Gate did not participate. First of all, they were not there when Luojia Mountain was discovered, and then the things of the Buddhist sect were not important to the Ghost Gate. Therefore, the time was changed from the original 3 months to 4 months. You ask if the Eastern and Western Chan sects are not one sect, why are they two? First of all, in nature, they are similar to the Heavenly Court and the Demon Court, but they are different from the other party's situation, that they are not the same part at the source. Of course, this is actually nonsense. As for why, it is naturally because the Eastern and Western Chan sects have a saint. Back to the 4-month distribution. This time the 7 sects and 8 parties are fighting for this. According to the rules set by the saint, the participants will be distributed according to their merits. For example, if the celestial immortal comes out to fight and wins, the treasures produced in this month will be worth 5 layers and belong to the contender. For a whole month, the output of 5 layers, 1 person gets it, and it is like this every year. What does that mean? It is equivalent to tens of millions of red gold every year, which is constantly obtained. For this, let alone a bloody fight, even if the brain is splattered all over the ground, I'm afraid they will not hesitate. The Black Mountain sect attacked Lee Su because he was the only myth of the G sect, and others naturally wanted to find out his specific strength to see if they could target him. Now, people from other major sects are already on the way. People from the nearest East region sect have already entered Tangshan Road and are rushing over. However, because the time here in Jiaohangshan is not consistent with that outside, Lee Su's 1.5 months of practice here is only about 1.5 days outside. According to Han Jin's information, the Buddhist sect should come the latest, and it will take about 3 days, which means that he still has about 3 months to practice. There is basically no problem with the perfection of the celestial immortal, but it is a pity that there are Dalo realm cultivators here, so it is not easy to take out the world fragments to enter. Otherwise it would be enough for Lee Su to enter the world fragments to obtain resources. Your Highness. Han Jin's voice sounded outside. Sun Xiaokang of the Spirit Monkey Clan wants to meet your Highness. Do you want to meet him, Sun Xiaokang? Lee Su's eyes jumped, and in an instant, the scene of being chased by the spirit of the stone statue emerged in his mind, and then extended to Shen Shen's damp fat face. After thinking about it, Lee Su did not refuse, and said directly, let it in. After a while, a little monkey walked in. The little monkey was very special. At this moment, it wrapped itself tightly, wearing layer after layer, covering its face, revealing only its smart eyes. The moment he saw the other party, Lee Su almost laughed out loud. Even if it was wrapped well, how could clothes block Lee Su's sight, and he could see through the other party in an instant. Its hair was gone. The whole monkey was bald. There was golden light on its body and on its chest. Buddhist texts were formed, showing the Buddha's intention. This spell was very special, without lethality, only one effect, and it carried an obvious message, that is, tonsure. I remember that the spirit of the stone statue was furious and hit 3 palms at the end. Obviously, the Buddhist text on Sun Sayadakan at this moment was the effect of one of the palms. I don't know how Shenshin and the other 2 are doing. Looking at the miserable Sun Sayadakan, I don't think they are doing well either. Sun Sayadakan was extremely ashamed. He knew that his clothes couldn't cover up his situation, but he didn't leave. He snorted, Khan asked me to bring you some news. Lee Su's eyes flickered. Khan? That guy? I thought he had just run away to avoid the big sect, but I didn't expect him to let the little monkey pass on the message to him. Really, Sayadakan Daoist friend, what's the news? Chapter 588 Breakthrough. A week later outside, Lee Su sat in the same place. This time was very interesting. Now it was exactly 2 days outside, plus it would take almost 3 days for all to arrive, so this week was just right. As for Sun Sayadakan, who had just delivered the information, he slipped away like his, but was on fire. The physical condition made him very uncomfortable and extremely uncomfortable. He had to go back quickly to wash off the Buddha's intention. Seeing Sun Sayadakan's embarrassed appearance, Lee Su was a little curious. He didn't know what would happen to Shenshin and the other 2. He didn't move either and continued to retreat. The 22nd level of the star has been completed by 80%, and it should be completely perfect in about half a month at the latest. He continued to practice, and the movement of his body became louder and louder. The fluctuations of the spatial rules around him became more and more obvious, and the gravity gradually distorted, and all objects were gradually pulled by him. This suction force is very strong, and the closer you get to him, the stronger it is. Once ordinary matter gets close, it will gradually shatter and be destroyed by the special position in his body. Although Lee Su reacted quickly and suppressed the strange phenomenon, it still alarmed many people, and Han Jin and several women rushed over at the first time. After seeing Lee Su's situation, the girls could not help but be shocked. They had experienced this phenomenon before. It was a sign that the celestial immortal was about to be perfected, and the stars would be completely formed. It had only been about a year since Lee Su broke through the golden core and became a celestial immortal. How could he have perfected the stars so quickly? This was undoubtedly incredible and quite shocking. You know, the further you go in the golden core layer, the longer it will take to reach this stage of celestial immortal. This is not something that can be solved by resources alone. They were at the 10 fire limits. When they were celestial immortals, it took them nearly 100 years to complete the accumulation. As a result, Lee Su, as a myth, even if you add the years in the Flower and Fruit Mountain Wonder, it has only been more than 10 years. How could he complete the accumulation so quickly? The girls were shocked, but they also acted quickly, directly arranging the formation to suppress Lee Su's camp. Lee Su's situation was naturally known to the Blood Sword Master and the others. After all, he was in the Dalo realm, and he was still captured even at a certain distance. Is this the star core perfected? Is it going to form a world? Blood Sword Master was a little surprised. After all, the last time they met, this boy had just become a celestial being. How long has it been? And he has already perfected it? This kid, isn't he eager for success? He frowned slightly, with a puzzled tone. On the side, Emperor Zun felt it, and shook his head directly. His aura realm is very stable, and the power of the star core is also very full. It is not a random breakthrough. That's strange. The speed of the breakthrough is really too amazing. Riding Kunpeng to travel is not so exaggerated. Personal fate, or a strange encounter, isn't it the same in the heavenly court? Emperor Zun was calm. The mythological world is so big that there will always be some unexpected things. Even if he has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, he dare not say that he has seen all the wonders in the world. Every once in a while, there will always be something new to correct his 3 views. For example, Yang Zuankang in the heavenly court made his already calm heart fluctuate like waves hitting the shore. The Dalo Emperor, who had been in the business for hundreds of thousands of years, had seen no less than hundreds of millions of cultivators and more than 1 million geniuses and bewildered. He thought that, no matter how amazing he was just like this. As a result, he was almost exposed by Yang Zuankang's shot. He was only at the Tai realm, but he actually pierced through the world's sky. The power of a shot swept across several realms, reversed time, and disrupted cause and effect. Even those who had accumulated invincible Daluo for countless years could not help but feel palpitations. Whenever he thought of the scene of the other party fighting 3 Lewis with a single gun, he could not help but have a myocardial infarction for a while, and felt so uncomfortable. What he had spent his years, and spent 100,000 years to achieve, the other party was only at the Tai realm, and he did it after only 1,000 years of practice. It must be said that sometimes the heaven is really cruel. He was obviously at the top of the world, but he was still like an ordinary person, and his self-esteem was hit by other people's children. I heard that he is preparing to break through. Blood Sword Master thought of something and said something. In an instant, the atmosphere in the tent was silent, and it felt quite suffocating. 100 years of celestial being, or 1,000 years of Tai, and 10,000 years of Daluo. This time is basically a fixed number, and the better the talent, the longer it takes. What about Yang Zuankang? He has been practicing for only 1,000 years, but he is actually preparing to break through Tai and achieve the position of Daluo. This is really not metaphysical. If this guy is very weak, it would be fine, but the problem is that he is not weak. No, on the contrary, it should be said that he is frighteningly strong, and Daluo feels huge pressure. As a result, he broke through so quickly. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't the opponent be a 1,000-year-old celestial being, 10,000-year-old Tai, and 100,000 years to achieve the state of Daluo? Recalling the years of their own glory and the hardships they endured, the 2 Daluo felt choked up and uncomfortable for a while. Looking at each other tacitly, the 2 elders gave up discussing the issue of talent practice and returned to Li Su. Blood Sword Zun said, "Let Gongsun go. I'm afraid that the formation set up by Honja and the others can't suppress the movement of advancement. The celestial being is perfect, and the movement is not small. Once completed, it is equivalent to forming a celestial body. Even if it is not the kind of outer heaven, it will make a lot of noise. With Li Su's talent, this star is estimated to be not small. It will be several times or even dozens of times the size of an ordinary celestial star core. HMM. Emperor Zun also nodded. You say, how big will the light of this child's star be? Since it is a star, there will naturally be light. According to the different levels, the brightness of the light is also different. The lowest level of celestial immortals is 100 feet, then 1,000 feet, and 10,000 feet. Below the 10 fires, the highest is 1,000 feet. Above the 10 fires, 10,000 feet is the top. Naturally, it will be 1,000 feet of brilliant light, shining brightly. Blood Sword Zun was very direct. There was no need to guess. It was rumored that this child had gone to a very deep level of the Jiandan realm, exceeding the 14 fires, and there was no doubt that he showed the same. Kicked off the body of Yishan, who was above the 12 fires in the 7th level of the Black Mountain sect, and explained a lot of problems. Emperor Zun glanced at Blood Sword Zun. Isn't this nonsense? Above the 10 fires, the stars are magical, and naturally they shine endlessly, showing a dazzling brilliance. Need I say more? With the talent shown by Daozi, a brilliance of 10,000 feet is the foundation of the foundation. This is not difficult, nor is it special. After all, after reaching the Daluo realm, you can cultivate again, and become like this. For example, the 2 of them have practiced for hundreds of thousands of years. Isn't it just polishing and carving day and night? Now there are countless stars in the universe in his body, reflecting the brilliance and shining extremely brightly. What he wants to talk about now is not the brilliance of 10,000 feet, but whether the stars will transform, form a wonder, and interweave magnificent beauty. That is the real transformation. Blood Sword Venerable did not speak. His eyes were dim. He naturally understood what Emperor Venerable meant, but he did not speak, mainly because this matter was very bad. He was cheated 1,000 years ago, and not only did he lose his underwear, but he was also laughed at for a long time. After all, it was still that child in the heavenly court, which was really hateful. What a shit talent. Do you want to live? Others have 10,000 feet, and he also has 10,000 feet. Others only have 1 or 2 levels of wonders at most, but what about him? 5 levels, which is terrifying. Looking at the history of the mythology world, this scene can be said to be unique in the ages, and it only happens once in hundreds of thousands of years. Of course, he was also cheated. He bet that there would be at most 3 levels of wonders, no more. As a result, he was slapped when the 4th level appeared, and 2 slaps when the 5th level appeared. There was no injury on his body, but in his heart, it was like a knife stabbing his heart, and blood was flowing. The things he lost didn't matter, but the main thing was the look in his master's eyes when he looked at him. He couldn't forget it for more than 10 years. The emperor was startled, and immediately remembered the old story. He almost grinned, but he held back. After all, after hundreds of thousands of years of cultivating ki, even a pig would be calm and relaxed, let alone a cultivator like him. However, thinking of this, the emperor couldn't help but have a toothache. When he broke through that year, there was a huge commotion. Without covering it up, it was displayed in front of the whole world. The fivefold vision appeared. The other major sects, from Dalo to Foundation Building, had stomach chachas and their Deo hearts almost broke. Thinking back to that era, it was really a personal show of that kid. Everyone was a star, and he, hey-oh-I-oo. Damn it. Emperor frowned. Although he didn't fall into the trap at that time, he was still uncomfortable. Their generation didn't know that about the myth. They were all walking to the limit. Dalo was raised, although it has been sublimated now. But when it comes to the cards, it's really a race between Kunpeng and ordinary turtles, and they disappeared in the blink of an eye. He is really everywhere. The most hateful thing is that this little monster has a pure mind and a childlike heart. He doesn't have the smugness of a genius and a demon. He is very humble, which makes it uncomfortable. I want to find something to beat him, but I can't do it. Sure enough, what Shazan said was right. This kid, if you cut it with a knife, you will find that the cute appearance is all black inside. The words that had just started were stuck in their throats, and they couldn't continue the conversation. After all, with that bastard kid in front, in a sense, his glory overshadowed the ages. Since then, although there have been geniuses and monsters from time to time, they are still not as good as him, and they are thousands of miles behind. Master has a different view of this kid. His aptitude should be extraordinary. He has been involved in the mythology very deeply. I estimate that he should have at least 1 level of wonders. Emperor Zun thought about it. After all, he is a disciple of Gigio and a family member. He should also pay attention to his transformation. As an elder, commenting on him is one of the few hobbies they have lived to this day. Bloodsword Zun nodded, not mentioning the past, not guessing the details, and talking about it today. Usually 13 fires can produce 1 level, and his shallowest is 14, so he should have 2 levels of wonders. The more wonders of the celestial beings, the better. That is a privilege only available above the mythology, and it is also a benchmark. The more wonders there are, it is not just as simple as potential talent. The doorway inside is not simple. This wonder will change dramatically when it reaches the Tai realm, showing its sacredness, and will be integrated into the immortal power, forming the supreme powerlessness. Why is Yang Zuankang so powerful? Tai kills a Dalo below 10,000 years old, just like killing a chicken. It is because of this vision, which can be said to be the fruit of the Tao, or the Great Dao, which contains the magic, and has unpredictable divine power. Yang Zuankang made a strike, and the 5-layer vision locked the cause and effect, locked the existence, locked the past, and locked the future. Its angle is so tricky that once it targets you, you can't escape, and it will form a must-hit effect. And his realm is extremely high, and must-hit is equivalent to must-die. Therefore, since he reached the Tai realm and successfully killed the Dalo realm once, no one dared to challenge him for hundreds of years. The 2 kept talking, and they didn't mention Yang Zuankang, the monster, because it was too bad. If that kid hadn't come out like that, now no matter what, he would have to suppress the improvement of his own Taoist son, show his face, and let the outsiders see that I have a genius in Gigio. Now, with the 5th level of strange phenomena in front of us, it is better to keep a low profile. Otherwise, being compared with others will not only make us lose face, but also make us feel uncomfortable. After all, no matter how talented our own Daozi is, that kind of strange phenomenon is at most 1 or 2 levels, at most 3 levels. In the past 100,000 years, there have been a few 3-level strange phenomena. As for the 5th level, it is obviously a mountain, the kind that can crush people to death. Now that we can't show it, we will hide it, and not let people outside know the specific situation of the Daozi of GGO. Outside, Gongsun got the rumor, and rushed over immediately. Seeing the housekeeper coming, Hangjin and the other women were shocked. They didn't know the formation, suppressing the movement, and making it quiet, which was originally intended to isolate the breath first, and then notify. The women knew the situation of their own Daozi very well. They were going to notify after the formation was completed, but they didn't expect him to come directly. Gongsun arrived at the scene without hesitation. He performed again outside the women, using his supreme magical power, to perform a large formation to form a barrier, completely isolating the place where Li Su was. By the way, senior brother, should we notify the disciples to come and watch? Gongsun suddenly spoke up, after finishing the work at hand, and thinking of something. The perfection of the celestial being is not ordinary. The moment its world is formed, a special landscape will be formed, with a world structure. The better the talent, the stronger this landscape will naturally be, and the greater the impact it will bring, which will be of great help to future practice. Even if they have achieved the perfection of the celestial being, or even the Tai realm, it is still rare for them. If they can have some enlightenment, and reflect it on their own Dao fruit, it can undoubtedly be said to be a bit of an adventure. Emperor Zun nodded, and directly transmitted the voice. Okay. There are not many geniuses in the GGO disciples, mainly because the sect itself does not pay attention to that. It is more of a free-range breeding for the disciples, and the methods they pass on are also simple, all the way to Daluo. As long as you break through, the lack of the previous ones will be supplemented by the later ones. After all, at the level of Daluo, there are not many other things, only time. It is really not easy to live to the end, it is too long. And if the strength is improved during this period, this lifespan can be increased. That was the right time and opportunity to truly practice and start over. Soon, the disciples of GGO were called over. There were quite a few of them, more than 300 people, and most of them had entered Luojia Mountain not long ago, and had benefited from Li Su. After hearing the notice, even if they were in seclusion, they came out immediately. His Highness Daozi's celestial perfection was no small matter. Many people in Luojia Mountain had seen Daozi take action with their own eyes. He killed a 10,000 level relic beast with one punch, and obtained a full 3 million relic fragments in less than a day. This kind of breakthrough of a genius is definitely not ordinary. Standing outside the formation, everyone held their breath, and waited for Li Su to break through the barrier. In the tent, as Hangjin and the other women arranged the formation, Li Su felt it, and confirmed that he would not be affected by others, if he continued to break through. With the help of GGO to cover it up, his mind sank directly into the depths, completely integrated into the sea of consciousness, controlling his own heavenly palace, and completing the last level of his celestial realm, the 22nd level. Finally, after 2 hours of continuous burning by the heavenly fire, his star core was completely complete, and formed a world. Boom. There was a sound, as if cheering, as if celebrating a new life. Li Su's body shook, and a vast force exploded in his body, shining with the most dazzling light. With a bang, the formation set up by Hangjin and the other girls was directly shattered. The next second, his camp turned into ashes, and a huge force continued to explode in his body. A world was taking shape, growing out, and appearing. The Blood Sword Lord and the Emperor, who were quietly observing, were startled, and Gongsun's face couldn't help but change. His barrier was impacted, and the pressure was extremely huge, as if there was really an extremely real world inside. This. Chapter 589, Quadruple Vision. At the moment, when the star was formed, an unprecedented vibration occurred. It was not just a sphere of energy, but also the gathering and condensation of Li Su's own Dao fruit. Every bit of the star itself was forged by him from his heavenly palace. Perhaps he practiced very quickly, but the foundation of the Dao itself had been hammered for thousands of years, and endured endless forging. All the energy was filled with his traces, confirming his Deo path. The star core was shaking. The world was ringing. In the huge star core, there was light, extremely bright light, infinite light. Boom. Or thunderous sound was the leap of life and the interpretation of fate. Lee Su's body began to burst out with light. He himself turned into a huge star with a diameter of 10,000 feet. No, it was a brilliance that could illuminate the whole world. The sun. In an instant, hundreds of disciples, dozens of Taii, and 3 Daluo in the entire GGO camp could not help but be shaken. The GGO Daozi, who was blocked by the formation, turned into a huge sun in the sky, which cast light on the earth and drove away the night. The sun was rising, and the rays of light were numerous. In the huge brilliance, that was almost blinding, another color appeared inexplicably, shaped like fog, purple in the sky, and lingering, covering the extreme light, forming a purple wonder. A strange phenomenon, purple air filling the primordial universe. Facing this scene, the 3 Daluo realm monks, Gongsun Guanjia, Zhu Jianzun, and Izan, were stunned at the same time, and couldn't help showing surprise on their faces, shocked by the scene. Something is wrong. This is wrong. This is too wrong. The 3 were extremely shocked and surprised, because it was too fast. Too fast. There are several stages in the perfection of the celestial immortals and the creation of the stars. At this moment, it is obvious that it is only the first stage, the initial formation. Then it will be in the air, then it will be transformed, and then it will take shape. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the appearance of strange phenomena should be after the formation, when the Deo fruit inside the star core world is complete, reflecting the creation, and showing the sacredness. Lee Su is just in the initial stage of the star formation. How can strange phenomena appear? This is too fast and too amazing. For a moment, even the Blood Sword Master and the Emperor Master couldn't help but lose their composure, and couldn't believe it. It was like this at the beginning. What about the future? Moreover, the most important thing is that this kind of scenery is not the first time they have seen it. They have had such an experience before, although some unbearable things happened that time, so they still remember it, and feel very uncomfortable. The 2 looked at each other in shock, and their pupils showed an extremely strange color. Could it be? While they were shocked here, Lee Su sighed. The heavenly immortal perfection was still moving forward steadily, heading towards perfection. He was covered by the stars little by little, his body began to soar, and the power unique to the stars began to erupt. Gravity. As a celestial body, it is filled with huge and unparalleled power. Although its energy flows inside, everything outside will be attracted and captured by it, just like a superstar on the stage, destined to attract everything. The void was collapsing. The huge energy brought about an unimaginable gravitational force. All matter was shattered. All laws collapsed at this moment. The rules between heaven and earth were rewritten. Lee Su himself became the focus and the core of the world. Boom. Thunder roared and the sky was thundering. There was a terrible lightning that tore through the sky and appeared above Lee Su's star. The terrible thunder was like a dragon, turning into a destructive spectacle, tearing everything apart. The second anomaly, the thunder from the sky destroys everything. The Emperor's mouth twitched, and he spoke in a deep voice with an extremely solemn expression. The corners of his eyes, which had been calm for hundreds of years, began to twitch rarely. Boom, boom, boom. Lee Su's star began to vibrate, and huge shock waves continued to explode, sweeping in all directions with the star as a core. The impact was beyond imagination, and each time it was bigger and more terrible than the last. Gongsun's face couldn't help but change. He began to adjust his formation and directly cut out the void where Lee Su was, entering the other world. There, he reopened and performed, forming an extremely huge space to prevent the other party's realm from being affected by the formation, and provide a large enough space. The stars are getting bigger and bigger. Hundreds of feet, thousands of feet, 10,000 feet. Each vibration seemed to be coming out, projecting outward from Lee Su's sea of consciousness, and truly manifesting in the real world. It's too big, too big. Even if the formation was cut into the other world and the distance was lengthened, the people standing outside the formation still couldn't help, but gradually began to look up, from looking straight, to looking up little by little. Shock, incomparable shock. Not to mention the Dalo realm, not to mention the treasure light. At this moment, many disciples of GGOO, Tei realm, their pupils are getting bigger and bigger, and their mouths are getting bigger and bigger. This star core is a bit scary. They were all celestial beings, and most of them were in the perfect state. He had also gone through this stage. The stars had also walked out of the sea of consciousness, vibrating like this, descending into reality, and showing miracles. However, Lisu's was really too terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. One sound, and another sound. Everyone's scalp was numb, and their eyes were straight. How many rings? Well, 9 rings. Looking at the huge celestial body beyond common sense, everyone took a deep breath. Well, Daozi was above the myth, so the number of rings would be more, 14 rings, or, boom, boom, boom. 12 rings. Boom, boom, boom. 15 rings. Hiss. Unable to help, but take a breath, everyone clenched their fists. 10 fires and 10 rings, then 15 rings means. This kid is really the ultimate myth of 15 fires. Hearing this, Emperor Zung couldn't help but comment. This is incredible. Very, very incredible. The ultimate myth. The meaning here is very different. Very different. As we all know, there are 2 ways for cultivators in the myth world to practice. The first one is above the myth. The second one is to accumulate a little and then burst out. The former breaks through the realm all the way, while the latter gradually accumulates and waits until the Dalo realm breaks out little by little. The 2 paths are different and lead to the same destination. It's just that the former is talent, while the latter is mind and character. The difference is that the former has a very difficult foundation and needs to break through the limit all the way. The latter is more difficult to walk the further back, and it is easy to get lost, and it takes more years than you can imagine. As the ultimate myth, Lisu has undoubtedly completely opened up the invincible road. As long as he can reach the Dalo realm, he will undoubtedly be much stronger than ordinary Dalo. I'm afraid he can directly keep pace with the top Dalo, and he is not far from the ultimate Dalo like them. Top combat power. Unexpectedly, after the continuation of the Heavenly Court, GGO also got such a genius giant. Really. However, just when the Blood Sword Lord and the Emperor were thinking about something, boom. The 16th sound rang, and it exploded. Lisu's stars became bigger. Not only that, with the appearance of a roar, the sky shook, as if endless spiritual energy fell, and thousands of Dao rhymes converged, and spiritual springs appeared on the earth, and golden lotuses bloomed in the void. 3 strange phenomena, spiritual springs and lotuses? No, why are they still ringing? The Blood Sword Master and the Emperor, who thought it was over, opened their eyes at the same time. At this moment, the calm state of mind that had lasted for hundreds of thousands of years could not help but collapse a little, and their worldviews were awashed. What the hell? What the hell is this? Why is there a 16th ring? This is only the launch stage, not yet the transformation stage. Boom. Another loud noise. The stars are bigger. Boom. 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 One after another, watching everyone's eyes round, and almost falling down. How many? How many rings? Someone couldn't help but speak in a hoarse voice. His eyes were dull, his expression was extremely stiff, and he almost forgot to breathe. 19. Boom. 20. Boom. 21. Boom. 22. Oh my god, how long will this sound last? Facing this scene, at this moment, the disciples of GGOO, their hearts collapsed, and their Dao fruits were about to crack. Some people began to regret. I shouldn't have come to see it. I really shouldn't have. If I don't see it, although I know the gap, it's not so uncomfortable. Although I need to look up, I can still maintain my confidence. Obviously, although I'm not as good as before, it doesn't mean that I will not be as good in the future. I'm on the path of accumulating strength and making up for my shortcomings with diligence. Now is not the time yet. The future must be. But looking at His Highness Daozi in the formation, he looked at himself. Damn it. Why do I feel so desperate? Is this above the myth? It turns out that the myth is so terrible. Some disciples cried, tears streaming down their faces. Fuck, this game can't be finished. I'm in the Tei realm, and the other side just showed a star, which almost crushed me. I can feel the horror of the other side across the world. It's just that the star is shaking and descending, but the world on the other side is actually cracked and about to collapse. Damn the myths. If the myths are all like this, what's the point of cultivating a path with little accumulation and a lot of effort? The three Dalo realm masters couldn't help but complain in their hearts at the same time. This situation shook them. What on earth is this DOZ? If one ring corresponds to one fire, what are the extra 7 rings? No, it's not at this time that the disciples' mentality is broken and needs to be saved. Damn, I forgot that when the kid in the heavenly court advanced, the heavenly court saint didn't invite others to watch. Watching the ordinary myths is good fortune. Watching the little justice god is sin. Junior brother Gangsun, hurry up, suppress the disciples' minds. Bloodsword Lord and Emperor Lord couldn't help but speak out. If this goes on, these disciples will be doomed. Gangsun's face turned black. 2 bastard brothers, you arrange the people and ask me to solve the problem? And my mentality is a little broken at this time, okay? Why don't you come to comfort me? Don't panic, don't panic. Gangsun took a deep breath. His mind vibrated thousands of times in an instant, and he found the direction in an instant, and spoke directly. This is my GGO Daozi. His situation is different, and there is a huge difference between the so-called myths. He is the descendant of a saint, with saint blood, and the supreme mystery in his body. At this moment, it should be that blood that triggers the transformation. As expected of a Dalo realm cultivator, this reason is extremely powerful and fierce. Many disciples couldn't help but be stunned when they heard it. The mentality that was originally somewhat collapsed stopped directly and recovered quickly. Oh, so that's it, I said. Saint blood, no wonder. After all, in such a huge myth world, there are only a few saints among the trillion level creatures in hundreds of thousands of years. Only 9, as his descendants, naturally extraordinary, far beyond imagination. After all, the genes are too good. Just like the eldest son of the ruler of a country and the son of a beggar in the mortal world. It's not that they don't work hard enough, but their own life is too hard. Compared to most of the disciples, Hangjin and the other girls couldn't help but be shocked. After all, although they had been with Lee Su for much longer than Gangsun, they obviously had never talked about this aspect. So that's how it is. His Highness is actually the descendant of a saint. No wonder he is so powerful. The girls couldn't help but nod their heads. Thinking about it this way, they felt much better. It's not that we are not good enough, it's mainly because the other party cheated. Rumors may be believed by others, but Bloodsword Master and Emperor Master will not, because they have seen and come into contact with the descendants of saints, and it is obvious that Lee Su obviously does not have that special situation, no holy blood. Therefore, they were even more shocked and could not calm down. So everything that the other party caused at this moment was his own foundation. The visions are obviously already 3 levels. But obviously, there are more below. After all, it has not been fully advanced, and it is obvious that there will be a 4th or even 5th level of visions. Hiss. This is really uncomfortable. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. With the end of the 22 rings, Lee Su's star finally calmed down and walked into reality completely. It stopped collapsing everyone's hearts and entered the next stage. The light began to converge and a world began to emerge inside the star. That was the other world, reflecting the heavens. Inside, it was huge, with towering sacred mountains, long rivers flowing, boundless oceans, and endless mountains. This world is extremely large and beautiful. The sky has a way of writing, turning into chapters, and flowing obliquely. There are countless spiritual veins on the earth, like dragons everywhere, and the veins are shining. Looking at Lee Su's star world, everyone was shocked for a while, and couldn't help but yearn for it. How wonderful it would be if they could live in it. At this moment, something strange happened, and the precious light appeared again. Countless points of light were growing and nurturing. They were the rhyme of the Dao, the rules, and the graphic characters disassembled from the Dao. They appeared in Lee Su's world, dancing and blending into this world, turning into mountains, rocks, grass, trees, birds, and beasts, adding vitality to this world. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It really came. After watching the strange phenomenon that appeared again, Bloodsword Master rarely stretched out his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. Purple key contains Hangmeng. Xianli destroys all things. Lingquan and Liandi Lotus. And then the rhyme of the Dao gives birth to all spirits. Fourth strange phenomenon. Although I understand that the longer I live, the more things I can see, and I will never really feel empty, bored, lonely and cold, but it is obvious that the scene in front of me is really unnecessary. As for the reason, it hurts my self-esteem too much. One Yang Zuankang is enough, and here it comes again. The wound that I finally licked was torn open by life again, and blood was flowing. Jealousy, that's not it. The countless stars in the universe of the two supreme beings at this moment, which one is not full of strange phenomena, divine creation? Why would they be jealous of Li Su's many strange phenomena? Not really. The fundamental reason for the toothache is the time they spent to reach this level. That is hundreds of thousands of years. The Emperor's eyes are dim. Obviously, he should be happy that such a monster has appeared in his family, but for some reason, at this moment, his mentality is really exploded. Fuck, is it that bastard who said that accumulation is better than myth? I have accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years, and I feel that I have accumulated more than the other party's heavenly perfection. You big. Chapter 590, Intoxicated to the point of obsession. The world is just beginning, and the benefits will come next. After adjusting his slightly twisted mentality, Bloodsword Master spoke quietly. Emperor Master also nodded. The purpose of letting the disciples gather here is not to let them suffer a blow and collapse their hearts. It is for the benefits that will be generated after the beginning of the world. And the better the talent, the more benefits others can get. After all, no one likes to simply watch others show off. Especially Li Su, who can be said to be a little cow spinning into the air, the scene of bullshit soaring into the sky. Dalo realm can't stand it, feeling that hundreds of thousands of years have been lived in vain, let alone disciples. At this moment, Gongsun Dalo at the scene also understood the situation and spoke directly in a deep voice. Everyone, pay attention, watch carefully, listen carefully, the next is your harvest time. Try to grasp it, just grasp it. The Dao heart was almost shaken by others. How much you can harvest depends on this moment. Listening to Gongsun Dalo's words, a group of people directly used up all their strength, fiercely inhaled the air around them, filled their lungs, raised their heads, stared wide-eyed, and made full preparations. They would undoubtedly not blink an eye, let alone miss a single thing. When the celestial being is perfected, and the world is opened, the great Dao will be born in the stars, and it will be born along with the world that descends into reality. At the moment of its birth, the celestial being itself, the world itself, and the great Dao itself will resonate and emit the sound of the Dao. This sound is extremely rare, and a cultivator can emit it at most 3 times in his life. The first time is naturally at this moment, when the celestial being is perfected, and the world is just opened. The second time is when the Tai realm is reached, and the galaxies gather. The third time is when the Dalo and the universe are formed. The 3 times the great Dao sounded, corresponding to the elementary world Dao, the middle world Dao, and the advanced universe Dao. Li Su is now only elementary, the first world Dao. If its sound can be heard, it will be no less than a good fortune for the immortals present, and will cause resonance in their own world Dao. Although this benefit is undoubtedly more for the immortals. After all, the elementary world Dao is too small, and the most important thing is that the sound of this newborn great Dao will not make too much noise. Even if Li Su's planet looks really big, it can only be regarded as a newborn. How can it shake the body of an adult? But Tai and others present are still not careless, listening attentively. After all, their own Daozi is extraordinary. If this sound touches them a little, it will be of great benefit to them. After all, Li Su's performance is really amazing enough. The sound produced by the birth of the great Dao of heaven and earth should not be low. It will be several times, 10 times, or even more than 10 times that of ordinary immortals. Dalo realm is also looking forward to this newborn great Dao at this moment. If the sound is graded for the immortals below the 10 fires, it would probably be a ding sound, like a needle falling to the ground. If you don't pay attention, it will be gone. For the immortals of the 10 fires, it would be a clang, which is almost equivalent to a spoon hitting a porcelain bowl. Above the myth, it is undoubtedly much louder. Depending on the situation, the sound is different. The loudest is like the sound of a gong, which can be heard for miles, and the sound is long and lasting. Of course, in Lisu's case, it may be as loud as a drum, shaking all directions. If this can make Tae react, this baptism is equivalent to a good fortune for everyone present, which will be of great benefit to the future. These people have already gained a good fortune by going to Luojia Mountain, and their strength has been greatly improved. The upper grade immortal method is perfect, even the great perfection. Even if it is a Buddhist method, it is extremely remarkable. Their combat power has reached the peak limit, and is above the threshold of the 10 fires. If this baptism is added, not to mention the Tae realm, the immortal realm will undoubtedly lay a solid foundation, and prepare for the advancement to Tae. Hundreds of people at once, even if they are just ordinary Tae, it is an extremely extraordinary situation. In the mythological world, there are many celestial beings. There are more than 1 million disciples of the 8 major sects alone. As for the upper, middle, lower and upper domains of independent cultivators, and the stars in the outer sky, there is no doubt that there are a large number. If we only count the last 10,000 years, the number may be tens of millions. 10,000 years, tens of millions of celestial beings, what a terrible number. But once you reach the Tae realm, the number will undoubtedly begin to decline sharply, not even 1/10,000th. For GGOO, a few hundred more Tae at once is equivalent to 2 more large formations, which naturally cannot be ignored. Asterisk 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 Lisu, who knows nothing about the outside world, is now covered by the stars, and appears in the center of this world. Perfection, Advent, opening the world. Next, the great Dao takes shape. There is light in his eyes, constantly vibrating the internal power of his body, activating his own 7 sacred chapters, the holy classics written in his flesh and soul, triggering the recollection of the supreme Dao fruit. As he moved, his flesh and soul began to vibrate, forming 7 sounds of the same height but completely different. The sounds were extremely unique, forming special fluctuations, and blending into the world. This was not to gather rules and form a resonance of the great Dao, but to resonate with the power hidden deep in this world with his own Daoism. When he began to build the stars, when he was in the heavenly palace, he used the furnace to refine the stars with divine fire. Through the power that kept falling from the 7 saints hall, one by one, the Dao texts were built with the layers of star cores, covering every corner of the star with the power of the 7 saints. And now, it was the time of harvest. In an instant, the huge world he was in shook. In the sky, under the earth, in the depths of the ocean, and inside the mountains and rivers, countless Dao patterns appeared, written into words, and gave birth to this supreme morality. They kept flashing, as if they were offering sacrifices. Each inscription was like a living creature, chanting ancient songs, but this was not calling for the gods and generals, but gathering to form the world's avenue. Dung. As time passed, it seemed like a long time had passed. Suddenly, a sound rang out between heaven and earth. The sound was like a bell, echoing through the years, as if it had come from ancient times to the present. It carried the meaning of the new life of the extreme realm, but was also filled with ancient breath. It came very quickly. It was extremely melodious, covering Lisu's world in an instant, and came out of the world, thinking about spreading outside. Even if they were prepared, everyone in the Dalo realm was looking forward to it, waiting for this moment to come. But when the sound appeared, they couldn't help but be startled. Their eyes were a little dull. The sound was not as loud as they imagined. But the strange thing was that everyone heard it very clearly, as if it was ringing in their ears. The disciples in the Shiangsan realm were the first to react. Affected by the sound of the bell, the stars in their bodies actually vibrated spontaneously, and the silent avenue was awakened. The sound of the bell penetrated their souls, and the avenue in their bodies couldn't help but vibrate, as if it had been washed, becoming clear, stable and heavy. Hundreds of disciples were shocked. Without any hesitation, they closed their eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground, listening to the sound of the opening of the world, letting their own Dao sway with the sound of the bell, constantly shaking off the fog on the Dao, and consolidating the foundation of their own Dao. Excited, excited. At this moment, everyone's face showed a flying spirit. Finally, after all the hardships, it was time to harvest. The sound of the bell was like nectar, like the music of the heavenly palace, and all the immortals couldn't help but sink into it. With the sound that kept echoing, although their realm did not improve, their foundation was constantly consolidated with the sound of the bell, and the future path became clearer. They were not sure about advancing to Taii, but now they had confidence again. It was so beautiful, so beautiful. More. In an instant, Lisu opened the sky and became a paradise for the disciples of the GGO immortals. Hundreds of people were extremely happy. As expected of His Highness Daozi, who almost broke his Dao heart, he was indeed different and independent. Compared to the celestial being's ecstasy, the Taias were also feeling it silently at this moment. The sound of the bell was very clear, and it was very long, very melodious, and there was no end in sight. Although the Dao fruit of Hanjin and others was extremely hard, it had already formed a galaxy, with hundreds of stars suspended in it, forming a huge and unmatched planet, which was extremely powerful. But the sound of the bell was very special, and its penetrating power was beyond imagination. It permeated in little by little. Although it did not reach the level of directly causing vibrations and resonance, it still produced an effect. They could feel that their own Dao was touched. With the echo of the bell, there was a slight oscillation, and the already sound Dao actually underwent a slight change. It was very small, very inconspicuous, and it would be difficult to find if it was not observed all the time. With this vibration, their Dao had extremely fine impurities shaken out, and the stars became more and more brilliant, and the brilliance reached its peak. This scene was undoubtedly very amazing. Zhu Jianzhen and the others could not help but show a look of surprise on their faces. Although they were prepared, the sound of Daozi's world prototype was extremely unusual, and would be a great fortune. A celestial being, no doubt. But I didn't expect that even Tai was touched. There is no doubt that this is no longer a simple talent problem, but his own understanding of the Tao is extremely terrifying, bottomless, and even surpasses the Tai surface level. Otherwise, such a sound of the Tao should not, and could not cause such a shock to the higher level cultivators. At most, it would just increase their knowledge. Although it was a bit unexpected, the result was undoubtedly good. Tai was touched, which was absolutely wonderful. You should know that most of the people here at the moment are at the limit of 10 fire Tai, that is, they have reached the top of the mountain and stood outside the gate. Even if it is said that relying on this understanding, they cannot push open the door and directly reflect the way forward like a celestial being, but even if it is just a slight improvement, for them, the effect it brings is much higher than that of the celestial being realm. After all, behind Tai is Daluo, which is another surface level. If one of Hanjin and others walked out because of this, it would be much more precious than hundreds of celestial beings achieving Tai. After all, the myth world has a history of 10,000 years, which is amazing, and there are only 3 or 5 Daluo realms. After hundreds of thousands of years, the number of Daluo realms is still very small. Not one more makes a huge difference. Dung. The sound, still, resounds endlessly. I don't know if it's an illusion. Just when everyone was extremely excited and happy, they found that the bell sound seemed too melodious and a bit endless. In just a few minutes, the 8 fire immortals with the lowest realm suddenly opened their eyes. At this moment, they had a painful look on their faces, and they opened their mouths and spit out blood. Their breath was instantly chaotic, the stars inside were shaking, and the Tao they understood was cracking. Not good. The faces of the 3 people of Blood Sword Lord changed on the spot. Gongsun took action immediately, formed the power of the barrier, covered it with his own world, and protected it. What happened? The 3 frowned, and their faces showed surprise. Is this a misfire? Just as they were stunned, the 3 9 fire celestials opened their eyes. Their auras were extremely chaotic, and the Dao in their bodies was turbulent. Just like the 8 fire celestials, there was a big problem. Puff. There was blood spurting out, and the Dao was in chaos. What's going on? Gongsun attacked again. He was fine just now. Why did he suddenly go crazy? Could it be that he was too anxious? He attacked directly and protected the person. This time, he moved very quickly, and his spiritual sense swept through the other person's body, trying to figure out why the other person was like this. You don't know until you see it, and you will be shocked when you see it. At this moment, the stars in the other person's body were in great turmoil, and the Deo inside showed countless cracks. The Deo fruit had an extremely serious problem, and it split itself. Facing this result, not only did Gongsun, who was directly detecting, have a solemn look on his face, but the Blood Sword Master and the other two also looked depressed. Li Su opened the sky. Is there a problem? The three people hadn't thought about it yet, but they found that the disciples who were rescued were completely isolated because they were cut off. The world inside the 8-fire celestial immortal began to gradually stabilize, and the cracked avenue actually began to repair itself little by little. Not only that, the most amazing thing was that the direction of the repair was not only more perfect, but also more solid. It was undoubtedly compared to before, as if it was broken and then rebuilt. Hiss. The three of them couldn't help but take a breath and thought of a possibility. But is this really possible? They couldn't help but widen their eyes, and when they saw that the 9-fire celestial immortal was also like this, their expressions became more and more exciting. These guys didn't go off the fire, but got an unimaginable improvement, even higher than going to Luojia Mountain to get the top grade immortal method. They fucking transformed. Obviously, he was an 8-fire celestial immortal, but his star broke through and had the prototype of the 9-fire. And the 9-fire celestial immortal, needless to say, also took a step forward, got a transformation, and had the prototype of the 10-fire. This is a complete transformation, breaking the limit of oneself. As for why he vomited blood and went off the fire, it was very simple, because the fate was too fucking big. They couldn't bear the speed and degree of this transformation, so they went off the fire. Faced with this result, the three people of Blood Sword Lord heard a sound of shattering in a trance. That was their three views, which were collapsing bit by bit. At the same time, an emotion inexplicably rose in their hearts, an emotion called MMP. Looking up, the three people couldn't help but look at the other disciples. The 10-fire immortals also began to change. They opened their eyes and vomited blood directly. There was no doubt that the stars in their bodies were completely turbulent and possessed, just like the 8 or 9 fire immortals. Gongsun's expression twitched, and he reached out to save the disciples who vomited blood and went astray, and isolated them with the world. One, and another. Until more than 300 immortals were isolated except AIE, the 3 Dalo realms were speechless. Good fortune, opportunity, is the desire and yearning of many people. It is rare in 1,000 years, and it is difficult to encounter. As a result, today is really rare. Someone was fed up with opportunity and good fortune, and forced to explode. Chapter 591 True Immortal. The world is born. The benefits are naturally not only for outsiders, but also for oneself. This is the reflection of Li Su's avenue, the precipitation of his cultivation of the foundation of the Tao along the way, and the fruit of integrating everything into it. When the bell sounded, the person who mobilized the most was not someone else, but himself. Along with the reverberating bell and the endless long sound, at this moment his body was shaking and undergoing extremely drastic changes. He used to attach great importance to the perfection of the celestial immortal. After all, this is not only related to the improvement of strength, but also to the handling of problems in the Xia kingdom. But this result is undoubtedly beyond his expectations. The 7 holy patterns are constantly resonating. Because of the bell, they are gradually taking shape. Unlike the realm of Jianden, magical power, magic power, and martial arts, perhaps the highest chapter is still at a very high level in the eyes of Li Su at present, and it is far from involving the fundamentals. But the realm of the celestial being is also very different. As a realm where mortals transform into immortals, the meaning contained in this layer is beyond imagination. Li Su, who has not experienced this surface layer, can be said to have completely underestimated the impact that this realm can produce. Immortals are the beginning of the Tao. As the sound of the dark bell rang, Li Su was shocked like never before, and a brand new world was spread out in front of him. The sound of the bell was actually just a description. The fundamental truth was that his own Tao fruit blossomed and took shape, and produced the fruit called world, which was also the prototype of his own Tao. Therefore, it would cause such resonance among the people outside. The whole world was shaking, and the 7 saints who were integrated into it continued to glow, interweaving thousands of Tao patterns, flowing in this world, appearing in the sky, on the ground, on the mountains, and in the water. His world, as the prototype of the Tao appeared, was undergoing extremely drastic changes. This change was not the external appearance, not something that could be seen by the naked eye, but deep inside. No one could know, only Lisu could see, check, and feel. There was something at the center of the world. The 7 supreme saints he poured into this world were all trembling, attracted by it, pulled over, flowing on its surface, leaving traces and forming lines. Lisu couldn't help but tremble, because he himself also showed abnormalities, and began to undergo amazing changes. The supreme chapters on his flesh, blood, and soul peeled off. The texture that had long been engraved into his cells and deep in his consciousness actually left him, and went to the center of the world. Faced with this result, Lisu was undoubtedly shocked, surprised, and even more incomprehensible. Because when the supreme chapter left, his flesh, blood, and soul were also taken away, scattered, and flowed together to the core. What is this? Faced with this feeling and reality, Lisu was undoubtedly shocked. He was able to remain calm and maintain rationality, mainly because he himself did not feel the slightest pain, and deep in his instinct, he was looking forward to such a development. Flesh, blood, soul, and the supreme avenue. They were all absorbed by the center. His soul was first absorbed by the center, directly extracted, and integrated into the center. Then, the center shook, and the hazy place suddenly became clear, revealing the true appearance inside. So strange, so weird. The center, like an egg, was painted with strange patterns, hanging high in the air, filled with a sacred smell. It kept shaking, and the long endless bell sound was here, echoing from it. As Lisu's soul entered, emotions appeared in the primordial egg, and thoughts flowed. The next second, his flesh and blood also shook, and were absorbed and swallowed by the egg like a soul. The terrible vibration sound began to sound, and the sound was like the heartbeat of flesh and blood. The inside of the egg began to appear extremely rich vitality, and possessed real life. Finally, it was the supreme part, which was also quickly absorbed, and directly integrated into the strange patterns on the egg. With this inflow, the strange patterns began to glow and separate, forming 7 extremely magical pictures on it. No, rather than a picture, it is better to say that it is the supreme chapter of the 7 saints itself. The classic was written on the egg, and was truly recorded. Instantly, the situation changed dramatically. The huge chicken began to vibrate, emitting an extremely amazing light. These lights are very special. They did not shine out all at once, but instead began to flow like water, converging to form a glowing river. This scene is a bit familiar. Lisu's eyes shook, and his pupils gradually widened, revealing a trace of incomparable astonishment in his expression. It gradually formed a river. Although it was very different from the magnificent one he had seen before, it was undoubtedly very similar. The difference was probably in size. The other party spanned through eternity, and penetrated through time. Is this the long river of the world? However, unlike the long river in the world fragments, this one has a beginning and an end. The head is on the chicken, which is the starting point. The tail is in the world, which is the midpoint. Not only that, there are scriptures floating in the light, and the 7 saints of their power are reflected, forming a piece of text, flowing in the sea of light. Boom. 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 As if sensing something, an extremely huge heavenly palace appeared. It flew up from the depths of Lisu's soul and the sea of consciousness, flew out of the egg, and then began to grow larger and larger, and became extremely huge, directly taking in Lisu's Daoguo egg, and sitting above the source of the long river. Not only that, the long river itself was also shaking, and a hazy shadow appeared on the flowing light, forming a special scene. A painting, with thousands of living beings in the painting. A vortex, the true spirit flows in the vortex. A picture, half white, half black. A banner, turning the stars, reversing the years. A sword, opening the world, splitting the sky. A lotus, 3,000 worlds. A branch, sinking and floating in the pure land. It is a supreme chapter, but it is different. This is a regular presentation, a special scene caused by the 7 saints supreme, which directly renders this void, and there is a great power nurturing in it. Not only that, as these 7 wonders appeared, purple air began to emerge above the heavenly palace. There were flashes of thunder, spiritual springs blooming, and the Deo rhyme became spiritual. These wonders, their light and color soared into the sky, stretched across the void, intertwined and brilliant, forming a full 11 lines of different colors, directly reflected in Lisu's long river, forming gorgeous and strange patterns. Buzz, buzz, buzz. There was a huge sound. The heavenly palace was constantly shaking, and the hangmeng chicken that was collected in it was constantly making sounds. The sound was gathering and forming. It was like a substance, fluctuating and spreading. This fluctuation was extremely magical, and it spread out little by little, as if it was written into history, and recorded in time. It did not dissipate, but in Lisu's world, it formed the 12th after the 11 wonders. With a thud, Lisu's eyes blurred and returned to his own world. It was not the physical soul, but the thinking, that was sent back, and could not stay in that world for long. The next moment, when Lisu was about to lose his body and soul, and only his mind was left, the matter in his world floated up. Under Lisu's surprised eyes, it turned into flesh and blood, turned into soul, and formed a person. Immediately, his mind was shaken, recovered, and returned to the body. At the same time, the real world he descended into began to converge, and his body as a carrier appeared outside, while the world itself entered inside. Standing in place, Lisu couldn't help but sluggish his eyes, shocked by this inexplicable change. Buzz. There was a sound resounding. It was the special wonder that appeared in his own world at the last moment. It spread out from inside, erupted with Lisu as the center, surrounded 1,000 miles of land, and formed a scene of thousands of feet of waves. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The sound of Tao becomes a wonder. The 5th vision. Outside the field, the immortals broke through. Tai suddenly realized only Daluo, whose realm was too strong and could not be shaken, was able to wake up. The 3 of Zuji and Zun couldn't help but take a breath. Sure enough, the 5th vision appeared. Just like the little guy in the heaven, he was talented and charming, so charming that people's Taoism collapsed, and their worldviews were damaged. Seeing that Lisu's breath began to gradually calm down, and his realm was completely stabilized, the 3 couldn't help but let out a long breath. Finally, it's over. To be honest, the movement was very big, really very big, especially the reaction of Tai, the celestial immortal of Jijiro. For a while, the 3 of them were extremely shocked while complaining. They couldn't help but make associations in their hearts. Could it be that this Taoist who refreshed people's worldviews could cause more and show more than the 5 major visions? If so, it would definitely cause great turmoil in the entire mythology world. Even the saints would probably be unable to sit still. Because this is greatly related to a theory, that is, the vision of the celestial immortal is related to the 15 fires of the golden elixir. Moreover, their results are not proportional, but depend on the situation. After countless years, there is no doubt that only those above the mythology can show visions in the realm of celestial immortals. It is absolutely impossible for the 10 fire celestial immortals to form visions. Not only that, even some of the 11 fire golden elixirs may not be able to generate a vision. Only the 12 fires can be sure to generate a vision. 13 fires must generate 2. 14 fires must generate 3. As for the 4 and 5, there are too few people who can produce such a vision. And the most important thing is that there is no specific standard for the 15 fires. Its existence itself is extremely illusory. The road after the 14 fires is too long. Even two identical 14 fires can form a huge gap, and this gap is not a little bit, but so big, that one can beat the other. Therefore, there is only one 15 fire cultivator in the myth world, the child in the heaven. Therefore, the 2 people of Blood Sword felt that Lisu should be able to trigger about 3 visions, because they could not be sure how high Lisu's breakthrough in the golden elixir realm was. After all, the 4-fold vision itself needs to enter the 15th fire to be fully manifested. After taking a look at Lisu, Gongsun raised his hand and waved, taking away a group of Xiangsun and Tai disciples. Lisu was also sent out, and the formation was not put away, so he could continue to stay inside. Advancing to Xiangsun and reaching the perfection of Xiangsun are 2 different concepts. Xiangsun is actually divided into 2 realms, not small realms, but large realms. Cultivating the star world is the realm of immortals. And cultivating the star world is the realm of true immortals. The difference between immortals and true immortals is definitely beyond imagination. Before this, you cultivate Taoism and realize Taoism. After this, you are Taoism. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Just as Gongsun thought, he took a group of disciples away, and Li Su didn't care, but sat cross-legged directly, and couldn't wait to close his eyes and carefully feel the changes that had taken place in himself. Too much, too much. It is impossible to understand, impossible to comprehend. The extent of this change, without personal experience, will never be understood, or even understood. The span is so large that Li Su was confused and didn't know what was going on after he broke through. Therefore, at this moment, he urgently needs to understand what happened to him. And this feeling shocked Li Su so much that he couldn't help but widen his eyes with an expression of disbelief on his face. His body and soul are indeed gone. Instead, the original body has become a star. No, it should be said that his flesh and blood, soul and his star have completely merged into one, and that is his flesh and blood, his soul. Has he directly changed from a flesh and blood life to a celestial life? No, it's different. It should be said that, while maintaining his flesh and blood life, he has also acquired the characteristics of a celestial life. Yes, that's it. At this moment, the external flesh and blood is undoubtedly him, and the huge world inside is also him. The nature of his life has undergone extremely terrible changes, and this degree can no longer be described as transformation. The most significant part of it is undoubtedly the lifespan. Although Li Su was strong before, he could still feel that his life had a limit. This limit could not be erased, even if he mastered so many supreme chapters at the same time. Even if it was very long, he could still feel it. Not only that, if he was injured too badly, his life would be overdrawn and his lifespan would be greatly reduced. But now it is different. He can't feel the end of his life at all. It's really not infinite, but there is no problem living for hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years or so. After talking about life, let's talk about the body now. Well, unless his inner world is completely shattered, the avenue is completely broken, and the 7 saints are destroyed, it is basically impossible to kill him. This strength is more terrifying than when there is only the supreme flesh and blood and the supreme soul, and the effect that the two supremes can produce is more amazing. He is almost immortal. After the body, it is the Tao. Li Su raised his head and looked around. At this moment, his perspective has changed dramatically. The rules between heaven and earth are no longer presented through phenomena as before, but can be seen directly by him. The laws of space, the laws of water and fire, and the laws that make up everything all fell directly into his eyes. He could see through the molecular structure of a piece of stone, and the shape of the atoms of a piece of steel. Li Su touched it lightly with his hand, and the empty space seemed to have a body at this moment. The avenue that made up it was touched by Li Su's bare hands. This was not the distortion caused by the impact of huge force, but he touched it. As long as he had the heart and waved his hand, he could see through the world in front of him, and he could fiddle with the avenue at will and change the rules of the world. Facing this result, Li Su found it difficult to describe his state of mind and mood at this moment. It was just the perfection of the celestial being, and he never expected that such a huge change could occur. The heavenly palace was still there, and he could sense it, and it was in his own world. The 7 saints Dao was also there, and he could use it freely. No, now it was undoubtedly more handy than before. Although he didn't try it, Li Su had a hunch that he would lower the zukes and sword formation again, and the two swords would be parallel. He would not have any burden, and could use it directly without any doubt, and there would be no overdraft at all. The same is true for the supreme power of flesh, blood, soul, etc. At this moment, he can truly rely on himself to perform, and he does not need to receive the power of the treasure. Of course, if he borrows it, the power will undoubtedly be even greater and more terrible. The improvement of his own strength far exceeds the initial estimate, which can be said to be earth-shaking. This change is not in terms of strength, but a leap in realm. However, Li Su frowned slightly. He was undoubtedly extremely powerful and unparalleled in his transformation. Now he has the confidence to compete even with Tai myth perfection. But he just felt a little inadequate inexplicably. The transformation of the perfect celestial being has not been completely completed. As for why he had this feeling, he couldn't help but flash a picture in the depths of his eyes, the picture of the long river of the world he formed not long ago. Although he didn't know why, Lee Su had a hunch that he had to enter the fragments of the world once, pass the test there, and get the reward for advancement. Only in this way can his celestial realm be completely perfect. Taking a deep breath and exhaling for a long time, Lee Su opened his eyes. Although there were some shortcomings, this improvement was unexpected and pleasant for him. He did not expect that the gap between the perfection and imperfection of the celestial immortals would be so huge. In this way, the chances of leaving the mythical world and returning to the black domain to retake the mortal world in the earthly immortal world would undoubtedly be greater. Not to mention the chaos bell, he would directly suppress it with the treasure at that time. As for the croaking, his realm was at most the early stage of the celestial immortal. Now he should be able to fight 10 of them. After the Luogia mountain, he found Shen Shen and temporarily suspended the action there. He first took back the mortal world in the earthly immortal world outside the black domain. Looking back, he had been in the mythical world for too long. As a person who was only more than 40 years old in his two lives, he had been here for several years and he missed home. Asterisk 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 when Lee Su broke through, someone flew over quickly from outside the 9-foot sky. There were many people, divided into several teams, and each team had a large number of people, more than 100. These people were dressed differently, obviously from different forces. They were undoubtedly disciples of the 8 major sects in the myth world. However, they also had something in common. That is, their strength was extremely amazing, especially the leaders of each sect. Although their realm was not high, their momentum was extremely amazing. The Tai realm beside them was far from comparable. Their aura was like fire, like a huge torch on this dark Tangshan road. The rules of heaven and earth were distorted by their momentum. Strong. Incomparably strong. Even if it is said that at this moment in the Ninzang sky, the Tai myths of the major sects did not have such amazing momentum as them. These leaders were undoubtedly the real core. Even in the major sects where the Xianjiao giants were rampant, they were the existences that dominated the top. The disciples competing for resources in Luogia Mountain have arrived. Chapter 592 Xianjiao arrives. As the breath fluctuated, someone came from the 9-foot sky. There were 7 teams, with more than 100 people and as few as 2 people. Dan Xiansheng, long time no see, I didn't expect you to come too. The leader of one of the teams spoke. His name was Lei Yan, and he was extremely tall. The most special thing was that his skin was engraved with white Dao patterns. Those Dao patterns were extremely magical. With his breathing, there was lightning flashing in them. This person came from the heavenly court and belonged to the Thunder Department. He was the top Xianjiao of the Thunder Department, the mythical 13 Fires. He had gone very far and was very amazing. He had a special bloodline. He was the heir of the Lord of the Thunder Department and the descendant of the top Daluo. Although he was only at the limit of 13 fires, it was rumored that when he achieved the true immortal, he caused a special anomaly. When the heavenly thunder destroyed all spirits appeared in the void, he was completely captured by him and formed a special text on his body, which resonated with his bloodline. His strength far exceeded the ordinary 13 fire Tai mythology. He had practiced for a very long time. He had reached the realm of heavenly immortal 6,000 years ago, but he never broke through. He had been practicing the secret method of the Thunder Department in the heavenly court. At this moment, he looked quite solemn. He did not expect that Dan Xiansheng would be among the visitors this time. Dan Xiansheng, who came from the human religion, was very consistent with the personality of the human religion. He had a casual face, deep sunken eye sockets, and thick dark circles. As a cultivator, he was undoubtedly quite special. He brought a boy with him, who was also his disciple, the 5th or 6th, who came once every 1,000 years. Although he looked like a useless person, the aura lingering on his body was extraordinary. It was Danqi, which lasted for a long time, and the Dao rhyme flowed in it, forming a hazy virtual scene around him. He was a Dan cultivator, a minority in the human religion, with a very high status, and of course, his strength was also good. Dan is medicine, and medicine and poison are inseparable. especially his Dan, which is close to the Dao, and converted into poison, is extremely powerful. 3,000 years of Dan Ki caused a 12-fire Tai myth realm to fall sharply, and the Dao in his body was poisoned. Looking at each other weakly, Dan Qiansheng blinked his eyes. Haven't we seen each other for a long time? Didn't we drink together last time? The boy who followed Dan Qiansheng rolled his eyes when he heard this. As for Lei Yan, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth, and his face was speechless. Okay, Lei Yan, Dan Qiansheng has no concept of time at all. Or 1,000 years and a day ago are no different to him. A woman's voice sounded at the side. Her voice was light and graceful, like a spring falling on a stone, moist as the heart. This woman had long hair down to her waist, and was extremely beautiful. She was dressed very conservatively, with clothes that only exposed her neck and satin without curves. But even so, she was still like the bright moon in the night sky, making people unable to help but look sideways. Her 3,000 black hair seemed to be dazzling and flowing with brilliance. A closer look at each strand of hair showed that it was vast and had infinite Tao rhyme. Although she was still only a celestial being, her talent was extremely amazing. She practiced the immortal art created by the saints, based on the ancient jade purity Yuan Shi Xianzhen. After more than 4,600 years of practice, she has cultivated it to the state of great perfection. The hair that is floating in the air is not only beautiful, but also immersed in the great power that is enough to split the world. Her name is Jiuo Yuan. She is a genius of the Chan sect, a real genius giant, who has taken 14 steps on the mythical road, and caused 3-layer heaven and earth phenomena when she broke through the realm. Not only that, it is rumored that this woman has a magical body, and is nurtured by a special bloodline. Unfortunately, there are very few people who have seen it in thousands of years, and most of them are dead. At this moment, there is a trace of resentment in her tone, and she has a lot of opinions about Dan Qiansheng. Dan Qiansheng was stunned, touched his head in surprise, and said with a puzzled face, "Why is junior sister Jiuo angry? Did senior brother offend me?" Before he finished speaking, the black hair trembled. At this moment, the sky was directly split into two, and slashed directly towards Dan Qiansheng. That power is very scary and special, because if you look closely, you will find that the black hair did not split the world, but shattered the world. It is not sharp, but it gathers boundless and domineering power. This seemingly simple slash actually carries the power of infinite stars. It shatters and explodes during the swing, forming a large piece of starlight. Let you linger, I will slash it with my own strength. The character of the disciple of the Chan sect is undoubtedly highlighted. Dan Qiansheng was completely confused. When did he offend this girl? The moment the thought fell, the green hair came and slashed directly on Dan Qiansheng's body. The Dan Qi lingered like a substance, and there seemed to be a great scripture inside, attached to the vast avenue. The falling green hair did not block it, but was slid away by the Dan Qi little by little, and slashed down along the surface of Dan Qiansheng's body. With a hissing sound, the ground below shattered silently, forming a bottomless chasm with a diameter of about 1 kilometer. Seeing this scene, many people who came together showed a solemn expression. Whether it was Jiuo Yuan's black hair or the Dan Qi that slashed through the black hair, it was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. The power of birth and death in it made people palpitate. Even the Tai realm still couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Although the two people in front of them were only celestial beings, they were even more terrifying than some mythical Tai. The surface level was too high, completely beyond imagination. In their eyes, the rules of heaven and earth were like child's play. It was just a random collision, and what was shown was the true foundation of the great sect and the style of the strongest Xianjiao in the mythical world. Dan Qiansheng felt a little wronged at this moment. Not to mention the relationship between the Chan sect and the Ji sect. As a veteran of mud, the two sides maintained a good relationship. After all, the Taking Saint did this since the ancient times. Otherwise he would not have practiced the yin and yang avenue to that extent. You said conferred God. Conferred God was an accident. To be honest, why the Taking Saint ended up is still a mystery, but some people speculate that it may be related to the destiny of humanity. After all, GGO was founded on the destiny of humanity, but there were only a few human disciples and Lingbao Xianzhen. Although the situation was similar in Shinjuo, it was only the second and third generations that were basically all human disciples. Only in Jijuo, there were only a few people from beginning to end, and even if there were, they were all a bunch of bastards. Unfortunately, the truth has been buried in history and no one knows. However, today's human sect has undoubtedly returned to its previous state, playing the role of mediator between Shinjuo and Jijuo, and having a good relationship with both sides. Therefore, he asked himself if there was no fight between himself and Jijuo Yuan. He took a breath and wanted to speak. Next to him, the boy who was almost cut by Kingsley, fortunately there was only a small bun on his chest instead of a big meat bun, jumped onto his master and raised his hand to cover the other's mouth. Okay, master, don't talk anymore, otherwise we really have to fight to the death. 3,000 years ago, you promised to make medicine for someone, but you made Master Jijuo Yuan wait for you for more than 300 days at the agreed time, and you laughed and said sorry, I was a little late. If I hadn't asked you for a favor, Master Jijuo Yuan, who is always punctual, would have beaten you to death that day. Sister Jijuo, your progress is amazing. As if knowing something, someone came over. His name is Kunsheng. He has a weird appearance and 5 heads. He is a person from the demon court. His true body is the ancient 9 infants, who are born with the power of water and fire. This beast is extremely magical. One can be born every 1,000 years, and it will be full in 9,000 years. This one is extremely extraordinary, with its own thinking. Not only can it use one method 9 times, but each head is equivalent to a life. Even if it is seriously injured, it can recover by killing one head. And as long as the 9 heads are not killed at once, one can be restored every 1,000 years. In terms of single round aura, he may not be the strongest among the group of leaders, but in terms of difficulty to kill, almost no one can compare. He had once escaped from the hands of the Dalo realm. You have to know that he is not Li Su. He does not have the regeneration of the treasure. He can survive, which is enough to show the horror of this special magical power. Jijuo Yuan looked at the other party deeply, without responding, nor pursuing Dan Xiancheng. Facing Jijuo Yuan's reaction, Kunsheng smiled indifferently. Among the major sects, if the primary opponent of the demon court is the heavenly court, then the second one is undoubtedly the Chan sect. It is not hostile. It is that this sect has a lot of opinions about those with fur and horns. It has been passed down since ancient times. The reason is related to the saint who founded the sect. Because of this interruption, the group stopped talking. In fact, the destination has been reached, and each of them flew towards their own place. As everyone separated, Tai on the demon court side couldn't help but transmit a voice, very dissatisfied. Young master, that Jijuo Yuan is too arrogant. Kunsheng said indifferently, face is small, now my demon court and heaven are in opposition. No matter where they are destined to fight. Don't strive to be friends, and don't be opponents. After all, the resources on the Luojia mountain are the main purpose. This time, the Ghost Gate will not participate in the dispute. It's exactly 4 months, so we can split it in half. If the human sect fights with the Eastern Chan sect, the Western Chan sect will be vacant. Although they don't get along well with the Black Mountain sect, they are even more incompatible with us. Although the Eastern Chan sect is unhappy with the demon court, they will not deliberately target it, because they have completely inherited the Chan sect's teaching system of following the destiny of heaven. But the Western Chan sect is different. They have integrated the Buddhist concept. Although they also abide by the order, their attitude towards the demon court is 2 different concepts. Therefore, it is better to let the Eastern Chan sect take over the energy of the Western Chan sect. The strength of the 2 sides is equal, and the probability of fighting is 50-50. The person who came this time is also extraordinary. It is Yanking. Although this person is also practicing both Buddhism and Taoism, he has shown signs of compatibility with Buddhism and Taoism thousands of years ago. This is undoubtedly amazing. You should know that being able to be compatible with Buddhism and Taoism, and being able to penetrate the Western Chan sect can basically achieve the Dalo realm. For a celestial being to reach this level, it can be said that the talent is not inferior to that of Jijuo Yuan. Moreover, due to the relationship between the Eastern and Western concepts, The relationship between these two people is extremely cold, and they have had conflicts before, so the probability of a confrontation is very high. Hearing Kun Sheng's words, Tae suddenly realized and understood the idea of his young master. Jiao Yuan has a strong personality. Once a fight really breaks out, it is really possible that she will confront the human sect in terms of resource allocation. Kun Sheng's eyes flashed, and he led the team directly to the demon court. In addition to the above reason, there is actually another reason for not letting Dan Xian Cheng and Jiao Yuan confront each other. After all, the Eastern and Western Chan sects are evenly matched. Isn't the Demon Court and the Heavenly Court evenly matched? That Lei Yan was very difficult for the Demon Clan. Even Kun Sheng, who had the blood of the 9 infants and could be reborn continuously, was very troublesome to deal with. They had fought several times and knew how difficult each other was. This person had a special bloodline. It was rumored that he was related to the ancient Lei Zenzi. With his blood flowing, he was born with the thunder scene. After the perfection of the celestial being, he even merged with the wonders of the heavenly thunder, forming a special pattern on his body, making his thunder method powerful. In addition, the thunder method itself had a strong property of breaking evil, which suppressed him greatly. Therefore, the reason why he wanted to maintain a balance was not just because the Western Chan sect would cause trouble once it was idle. His real purpose was another one. That was the Black Mountain sect and the G sect. Because of the previous incident with the Shangming sect, the two sects had a big rift. The Black Mountain sect had a reason to take direct action, and would come to the door without hesitation. In the situation where the Demon Court was against the Heavenly Court, the Eastern Chan sect and the Western Chan sect were against each other, and the Black Mountain sect was against the G sect. Naturally, the human sect and the remaining Buddhism would face each other. It's a kind of balance. And this is undoubtedly the result he wants most. Everyone present knows the situation of Jiao. This sect does not have top level geniuses, although one ran out not long ago and made a lot of noise. But it is obvious that in the minds of Kun Sheng and his group, the other party is not a threat. Because no matter how good his talent is, even if he is really the offspring of a saint, the time is too short. Now it is not certain whether he can achieve the perfection of the celestial immortal and the realm of the true immortal, let alone ask the way. This group of people, to be honest, has practiced for thousands of years, and they are not joking, but have something to pursue. There are myths above the golden elixir, and the celestial immortals naturally have it. Asking the way is the fire of the golden elixir. Asking the way 10th level, you can start the realm of Tai. They are different, and have broken this limit. Therefore, if this contest is one-on-one, Jiao will only have one result, no matter which big sect it is against, and it will definitely lose. Therefore, the scene cannot be chaotic, and Jiao can only face Black Mountain. In response, the Black Mountain sect naturally responded, and was willing to give 7 days. Under 50-50, half on each side. That is 15 days. Plus the Black Mountain sect is willing to give up 7 days. That is 22 days, which is undoubtedly a great benefit to Kun Sheng. As for whether the human sect and the Buddhist sect will take action against the Black Mountain sect, the probability is not high, because the 8 major sects in the myth world currently maintain basic peace. When one sect is against another sect, the other sects generally will not take action, which is a tacit understanding. The Black Mountain sect also has reasons to cause trouble for the G sect this time. Although the Shangming sect has violated the rules, it is wrong for the G sect to swallow up all the benefits of the Shangming sect, right? Jiangfeng, don't let me down. However, the atmosphere on the Black Mountain sect side seemed to be a little wrong, especially when Jiangfeng arrived. Even though he was far away and was about to enter the demon camp, Kun Sheng still felt an extremely fierce and angry breath erupting from the Black Mountain sect. Kun Sheng's eyes flashed. What happened? G-sect Taoist. With a roar, a figure rushed directly to the place where the Black Mountain sect was located and headed straight for the G-sect camp. That's Lu Feng. There are 2 Feng generation geniuses from the Black Mountain sect this time. Jiangfeng and Lu Feng. The reason for this is that Jiangfeng did not make a move, so Lu Feng made the move. No doubt Lu Feng's talent and experience are obviously inferior to Thiz at this stage. This is also to shut up the other disciples of the big sects. After all, if the strongest Jiang Feng did not move, the G sect would not be able to take down Lu Feng alone. It's no wonder that the Black Mountain sect took all the resources for that month. G sect Taoist, Black Mountain sect. Lu Feng asks for advice. Please teach me. Before the person arrived, the voice was like thunder, shaking the mountains, and the extremely powerful aura burst out in diameter, suppressing the G sect camp. His momentum was unparalleled, shaking the sky, and a terrible aura appeared on his body, forming a huge mountain phantom. That mountain was nothing else. He was the highest realm of the Divine Mountain chapter of the Black Mountain sect's mountain art, the Shadow of Buzhou. Chapter 593. Li Su vs Lu Feng. Standing in the air, Lu Feng's eyes were full of grim expressions. This time he came here specially, in addition to wanting to share some of the resources of Luojia Mountain. The ultimate goal was Li Su. He did not forget what happened in Huaguo Mountain last time, but recorded it in his heart. This person is cold-hearted and extremely selfish, and he holds grudges. He may not repay those who have done him a favor, but he will never forget those who have grudges against him, even if it takes 100 or 1,000 years. He inquired about what happened in Huaguo Mountain after that, and heard that everyone who went in got benefits, and several of them went into seclusion directly after coming out to consolidate themselves. Hearing this news, Lu Feng's heart can be imagined, and he hated Li Su completely. Therefore, this time he rushed here specially, not for anything else, just to be able to attack him openly. Originally, he thought he would have to suppress it for a long time, and he could only take action after the competition began. As a result, just after arriving at Jiao's Hangshan, before he even sat down, he heard that the Taoist of Jijiao blocked the door of the Black Mountain sect, and the Black Mountain Shian Jiao Yesan was also beaten seriously, and his body was directly broken. Facing this result, the Black Mountain sect disciples who had just arrived were understandably shocked and angry. Although Jijiao was also one of the major sects in the myth world, their advantages lay in numbers and formations, not individual geniuses. If it was any other major sect, they would be furious at most, but when it came to Jijiao, the first thought that came to their mind while they were furious was how dare he. When Lu Feng heard the news, he immediately became excited. Before coming, he was still thinking about how far he could go. Now he didn't need to do anything, just use heavy hands, and all the reasons and excuses were handed over. Lu Feng, just spar, don't kill him. There was not much content, but the tone in it was very clear, and one could feel the mood of his ancestor, Black Xianzhen, which was very bad, extremely bad. Being blocked by someone, and forced to close the mountain. How could Black Xianzhen have ever had such an experience? Since he achieved the ultimate Dao and ranked at the top of the myth world, he could only be ranked on par with the saints, but not higher. It can be said that he had never encountered such an experience in hundreds of thousands of years. If it weren't for the presence of Blood Sword Master and Emperor Master on the Jijiao side, and most importantly, the Jijiao Saint had killed a Dao realm, because of Li Su's personal intervention, Black Heaven Master would have probably taken action long ago. He wouldn't kill him, but he would definitely make him live a life worse than death, and understand the meaning of the word weak. Lu Feng took a deep breath. His breath became stronger and stronger, and his eyes became colder and colder. This time, it was very good. He didn't need to do anything else, just follow the routine. Facing this result, there was no need to think about how the Jijiao would react. The main thing was that the other major sects were completely shut up. Jijiao blocked the door first. Even if the Rinjiao and the Chenjiao were of the same blood, they couldn't end it at this time, and couldn't open their mouths. If they opened it, the Black Mountain sect would have something to say. Do you really think that Black Heaven Master endured for so long, and was slapped in the face by a mere celestial being just because it was difficult to do it? Of course not. It was for this moment. No matter whether the Jijiao Taoist priests would fight or not, even if they did, it didn't matter. I won't stop until you block the mountain gate, and until you lose face for the Jijiao Blood Sword Master and Emperor Master. This matter is not over. With the rumbling sound, many disciples in the Jijiao camp immediately opened their eyes and frowned. This scene was not unexpected. The Black Mountain sect was obviously not in a good mood. They closed the mountain, but did not leave. What they were waiting for was the arrival of their true Cheyenne duo. Soon, there was movement in GGO. Hang Jin and others came out and came directly to the outside of the camp. Then, in front of Lu Feng, they reached out to the void similar to the Kyankan bag and took it out. Not only Hang Jin and them, but also Blood Sword Master and Emperor Master came out, and Gongsun came behind them and came directly to the gate of the camp. In an instant, Lu Feng's face changed directly and cold sweat fell. Undoubtedly, this scene was completely beyond his imagination. Not only did all the GGO disciples come out, but even the Dalo realm was also out. This was obviously different from what was agreed, let alone Blood Sword Master. He didn't care about Hang Jin and the others in a one-on-one fight, because none of them could fight. But once the opponent set up a formation and used the 10 absolute formations that GGO was best at, or even the more powerful 9 Bends Yellow River formation, the concept was completely different. The geniuses of the big sects might be abnormal, but the formation of GGO could really make you bleed. If 100 celestial beings set up a formation, even if you had only 3 or 5 geniuses, there would only be one result, and that was being beaten. Moreover, there was a high probability that they would be beaten miserably, which was so miserable. There was no way. The Taoism of the ancient GGO was too outrageous, especially in terms of formations, which was purely outrageous, even more outrageous than the outrageous mother opening the door to outrageousness. The 3 goddesses of GGO directly forced the saints to leave early. What realm was the saint? They left the scene early and attacked their disciples. It can be said that, although Lingbao Xianzhen was embarrassed and lost face when he was besieged by the 4 of them, in fact, the most embarrassing thing was the 4 saints. The dignified Yuanshi Xianzhen, the 12 disciples with a good family background, had the 3 flowers on his head cut off, the 5 key in his chest broken, and he was cut into a mortal with 1 knife. You can imagine what Yuanshi Xianzhen's face looked like at that time. I provided so many magic weapons and cultivated them with so much effort, but this is the result. Fortunately, Lingbao Xianzhen was not here at this time, otherwise, Yuanshi Xianzhen would have jumped up on the spot with just a glance. After all, it's okay if the disciples can't beat them, but the elders actually took action. The saints also have to have face. This shows how unreasonable the GGO's formation is, even more excessive than the myth of Timon. Zhu Jianzhen, what do you mean? Are you going to break the rules? Almost the moment they appeared, before Lu Feng could speak, Hei Xianzhen couldn't sit still. Where's the face? Where's the face? You GGO Daoists blocked the door, but I didn't say a word, didn't even show my head, and would rather close the mountain than say a word, just to follow the rules. So what do you GGO mean? Are you planning to have a group of people fight? Or are you planning to have the Dalo realm come out in person? Hei Xianzhen was so angry that smoke came out of his head, and the anger that had been suppressed for dozens of days was rising. Wu Wo, Zukong, Jiasheng, Shengsun, what do you think? Turning around, Hei Xianzhen was very direct, pointing out the limit Dalo of each major sect on the spot, and asked for judgment. What do you mean? Zhu Jianzhen laughed, rarely paying attention to him. Zukong exchanged a bench and sat down directly, breaking the rules. We are the GGO. Even the Changio has to bow to us in this regard. And you, the Black Mountain sect, are you qualified to let us break the rules? On the side, Dezhen and Gongsun did the same. Each of them got a bench, and Hang Jin and others who came out first, after paying tribute to their own Daluo, also took out a bench each. Then, everyone sat down one after another. Huang Meng thought of something. Her eyes lit up. She whispered in the ears of Hang Jin and the others for a while, then stood up and took out 3 large plates, put 3 teals of melon seeds, poured 2 teals of wine, and ran to the front of the 3 people of Blood Sword, took out the table, and put it in place, and after putting the plates next to the 3 people, she ran back and sat on her own small stool. With a lot of melon seeds in her hands, and raised her hand and waved, giving each person a handful. For a moment, everyone's eyes lit up. Some took out fruits, some took rice cakes, and soon there were more than 300 people, and the surroundings were full of tables and snacks. Although GGO didn't say anything, its attitude was undoubtedly obvious. What do you mean by asking us? We came out to watch the show. Facing this scene, Hei Xianzhen's face turned black, and his originally furious mentality almost jumped at this moment. Not far away, because of the unusual situation of GGOO, no, mainly because Henry Shiansen called them by name. The peak Daluo of several major sects who had to come out to see couldn't help but twitch their mouths. The extreme Daluo of Xianting directly cracked his mouth and laughed. The Daluo of the other sects also had a tense face at this moment, suppressing the emotions that were about to overflow. Henry Shiansen seemed to be really angry. He was too impatient and too anxious. He couldn't wait. If he waited a little longer, the result might be completely different. Now he was at ease and ran out in a rage, and the result was just like this. For this reason, he called them all out. With a tense face, Henry Shiansen was undoubtedly disgusted. Although Zhu Jianzhen didn't look at him, he could undoubtedly feel that the other party was doing it on purpose and making a fool of him. After all, the fight between the immortal disciples was of no value to the Daluo realm, and there was no need to comment on it. If it was Tai, he could come out and say a few words. Taking a deep breath, Henry Shiansen looked extremely gloomy and glanced directly at Lu Feng. Beat him hard for me. You want to come out and watch the show? Fine, I'll let you watch enough. Beat him to death for me. At this moment, Henry Shiansen was really angry, and murderous intent rose in his heart. Since you, GGOO, are doing this, then we'll fight to the death. Do you really think that the Black Mountain sect is afraid of you? After receiving the order, Lu Feng's eyes flashed, but he remained calm on the surface and clenched his fist slightly. Since the ancestors said so, he didn't need to worry about anything. It just so happened that he had just learned a set of Taoist magic recently, which was extremely vicious and hurt people's souls. Moreover, this kind of injury was not direct, but indirect, involving cause and effect. Once it succeeded, it would be very troublesome and would form almost irreversible injuries. Henry Shiansen's little action was naturally seen by Zhu Jianzhen and others, but the three of them didn't care, and their faces were still calm. It's a bit interesting. The eyes of the Void Venerable flashed slightly. Yuan, and you little guys, look good. This battle should be very interesting. He undoubtedly knew the Blood Sword Venerable very well. As one of the big bosses of the three religions, he could tell what kind of personality the other party had. Although he came out at this moment with the intention of disgusting the Black Heavenly Venerable, it was probably more of a trust in his own disciples. The Blood Sword Venerable had a very straightforward personality, just like the long sword in his hand, and he would not bend at all. If the GGO Daozi really couldn't beat him, he wouldn't do such a thing. Of course, this matter was probably not the Blood Sword Venerable, but the Emperor Venerable, or the Child Emperor. The old guy looked serious, but in fact he was very sinister inside, and he would come out from time to time, which was extremely embarrassing. Therefore, he was named Child Emperor, which was not just because of his appearance, but his unexpected personality. Of course, he personally didn't like it, and called himself the Emperor Venerable. Whoever dared to call him Child Emperor in person, would inevitably have a big fight. Guo Yuan, who was brought here by the master, was stunned. Is he the GGO Daozi? I remember that his name was Yang Jian, and he had the same name as the god of justice in the ancient heaven. I heard that he had good talent and an extraordinary background. He was the only one in GGO who was above the myth, and he was considered an alternative. However, even if this boy had good talent, I remember that he didn't seem to have achieved the status of a celestial being for a long time. Not to mention, that compared with those who had accumulated thousands of years, even Lu Feng who was not far away, there was a huge gap. Don't underestimate Lu Feng, he was really talented. After thousands of years of practice, it was quite rare in the Black Mountain sect to be able to obtain the title of Feng. The phantom behind him should be the supreme mystery of the God Mountain chapter in the Black Mountain sect's mountain art. But how? The first God Mountain in the ancient prehistoric world, it connected the heaven and the earth, and was the core of the heaven and the earth. Although this mountain was broken in myths and legends, compared with other God Mountains, there is undoubtedly a crack in the mythological nature, which is imperfect, but it also gives Buzhao another mythological nature, that is, the impact caused by the shattering of Buzhao Mountain. Yes, Buzhao Mountain collapsed, but the sky also collapsed with it. Therefore, unlike other sacred mountains that are only extremely repressive, the mythical Buzhao has two major attributes, one of which is naturally supreme hardness, and the other is a huge vibration that will be caused when the mountain collapses. Therefore, this is a magical power with two functions. Among the many top-grade immortal techniques, the Buzhao Mountain and the Mountain Transformation technique is the only one that can touch the top-grade immortal techniques. Therefore, the fact that Lu Feng can cultivate it has already explained a lot of things. Even Guo Yuan himself did not dare to be too careless in the face of this move. The power of collapse is very terrible and involves a very high level. Of course, Lu Feng should not be able to perform it yet, because his Buzhao has not yet been completely formed, and is now just a phantom. But even so, it is very strong. To be honest, ordinary myths will find it quite difficult to face Lu Feng. The Taoist disciple of Guo has obviously not achieved the status of a celestial being for a short time. He is not sure whether Xingchen has completed his cultivation. The difference between a celestial being and a true being, and between a celestial being myth and a 10-fire celestial being myth, is not very obvious, but they are both myths. Especially the further and deeper one goes on the myth road, the greater the gap will be. In Lu Feng's case, if he goes all out, he might be able to kill the 10-fire Tai with one move. Dan Chai and Cheng and the others also showed curiosity on their faces at this moment. After all, their ancestors specifically mentioned it, so it should not be out of thin air. This Taoist disciple of Guo should be quite extraordinary. It is really interesting. You should know that Guo has never been known for its geniuses and evildoers, but for their formations. Although he is not the first, he is currently the only Taoist disciple of Guo. Moreover, there are many rumors about him. His junior brother also mentioned it, suspecting that he is at least 14 fires, and even reached the mythical extreme. In addition, the reactions of the disciples of Guo are also very strange. They are very relaxed, and obviously do not think that their Taoist disciple will lose. That is to say, including the more than 10 Tai peaks, they also have strong confidence in their own disciples, rather than blind optimism. Lu Feng took a breath. He dared not complain in the Daluo realm, but the reaction of the disciples of Guo below undoubtedly deeply stimulated him. Although compared with Jiang Feng, he did lack some knowledge and foundation. As the only disciple of the Black Mountain sect in the past 1,000 years who was appointed with the character Feng, he naturally had his own pride. Guo Daozi, are you afraid? He spoke lightly, shaking the inner world, operating the magic of the heavenly palace, and in an instant, the surrounding space shook, and a special wonder appeared. Lightning, spiritual flowers, intertwined and shone, entangled him. There was a terrible avenue rushing down from the sky, forming boundless pressure. For a while, the disciples were covered with a shadow, as if a heavy burden fell on them. This Lu Feng, there is something. Guo Yuan and others narrowed their eyes slightly, revealing an unexpected look. He is stronger than imagined. If Guo Daozi wants to fight, at least the world must be completed, above the true immortal. Otherwise, this battle will be very suspenseful. At this moment, in the camp, Li Su slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath. His cultivation finally came to an end and his realm was completely stable. Lu Feng. Okay, it just so happens that after advancing, he also wants to find someone to test his skills and strength. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594, Reaching Out and Grasping. Is it out? Looking at the flying out of the Guo camp, although the realm is only that of a celestial being, the aura is filled with extremely strong pressure, with strength far beyond the celestial being, even inferior to the Tai realm. It must be above the same myth, and the journey is very long, and the Taoism is very deep. The pressure is very great. The moment Li Su appeared, Lu Feng frowned, which was undoubtedly very different from the original expected scene. Has this kid's strength improved? There is no doubt that there is a big gap between celestial beings and true immortals. The stronger the talent, the more obvious the gap is, not to mention the Xian Jiao of Li Su's level. achieving the realm of true immortals, and completing the star core world. The changes that can be produced can no longer be described as improvement, but transformation. This is really quite interesting. Guo Yuan raised her eyebrows, and there was light in her eyes, and a hint of interest rose. After thousands of years of practice, although she has been in the realm of true immortals, she has not made a breakthrough. Not as good as Tai achieved Zhuangzi. However, after a long period of accumulation, her strength has reached an extremely astonishing height. Even ordinary Tai myths cannot touch her. This feeling is not imaginary, but real. As the first in the list of celestial myths, Guo Yuan has the confidence. However, the moment Li Su came out, she was actually touched. The other party's world gave her a little pressure, which undoubtedly surprised her. As for Dan Xiancheng, he was sleep deprived and his eyes also showed a trace of sidelong glances. Now, there is trouble. Jijio and Shinjio have always had a rift, because of ancient reasons, especially in the Daluo realm, where there have been many fights. Before becoming the extreme Daluo, the most intense battles between Void Daozen and Blood Swordsmen were 18 decisive battles a week on average, and each battle lasted at least 3 months. To be honest, hearing this data, it is estimated that many people are a little stunned. There are only 7 days in a week. How did these two big guys fight 18 times? And each time often lasted for more than 3 months. This has to mention the special power of the Daluo realm. They can stop time. If a decisive battle takes place, it will look like a moment of chaos and terrible fluctuations from the outside. If you are close enough, you can feel that the world seems to be overturned, and you are shrouded in terrible fluctuations and panic. The battle inside is very scary. Time is no longer stagnant, but directly chaotic. Countless world walls were destroyed by them, and the place of battle directly shattered dozens of huge worlds. The past, present, and future were all destroyed, forming a chaotic space. Well, I have gone off topic. Back to the topic. Why is it troublesome? Naturally, it was because the two of them fought at that time, and the person who went to clean up the mess was his teacher, Wu Zhenren. During that period, the teacher would sigh from time to time, saying that it was too miserable, and felt that he was living like a dog. For this reason, Dan Xiancheng was very fortunate that he was still a celestial being and did not need to intervene in such a damn dispute. After all, GGO is famous for its genius, and the strong are all in the Daluo realm. Below Daluo are basically ordinary Tai and ordinary celestial beings who can't make trouble. At this moment, Li Su jumped out, and Dan Xiancheng couldn't help but twitch his eyelids for a while. Why are both eyelids twitching? The reason is simple. The Chan sect is divided into the East and the West. The Eastern Xianjiao is Guo Yuan, and the Western Xianjiao is Yanqing. These two people are undoubtedly very incompatible, especially on the myth list, created by the G sect. They are just ranked first and second. To be honest, Dan Xiancheng thinks that the G sect is doing it on purpose, wanting to see the two fight to the death. In fact, the two have been fighting on many occasions. Thinking of this, Dan Xiancheng turned his head and couldn't help but take a look at the location of the Western Chan sect. In the void, Mingwo Zhenren, one of the 4 poles of the Western Chan sect, was there, and next to him stood Yanqing, who had an extremely strong Buddhist nature. He practiced Taoism and magic, and his aura was extremely strong and obvious. At this moment, the other party's eyes were also a little bright. The Eastern and Western Chan sects undoubtedly had an obsession with the G sect. This had a lot to do with the ancient myths. After all, the Chan sect lost miserably that year, but the G sect was generous. They didn't kill the defeated people, but put them aside. Otherwise, the 12 golden immortals would have gone to the underworld to reincarnate. Fortunately, his own saint was shameless and took advantage of Ling Bao Xianzhen's absence to do something dirty. Otherwise this list of gods would probably be called the list of reincarnation of the Chan sect. Therefore, to be honest, the Chan sect was very angry. It would be fine if there were no geniuses on the G sect, but if there were, they would immediately be angry. As for the G sect, who wouldn't be angry, based on the story in ancient times? We cared about our fellow disciples and didn't kill anyone, but you were so cruel and ruthless. So at this moment, Dan Xiancheng was very troubled. He really didn't want to experience the experience of his master and clean up the mess of the Chan and G sects. He could only hope that the strength of the G sect's Taoist disciples was not that strong. Wait, if they want to fight, can't he just stay away from them? Unlike his master, he was not familiar with people on both sides. After all, he was too homely. He once created the achievement of not leaving the mountain for 1,000 years and not leaving the house for 100 years. So as long as he ran fast enough, the trouble would not catch up. The geniuses had different thoughts at this moment. Lei Yan, the Xianjiao of the Heavenly Court, Fa Kang, the Xianjiao of the Buddhist sect, and Kun Sheng of the Demon Court were all shocked. After all, the aura of this Jijiao Daozi was indeed somewhat amazing. As for Lu Feng, who was facing Li Su head on, the contempt in his eyes disappeared at this moment and was replaced by incomparable seriousness. Although he wanted to kill him, he was not the kind of person who looked down on others. In fact, he was very careful and anxious to make a move, mainly because Li Su's realm was not enough and his strength was still weak, so it was just the right time to make a move. If he was really like Dun Qian Cheng and the others, he would not have dared to do this. The Black Mountain sect was not a sect where talent was everything. If you only had talent, but were not cruel, vicious, or sinister enough, you would not have lived long, and would have been killed long ago. To be able to obtain the surname Feng, it was not something that could be achieved simply by being strong. He took action. He did not say anything about starting or preparing. When Li Su came not far in front of him, he did not say a single extra word, and just made a move. He stretched out his hand and threw a mountain towards Li Su. A small mountain, in the instant it appeared, formed a terrifying weight of hundreds of millions of tons. The sky was collapsed by it, and the laws were in chaos. This mountain is terrible, beyond imagination. It is only 100 meters away, but it formed an extremely terrible shockwave, as if a meteorite fell from the sky, with terrible high temperature and storm. The top Xianjiao at the top, once he made a move, it was extremely amazing. That small mountain is extremely mysterious, surrounded by thousands of Dao patterns, flashing endless runes. A simple blow, enough to split the sky and sink a vast continent. It is a ruthless hand, and even a killer. In an instant, without saying anything, the faces of the disciples of Jijiao changed, and the Xiangxan realm almost couldn't help cursing. This person is so insidious. He made a move directly. When he came back to his senses, the mountain had already smashed in front of his own son. A sneak attack. That's right, this can already be considered a sneak attack. Don't look at it from the front. For the Xiangxan, 100 meters away, even if it is a frontal attack, if there is no defense, it is really no different from a sneak attack. The distance is too close, and there is no need to even blink. Many Dalo realms frowned slightly. Undoubtedly, this method should not appear in such a challenging battle. However, no one said anything. Heavy Xianzan sneered. In a real battlefield, such an attack is too normal. If you are not prepared and get injured or killed, you can only say that you are too naive and stupid. Did Li Su have any defense? Of course he did. Not to mention that he has the eyes of Tao and can see through the traces of Tao rhyme. After achieving the realm of true immortals, the world has completely changed in his perception. The essence of Tao was clearly captured by him. Unfortunately, the time was too short. Li Su was just getting used to his own world. He had not had time to observe the great Dao of heaven and earth, capture the true meaning of the great Dao, and proceed to the next stage after the true immortal. Even so, he had already felt this attack almost when the other party was about to launch it. How to describe it? Let's put it this way, the duck knows first when the spring river water warms. Naturally, he felt the other party's actions. With a flash of his eyes, Li Su took a breath, stretched out his hand, and grabbed it. It was a top-grade immortal divination, the heaven-cutting hand, and it was also a heaven-cutting hand at the level of comprehension of the domain. In an instant, the thousands of miles of space, the 10,000 Dao trembled, and were caught by Li Su's bare hands, penetrated by his power, and mastered in his hands. It's different. Not only is the grasping speed faster, but the degree of mastery is also higher. Li Su raised his palm, and waved directly at the flying black mountain. Immediately, the sky was shining with starlight, and the sky-cutting field was directly opened. cut off the Dao. The infinite starlight directly covered the mountain that the other party smashed, and thousands of sparks burst out in an instant. The mountain with the meaning of Buzao was shaking and ringing, and the Dao pattern inside was shaking with the starlight and being peeled off. Of course, the space where Li Su's palm would go out was also shaking and collapsing. It couldn't bear the pressure of the Buzao mountain and was about to collapse. The terrible light flashed in front of the two people, and the bursting sparks directly penetrated the void, hit the other world, and chiseled into the deep space. The next second, the two figures flashed up. With a bang, the void cracked, and the two figures directly killed into the gap between the worlds, and entered the land of the other world. The terrifying shadow of Buzao appeared behind Lu Feng, shining with a silent brilliance. He took a step, clenched his fists, and madly attacked Li Su on the other side of the other world. One punch was a mountain. In the blink of an eye, hundreds and thousands of mountains came down one after another. Li Su's pupils flowed with the myriad ways of heaven, with millions of laws and tens of millions of gods. His body was glowing, and there were scriptures reflecting the sky, forming a huge sky curtain. That was the realm of cutting the sky and the curtain of the broken way. His eyes were dark, and he imprinted the other world in it. All the rules and all the great ways of this side were infected by his mind and power. They made a roaring sound, formed a long river, turned into a dome of light, and pounced on the flying mountain. With a loud bang, the other world was shaken. In a blink of an eye, a breath, it was thousands and tens of thousands of collisions. The power of the two splashed out millions of sparks. Affected by this world was shaken inexplicably. There was terrible energy stirring in the sky, and the void was twisting. The shape was extremely tragic, and it affected thousands of meters. Hiss. Facing this scene, not to mention the immortals, even the 10 Fire Tai couldn't help but be shocked. The battlefield in the other world is not the battlefield of the immortals, but it appears after the Tai realm, because the power is too huge and the reality cannot bear it. Although most of the Tai realm can do this, the two people fighting are only immortals, just immortals. In order to achieve this level, the Tai realm must be perfected above the 9 fires. And although they can also break into the other world, the impact on reality will be very small afterwards. The land of the other world is very far away from the present world, as far as the distance of the world. Therefore, no matter how fierce and terrible the fight is over there, the impact on this side will be very low. Usually, at most, a small range of space distortion will be formed, and this range will not be too large, about 10 to 100 meters. Of course, don't underestimate this movement. Being able to be transmitted here means that the power of the two has exceeded the sum of what a world can bear. If it is placed on a small or medium-sized celestial body, that celestial body may have to explode on the spot. How strong the Tai realm is can be seen here. However, at this moment, at this second, countless Tai felt cold and terrified. Because the range of distortion was too large, thousands of meters, it was equivalent to dozens of worlds bombarding and colliding. It was only the heavenly immortal realm, and it was obvious that neither of them was in the great perfection realm, not the kind of existence that was about to break through the Tai realm, but they actually had the terrifying power that could burst out with the power of dozens of worlds, which was simply unimaginable. It was already earth-shattering for an ordinary heavenly immortal to have the power of 10 worlds in the great perfection realm. Every additional world above required a huge accumulation. Only the Tai realm could transcend the 10 worlds and possess the power of dozens of worlds. Moreover, that kind of Tai was undoubtedly at the perfection level, or even higher. There were too many things required, not only the realm issue, but also the corresponding exercises and the extremely profound understanding of the great Dao. To be honest, although it was shocking that Lu Feng could do this, it was still barely acceptable. This person became famous early and had left behind many deeds 1,000 years ago. There were various rumors later, which had settled for a long time. Now the outbreak was not too shocking. But what about Li Su? As a disciple of Jijiao, it has been less than 10 years since he became famous. Moreover, when I first heard of his reputation, he was only in the Jiandan realm, not even a celestial being. Now, he can actually fight head-on with a celestial myth who has practiced for 1,000 years and not lose. It is incredible, unbelievable, and shocking. The top celestial geniuses of each sect are undoubtedly touched. After all, Lee Su has been famous for too short a time, but he has such power. Although he is not a threat to them, the distance between the two sides is very large, but he has achieved so much in such a short time. His talent is undoubtedly amazing, and he has walked a deep myth road. They have seen the sky cutting hand before. As a top grade immortal method, it is naturally extremely powerful. But this skill is also famous for its difficulty in practice. Unlike the star refining body technique, this technique requires extremely high talent for enlightenment. After all, if you want to cut off other people's avenues, you must first be familiar with various avenues. Their eyes are special, like substance, and they can drill through the void and look at the other world. Therefore, they can feel the horror of Lee Su's actual combat sky-cutting hand to a certain extent. All the laws of heaven and earth were intercepted by him. Although it was only the rhyme of Taoism, not the complete Taoism, it was also extremely scary. Seeing that Lu Feng's extremely terrifying Buzhao mountain was directly peeled off by the Taoist of Jigio with his bare hands, even Dan Xian Cheng was shocked. It is rumored that the Jigio's top grade immortal method, the heaven cutting hand, is actually not of the top grade, but between the top grade and the top grade. I had some doubts before, but now I see that it is probably true. Jiao Yuan couldn't help but speak softly. Directly peeling off the Taoism, this method is really unimaginable. No wonder this technique is the first Taoism under Jigio Daluo, but there are very few people who practice it. I'm afraid that less than 2 or 3/10 of them have seen it. Yang King took a breath. Amitabha, Jigio has always performed very mediocrely in the Tai and Xiangxin levels. Even if it is said that there is a formation, it is still inevitable that people will question it and think that its level is not enough. Now that this Jigio Taoist has appeared, I think no one in the world should dare to question it. Monk Fakon gently put his hands together. This side was shaking. On the battlefield, Lee Su, who had collided with Lu Feng thousands of times, took a deep breath at this moment. Almost done. Lee Su dodged the opponent's Buzhao phantom that fell down. For the first time, he pulled away and finally became familiar with the power after breaking through the realm. Facing this scene, Lu Feng did not hesitate at all and pressed forward directly, not intending to give him breathing time and spare strength. Looking at the opponent's movements, Lee Su frowned slightly. Although it was a bit arrogant to use the opponent to brush up the realm proficiency, it can't be blamed on him. After all, the opponent's Buzhao mountain was okay before the true immortal, but now it is really not a big threat. It is just right for training. However, the guy not far away was actually making small moves. While making a move, he was casting a special spell, similar to a curse spell. The movement was very small, and the power did not even fall into reality, but through the dark, in a special way, through the cause and effect to lock himself, and gradually entangled. This technique is quite evil, targeting the soul, gradually gathering into special words, like a knife directly pressing the soul. This is accumulating power, and once the concentration is reached, it will explode. Even if Lee Su really waited until that time, he would probably suffer a lot of damage, and his soul would be torn apart. Although for him, whose soul has the attributes of flesh and blood, and is protected by the Supreme Soul, it would probably hurt for a while. This move is a bit similar to the 7 Arrows book, which is a cursed attack. There is no doubt that using such means in such a challenging situation is quite mean. If Lee Su had not advanced to the realm of true immortal and his inner world had taken shape, it would have been much more troublesome for the other party to target his soul. I'm afraid that he would have been hit before he realized it. In an instant, murderous intent flowed in Lee Su's eyes. It's okay to spar with him, but if you want to kill him, you have to be prepared to be killed. The moment their eyes met, Lu Feng's eyes became colder and his murderous intent was stronger. It was not surprising that he was discovered. The power of this technique is very great and there are many restrictions. Under normal circumstances, it requires the belongings of the person being cast, hair, flesh, and blood. Unfortunately, since the battle, the opponent's strength has been a bit unexpected, and he has not been able to gain an advantage and get the opponent's flesh and blood. There is no other way but to intertwine their auras and directly lock them through their eyes and auras, but as a price, there is the possibility of being detected. However, now I realize that it is over. The time for entanglement is almost up, and the accumulated power is almost at its limit. 100 moves at most, and another 100 moves will be enough to explode. At this moment, even if the opponent wants to escape, there is no chance. Thinking of this, Lu Feng's eyes showed a strange color, full of grimness, and the murderous intent became more and more high. So what if you find out? Even if you find out, it will not change any results. You will die today, he shouted angrily, and the shadow of Buzzhow Mountain became more real. The huge gravity pressed the void in all directions to distort continuously, forming a vast gravitational force, pulling Li Su and suppressing him in place until the secret technique exploded and shattered his soul. Li Su's eyes became colder and colder, and his sea of consciousness was completely boiling at this moment. The heavenly palace was shaking and ringing. I was going to beat him half to death, but now I don't think about it, just kill him directly. Strange phenomena began to appear on the surface of his body. There was a purple aura, thunder, many spiritual flowers, and living beings with the rhyme of Tao. Dung. A bell sounded from within the world. With a loud bang, the world inside his body vibrated, surpassing the 15th fire, and a terrifying celestial body of 22 layers exploded. Li Su raised his palm, and he didn't use anything, but just grabbed it, domineeringly. Seeing Li Su's action, Lu Feng was stunned and exploded on the spot and was completely furious. Let alone what the trick was, this momentum did not take him seriously at all, and the look was like trying to kill an ant. You think you are? Just as Lu Feng's anger was rising, the palm was changing, and it seemed to be boundless, able to grab a world in one side, and there was a huge hole inside that could swallow everything. In an instant, Lu Feng's pupils couldn't help shrinking, and an unprecedented feeling enveloped his heart. The strong feeling of suffocation gripped his neck, and his soul couldn't help trembling. It was like a basin of cold water, which made him sober up from his rage on the spot, and replaced it with horror and fear. This grip was terrible, beyond imagination. If he holds on, he will die. He will die. He will definitely die. Even if he owns a Buzzhow Mountain, it will be useless. That palm is like a vast and boundless star, while he himself is a tiny and insignificant ant. The experience of tens of thousands of bloody battles told him at this moment that he must escape if he wants to. Although it is incredible, there is no doubt that this is a qualitative crushing change. In an instant, before Lu Feng's thoughts fell, his body reacted spontaneously, and in an instant it became extremely huge, turning into a 10,000-foot peak, and crashed into Li Su's grasping hand. However, an astonishing scene appeared. Li Su's palm was getting bigger and bigger, so big that Lu Feng's transformed 10,000-foot body was actually pinched in his palm with his bare hands. Clenched suddenly. With a bang, the 10,000-foot peak trembled, and in an instant, thousands of patterns shattered, and the Buzzhow Phantom collapsed. The terrible Shenshin was actually blown up by Li Su's grasp, and turned into dust all over the sky. Ah! A startling wail sounded, and in the distance, a pitch-black stone wailed, and the shadow of the soul could be seen on it, cracked, and the surrounding avenues were also broken. Is it Lu Feng? Without any pause, he turned into a stream of light, rushed out of this other world, and returned to the present world. Li Su was stunned for a moment. This scene was really familiar. It was just a method of cutting off the tail to survive. He had seen too many of them. Although the patent came from the gecko, you have to admit that this trick is really useful, and it is not surprising that the other party can do it. Therefore, it was not that the other party would run away that was stunned, but that Li Su was quite confident that he could kill the other party with one hand. He was a little unhappy. He had made up his mind to kill, so he naturally would not stop. He directly stretched out his hand to trace the trajectory of Lu Feng's escape, and extended it out to kill the guy who escaped from the other world and returned to reality. Feeling the terrible fluctuations behind him, Lu Feng went crazy and couldn't help trembling, shaking, and fear. Most of his body had been shattered, his soul was also affected, and the avenue was broken. If he was caught, he would definitely die. Brother, save me, save me, Lu Feng screamed as he emerged from the world. The next second, the sky shook, the void twisted, the present world collapsed, and the other world appeared. Li Su's palm crossed the distance of space and chased Lu Feng directly. There is no doubt that once the grip is tight, the other party will die. Just when Lu Feng was extremely frightened and panicked, there was a loud bang, and Li Su's hand was blocked. A majestic figure appeared, and before Lu Feng was grabbed, he blocked the path of Li Su's palm. There was no burst of breath, nor did he show shocking pressure. He just stood there, but gave people a feeling that he could not be shaken, let alone touched. It was Jiang Feng, the first genius of the Black Mountain sect's celestial immortal. Li Su was stunned for a moment, and then continued to clench. Whoever you are. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder-like sounds continued to explode, and Li Su's palm and Jiang Feng's body collided unprecedentedly. One world was strangling an endless mountain. The power of the two was extremely terrifying. The air was constantly exploding, and a terrifying storm that was over 10,000 miles away was formed in the world. It was as if the sky and the earth collided. The light was dimmed at this moment, and everything in the hearts of the two was blown away. After a while, Li Su sighed and withdrew his hand. Well, relying solely on the world power, it can't be grasped. Jiang Feng took a deep look at Li Su and said slowly, I look forward to the battle in the near future. Chapter 595, The Koi of Jijiao. The other party took his people away. Li Su did not say anything, and went back to his camp directly. The result of this battle was undoubtedly somewhat unexpected. Many people's eyes changed, especially Kun Sheng, who could not help but frown slightly. He had an agreement with the Black Mountain sect, but Li Su's strength undoubtedly exceeded his expectations. Very strong. Their eyes were sharp, not hindered by space, and the place where the two fought was only the shallow other world, not involving the depth. Therefore, everyone saw Li Su's last move. That blow was a bit out of the ordinary, and he actually crushed the Black Mountain sect's Xian Jiao Lu Feng to death, and his body was shattered. Moreover, that was not a trick. It was purely to suppress people with strength, and to crush the opponent with absolute violence. You must know that Lu Feng was obviously at a higher level, but he was overwhelmed by the opponent. The only explanation is undoubtedly that there is something wrong with Li Su's star, which is beyond expectations. Lu Feng is the 13th fire, and he has 2 visions of perfection. In addition to the 7th level of asking for the way, his world power exceeds 20. The opponent overwhelmed with brute force, and he must have walked a long way in the mythology. Although the junior brothers of each family have always said that they suspect that he may have achieved a legend and stepped into the mythological limit that has not been seen for 1,000 years, his foundation is frighteningly deep. Now it seems that this is probably true, otherwise it is impossible to explain why his strength is so strong. This speed of progress is a bit incredible. It is rumored that a few years ago, he was only in the Jiandan realm. It has not been long since he entered the realm of Zengxin. A disciple couldn't help but speak, with an unbelievable look in his eyes. Li Su's performance was really too dazzling. Lu Feng of the Black Mountain sect was already considered the top batch. There were many who were equal to him, and there might be less than 2 hands above him, and most of them were at the scene at the moment. He was the leader of the Xiangxin layer of the disciples of the big sect. It is said that when one reaches the ultimate myth, something miraculous will happen. This realm is extraordinary, far beyond the previous 4 levels. It is not just as simple as breaking through to gain stronger power, but also feeding back to replenish the overdrawn foundation. When this accumulation reaches the surface of the celestial being, it will cause amazing phenomena. The one who breaks through the realm will be extremely powerful and show extraordinary foundation. A disciple looked solemn. He was also above the myth and had a deep study of the 15 fires of the golden elixir. He once longed to make a deep breakthrough, break his own shackles, and achieve the ultimate myth. Unfortunately, let alone the last level, even the 13 fires were too illusory for him. He stood at the limit of the 12 fires for a long time, consuming countless resources, but could never transcend. In the end, he had no choice but to achieve the celestial being, and gave up the pursuit of the myth. I heard that Jiang Zuankang, the god of justice in heaven, is like this. He went from a celestial immortal to a perfect true immortal in a short time. It can be said that he crossed the accumulation that others took thousands of years to complete, but he completed it in less than 100 years. He broke through the realm in one fell swoop and became the invincible Tai. Someone couldn't help but sigh, shook his head and said, "It's a pity that there are too few mythical people. In hundreds of thousands of years, only 3 or 4 people have appeared, and the situations are also different. It is impossible to explain them with common sense. However, this battle will be interesting. Under normal circumstances, it should be the Black Mountain sect and the G sect. After all, there is a grudge between the two sides. This time, 2 disciples of the Feng generation came. I'm afraid Jiang Feng doesn't intend to leave at all. He is ready to let Lu Feng clean up the G sect Daozi, occupy the other side's share, and make it difficult for other disciples of the big sect to leave. Yes. For a while, the disciples watching the battle talked a lot. Although they couldn't see the details clearly, they still saw the general outline. Combining their own experience, they guessed the truth. As a disciple of a big sect, the education they received is naturally not comparable to that of ordinary people. He has a very high vision and good character and strategy. Asterisk 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 on the GGO side, the result of this battle was undoubtedly satisfactory to the 3 people of Blood Sword Lord, especially when Black Heavenly Lord saw the dark expression after Li Su exploded. Emperor Lord was so unkind that he stretched out his hand to grab the scene and kept it, and he must watch it and share it with others in some public places. After all, the changes in Black Heavenly Lord's expression at this moment were too rich, which might not be seen in tens of thousands of years. From furious to extremely embarrassed, from full of confidence to unbelievable. As a Dalo realm, I'm afraid that such a psychological change has not been encountered in more than 100,000 years. Black Heavenly Lord left without saving his own giant duo, and it is completely conceivable how explosive he was in his heart. Blood Sword Lord and others who were very unhappy with him were naturally very happy. However, the smiles of the 3 people soon subsided. I couldn't help but sigh, thinking of something, which directly diluted the idea of happiness. They were very confident in Li Su. Just the 5-fold vision alone, in their eyes, their family's status was already on par with that little guy in the heavenly court, who was a toothache. His talent and ability could make people doubt their lives. Lu Feng was just a 1,000-year-old genius, and could only be considered a second tier 1. He couldn't even make it into the top 10, so they naturally wouldn't worry too much. Of course, Li Su's performance was still amazing. It was obviously just a breakthrough in a small realm, but he seemed to have crossed a big realm, showing a peerless demeanor, infinitely close to the peerless category. There are many true immortals in the realm of heavenly immortals, but there are not many peerless true immortals. Now, the leaders of the heavenly immortals of the Jiaohangshan family are counted, and there are probably a few more outside. That's all. How big is the myth world? How many heavenly immortals are there? There are really not many who can enter the realm of peerless true immortals. GGO has also had people above the myth. There are always accidents in hundreds of thousands of years, but there are no true immortals who have reached the peerless category. Of course, Li Su is obviously not counted. He just has reached the talent, but he lacks a lot in terms of accumulation. That's right, the greatest difficulty for a peerless immortal is not simply the realm, strength, or talent, but also the skills and the understanding of the Tao. And obviously, this lack of accumulation is also the reason why the 3 side, which is extremely regrettable. His own Taoist, he appeared too late, so late that it was regrettable. If he was given 1,000 years, no, 500 years, I'm afraid everything would be very different. Not only would the GGO have an extra genius like the little monster in the heavenly palace, but it would also be an extremely huge opportunity for Li Su. Because the 10,000 years war, which has the greatest impact and the most far-reaching impact in the mythological world, is about to begin. And that time is only 20 years away. This time is undoubtedly equivalent to half a life for mortals, but for immortals, it is really just a blink of an eye, which is too little and too short. Although with the talent of his own Taoist, he will definitely be able to shine in the 10,000 years war. But, the war of 10,000 years is not the war of the immortals, but the war of Tai. Even if the immortals are dazzling and brilliant, it is useless. The gap of this great realm is fatal. Although Tai is still a little lacking compared to the Dalo realm. But if it continues to accumulate more than 10,000 years, or even tens of thousands of years, it will still produce extremely amazing changes. After all, the lifespan of the Tei realm is very long, very long. 10,000 years is not even 1/10 of their life. So what kind of amazing changes will there be after accumulating such a long time? The scale of the War of 10,000 years is not comparable to the War of 1,000 years. Unlike the immortal realm, in addition to the War of 1,000 years, the immortals have many ways to break through the realm and achieve Tei. But the Dalo realm is different, completely different. There are not even 1 in a million people who can break through by themselves. The 1 in a million here does not refer to the total number of immortals, but the total number of Tei. 1 million Tei. What is the concept? Even if it is a golden elixir myth, its glory can only reach the realm of Tei great perfection at most. As for going above that, forget it. And it is obvious that this 10,000 year war not only determines the redistribution of resources in the myth world, but also determines the qualification for advancing to the Dalo realm. Therefore, you can fully imagine how important the 10,000 year war is to the creatures in the myth world, especially the Tei myth. Let's put it this way, the total number of participants in the last 10,000 year war exceeded 100,000. This number is obviously not accumulated by 10,000 years, but the accumulation of 100,000 years. Among these Tei, even nearly 1/10 is above the myth, and 3/10 are accumulated too thick to break the limit of 10 fires. On such a battlefield, even the first person on the Tei list of the myth world, the little monster in the heaven, dare not say that he can break through it alone. It can be said to be extremely dangerous. Of course, no matter how dangerous it is, the opportunity is also real. Advancing to Dalo, just this point is enough to make everyone crazy. Therefore, the better Lee Su's talent, the more they side. When the 10,000 years war begins, Lee Su may be able to achieve Tei, but the most important pursuit of Dalo realm will basically have nothing to do with him. This time, the opportunity should be the first person of the true immortal headed by Guo Yuan. Thousands of years of accumulation have undoubtedly made them extremely well prepared. It is not just as simple as fighting strength, but also survival skills, various immortal skills, special means, strange treasures, thousands of years of accumulated cultivation resources, and most importantly, they need to prepare early, starting from the Shyangx and Ao, to determine the direction of the Tei road. It can be said that they have reached an unimaginable limit in all aspects. After advancing, they only need to consolidate slightly to open the last step. Compared with them, Lee Su is too thin and has no comparison at all. Asterisk 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 compared with what the Dalo realm people think, the disciples of Guo are much simpler. They are really happy. It is not just as simple as having a genius in their own family, but also a feeling of being proud. For a long time, the most criticized aspect of Guo is undoubtedly the individual strength. Guo has no geniuses. It is okay to fight and bully people outside the big sect. No, in fact, it is a bit reluctant. It is completely unworthy of the title of a big sect, nor is it worthy of the style of the Ancient One sect fighting the Four Saints. Now Lee Su's appearance not only makes the Black Mountain sect lose face, but also makes everyone vent their anger. It's really not easy. Everyone is undoubtedly very excited, but they didn't bother Lee Su. They just discussed it very enthusiastically and sent the result of this battle through the Guo fate card. When the battle video appeared in the Guo chat group, it is conceivable what kind of movement it would cause. Especially this battle was not a draw, but obviously had the taste of crushing, and the target was the genius of the Black Mountain sect. The atmosphere of the whole Guo was ignited. Lee Su, they are not unfamiliar. Guo disciples, everyone has benefited from each other. In the Battle of Huaguo Mountain, so many monkey wines were displayed and sold at a very low price. In everyone's eyes, Lee Su undoubtedly had the feelings of Zhao Gongming, the ancient leader of Guo, god of wealth. Later, in the Battle of Luojia Mountain, although Lee Su did not say a word from beginning to end, some news still leaked out. For example, this time, none of the Guo disciples who entered there died. His Highness Daozi personally took action and each of them had a copy of the top grade immortal law. Top grade immortal law, and it was perfect. The moment the news leaked out, the entire Guo exploded directly. The Tei Zhuangxin who had not bubbled for a long time jumped out, screaming and regretting. After all, when the task was issued, they also received it, and after considering it, they did not go. In an instant, it felt like a loss of 100 million. As for the realm of celestial immortals, let alone, one by one screamed and regretted it. Oh my god, top grade immortal lore, or the realm of perfection? Although GGO disciples had access to high-level Taoist methods, the reality is very cruel. Some things cannot be learned just by getting them. On the contrary, most of them cannot learn them, even if they get them. And recently, Lisu broke through the realm, and even the Tai realm was improved a lot. The Xiangxin realm has all entered a new level, which once again ignited GGO disciples. For a time, the entire chat group was filled with cries. For this group of people who can be with Daozi, everyone is envious and jealous. Therefore, any news related to Daozi has become a high-hanging existence in GGO. Except for the saints, no one can surpass it, not even the Dalo realm. If it is simply powerful, it's fine. Although they will talk about it, they won't say anything. At most, they will chat a few words at that time. However, since Daozi joined GGO, how many waves of benefits has he brought? 3 times, and each time is more amazing than the last. Therefore, within GGO, Lisu's status is almost the same as that of a koi. As the battle scene appeared, the disciples of GGO were naturally shocked. Not only was Lisu's strength amazing, but more importantly, the Taoist method he used before was the heaven severing hand. As one of the highest immortal methods of GGO, many people have practiced it. As Lisu performed, it undoubtedly gave them a great shock. The scene of stripping the Dao with bare hands was a great shock. For a while, they were full of praise. His Highness Daozi. Oh my god, is this the heaven severing hand? Is this really the heaven severing hand? Did you see it? Daozi's eyes, everything he sees is me. Damn, so handsome, so handsome. I want to learn it too. Stripping the Dao with bare hands, hiss. From now on, I've practiced the heaven severing hand. I don't ask to strip the Dao. Destroying the Dharma is enough. I'm so soft, I want to be held in Daozi's arms and defeat the enemy with this method. Brother Daozi won't hug you. Slut, look at his highness's eyes. It's absolutely cold and abstinent. Are you worthy? The building is crooked. Xianaya thanks Daozi. Wanquan thanks Daozi. Qiufeng thanks Daozi. Changkong thanks Daozi. 31 flowers. Thank you Daozi. Suddenly, a stream of thanks appeared in the chat group. What happened? Someone was confused. Did something happen that they didn't know about? The one who just spoke is Senior Tai who has practiced the heaven cutting hand. Someone who knew the truth said something faintly. Hiss. My Daozi is so terrifying. Oh my god, I'm going crazy. Is this the legendary one person's enlightenment brings prosperity to the whole family? Your Highness Daozi, do you plan to practice the Wudang Sutra? We can crowdfund. Damn, you little man. Your Highness Daozi, please practice the Jinling 4 symbols method, and we'll crowdfund. No, please practice the Lingbao Sutra. Your Highness Daozi, the Lingi technique can increase a person's foundation and prolong his life. You bunch of bastards. The GGO chat group went crazy. Asterisk 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 heavenly immortal, true immortal. At this moment, in the Black Mountain sect, the Black Heavenly Venerable, with an extremely ugly face, sat on the first seat, his eyes gloomy. He saw Lisu's strength with his own eyes. Even if he couldn't check it directly, he could feel something. It is certain that 2 months ago, he was only at the Heavenly Immortal level, and had not yet reached perfection. The reason for letting Lu Feng take action was not to test him, or to know his specific situation, but because he believed that Lisu, who had not yet reached perfection, could not beat Lu Feng, so he made such an arrangement. As a result, 2 months later, not only did he reach perfection, but he also entered the realm of the true immortal. What was the difference between Lu Feng's result and Li Shan's? There was no difference. He was directly crushed. Progress, too fast. Too fast. Mythical extreme. Black Heavenly Venerable's eyes were cold, and a figure appeared in his mind at this moment. A half-grown child, but he actually possessed a person who was quite shocked even in the Dalo realm. Is he the same as the little monster in the Heavenly Palace? No, absolutely not. One of such little monsters is enough. 2. and this one appeared in the GGO? Apart from anything else, the miraculous record shown by the little monster in the heavenly palace from his debut to the present was undoubtedly created by their big sects, or the upper, middle and lower 3 domains. In the Black Mountain sect, another Daluo was stabbed to death by the other party. The loss that time was no less than that of Shangming sect. Jiangfeng, how do you feel? Jiangfeng, who brought Lu Feng back to the side, heard this and said after a moment, if it's just what you show, it doesn't matter if you keep it back, but you can't kill it. No need to kill. A trace of coldness flashed in the eyes of Heli Xianzhen, with a piercing murderous intent. With the presence of Blood Sword Zun and Emperor Zun, it would be difficult for him to kill Gigio Daozi. He is already in this state, and Jiangfeng will not have a chance. This child must not be allowed to continue to grow. He must be killed before the other party becomes stronger. I will teach you a method. This method is special, and can damage people's bones. When the time comes, you. Jiangfeng was stunned, and immediately thought of something. There was a ripple in his calm eyes. As a disciple of Heli Xianzhen, he obviously knew this method. It was Heli Xianzhen's secret method. Not to mention passing it on to others. It was difficult for outsiders to even see it once, and most of those who saw it died. In an instant, his emotions fluctuated a little. He didn't expect that the difficulty of Gigio Daozi gave him a great opportunity. Yes, master. Thank you, Gigio Daozi. Chapter 596 1 month. In the GGO camp, Li Su, who had returned, was sorting out and summarizing his feelings after the previous battle with Lu Feng, especially his own changes. The realm of the true immortal was beyond imagination, that was for sure. Apart from other things, the heaven-severing hand, which had formed, could be said to be a qualitative change, with a huge gap. The former used his own power to pry the Dao rhyme of heaven and earth, while the latter directly saw through the rules of heaven and earth, and pried them with his own power. This change was like a person who only knew elementary school addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division suddenly mastered advanced mathematics. The same lever, one pried a big rock, and the other pried up a mountain. The power of the heaven-severing hand was raised to an extremely terrifying level. Before this, it was basically impossible for him to peel off the Dao method with his bare hands, or the Dao method of Lu Feng's level, which was suppressed by the charm of Mount Buzhao. After all, the gap between the two was there, and the peerless foundation alone was not enough to make up for it. It had to be combined with a stronger Dao method, that is, to display the supreme. Thinking of this, Li Su's eyes flashed. This battle seemed to be an easy victory, but in fact, there were many coincidences. The most important one was undoubtedly that he had completed the breakthrough and formed the world before the opponent arrived. Sure enough, it can't be underestimated. After all, it's not uncommon for a world with trillions of creatures to accumulate some peerless monsters. Lu Feng is like this, and Jiangfeng, to Li Su, feels even more troublesome. Although it was just a simple fight, it gave Li Su a very unusual feeling. Although he only squeezed the opponent with the realm, it was rough and simple, but the opponent was also very obvious, just simply suppressing himself with the true meaning of the mountain. However, the result was that he couldn't move it. Although the levels between the two sides were different, this was undoubtedly the first time that they were in the same realm, and there was someone he couldn't kill in seconds. Not only that, through contact, he could feel the hidden power under the other party's body, which was amazing. It was like an endless volcanic mountain range, which was filled with amazing energy. The heavy feeling transmitted at the moment of touching not only directly pressed on Li Su's heart, but also actually pressed on the world in his palm. Not only could he not swallow the huge palm world formed by his own stars, but he felt that it was about to explode. He lowered his head and glanced at his palm. At this moment, he could no longer see it. When he withdrew his hand, several shocking broken lines appeared on his palm. There was a huge gap between Jiangfeng and Lu Feng. There was no doubt that with Li Su's current strength, it would be very difficult to deal with the other party without using the supreme. The other party's body was perfect, with mixed power all over his body, and the Dao on his body was condensed into one. Unless he used the ultimate move of breaking the limit, otherwise he would use the method he used to deal with Lu Feng before, prying the Dao rhyme to peel it off through the heaven cutting hand, which was really like a mortal trying to dismantle steel with his bare hands, which was a waste of effort and not worth it. Even if he used the ultimate move of breaking the limit, Lee Su had a premonition that it would not end simply. The opponent's hidden energy under the body was too powerful. It was impossible to reach the depths, hurt the root, and cut off his foundation. The fight would definitely be endless. Even if he shed dozens of tons of blood and sprinkled the world, he would still be alive and well. The vitality was too strong. Thinking of this, Lee Su shook his head. Such a battle would look fierce, but there would be no progress. Although he could probably wear the opponent out, if he kept grinding until the end of the world, it would be too tiring. Moreover, this would also expose some of Lee Su's secrets, such as his immortality of flesh and blood. It would be better to use the Supreme directly. Rubbing his eyebrows, he closed his eyes. He didn't want to use the Supreme, let alone the treasure. There was undoubtedly only one way to use it. Improve your own realm. The opponent made Lee Su so difficult. In addition to his powerful and terrifying background, the main reason was that his avenue was complete. There were more than a dozen avenues surrounding his body, which was difficult to break through with the Tao Rhyme alone. Therefore, as long as he also has the corresponding Great Dao, that is to say, he has the same Great Dao in his hand, when he asks for the Dao, it will undoubtedly be much easier to deal with. According to his own situation, he asked for the Dao, the third level. Well, to be conservative, the fifth level of the Dao should be about the same, and he can break the Dao with the Dao. With his eyes, Lee Su began to comprehend quietly and feel the power of his own world flowing. Speaking of it, since the world was complete, he achieved the true immortal, and the heavenly immortal was perfect, the so-called Dao. Lee Su has been able to sense and understand what it is. To put it simply, it is to sort out oneself and absorb the rules of heaven and earth. The so-called Dao is to understand the laws of heaven and earth, and then sort out the rules of one's own world, absorb the external Dao rhyme, and perfect the Dao fruit. Among them, the most difficult thing is undoubtedly to understand the Great Dao, and at the same time sort out one's own Great Dao, blend the two, and supplement the inside with the outside. Usually, this realm is undoubtedly time-consuming and laborious to practice. Even if it is a gifted genius, without dozens or hundreds of years of accumulation, it is not easy to find the Great Dao, let alone cultivate it. The most common rule of heaven and earth is undoubtedly the power of the five element. But even so, if you want to find them clearly from the thousands of Dao rhymes, and correspond and blend them with your own Dao without any omission, the difficulty will definitely break your brain. That's right, don't think that the power of the five element is simple. For example, the power of fire. Do you know how many kinds of fire there are? For example, the fire of grass and wood, the fire of metal and stone, the fire of the atmosphere, the cold fire, the fire without temperature, and so on. In the cultivation world, the power of fire cannot be explained simply by the chemical reaction caused by friction. There are many flames in it. Although they are all rubbing, even if there is only a little difference, it is a world of difference. And those who ask for the Dao need to study all these fires thoroughly and master them before they can be regarded as mastering the power of fire. Therefore, the practice of the Dao is extremely difficult, and each Dao requires countless minds. Of course, this is not a big problem for Lee Su. First of all, he does not need to feel the Dao little by little like other people, and then sort it out, and have an epiphany. Each of his 7 Saints Supreme is the most complete and flawless road to the Great Dao. Moreover, since he began to cultivate the 7 Saints Supreme, he has already begun to breed, nourish, and grow. Otherwise, how could his flesh and blood and soul be so terrible and perverted? That itself is the Great Dao. Then, here we have to talk about Lee Su's talent. What is his ability to comprehend anything related to the 7 Saints chapter 200 plus? In this world, where 100% talent is the highest, what is the concept of more than 200% talent? In a word, even if you drink water, it is not as easy as Lee Su's enlightenment. Let's put it this way, from the moment he advanced to the true immortal, Lee Su has begun to understand the Tao, and ask the Tao. In his eyes, the whole world is like a sugar bowl that has been stripped of its clothes, one after another, running around Lee Su. Whenever he opens his mouth and sucks, the power of the 7 saints in his inner world will stand out and interweave the Tau network. In order not to be so amazing and too perverted, Lee Su has been suppressing it secretly. Otherwise, he would have started asking questions directly and in a very scary way. After all, the 7 Saints Supreme is not a single avenue, but a complete avenue that has formed a holy path. Therefore, each of them has thousands of small paths. The amount of attainments in the flesh and blood supreme is outrageous. He is obviously a true immortal, but even if he only looks at his true appearance, he can't help but feel dizzy and exhausted for a while. There are too many contents interwoven into an extremely huge network. At his current level, just feeling the shallowest part of the periphery is already the limit. Therefore, the only thing that Lee Su cares about and is worried about is not the difficulty of enlightenment, but the amount to be absorbed. He has a hunch that this amount will be a lot, and very scary. However, the only good thing is that, because his avenue is complete, it doesn't matter whether it is raw or cold. As long as it is the rhyme of the Tao, it can be swallowed and absorbed. There is no need to specially sort it out or capture it. Just swallow it in one bite, and it will be digested. Of course, Lee Su dare not do so, especially when there are people around. The reason why it is difficult for a celestial being to ask the way is not only because of enlightenment, but also because of the subsequent cultivation. It requires constant sorting and acquisition. Lee Su swallowed it like a wolf, especially after swallowing it. If there was no problem with the Great Dao, then there would be a problem. After thinking about it, he decided to take it slowly and start with the Jade Purity chapter. Jade Purity is the highest, although there are countless Dao networks, but the overall direction is the 4 forces of earth, fire, wind, and water, which can build the world. He does not need too much at present. The 3 types of fire, wind, and water are enough, which are the 3 more common Dao rules, and will not attract too much attention. After determining his direction, Lee Su directly activated the 7 saints in his body, took the lead with the Jade Purity chapter, activated the Dao rules in the chapter, and began to ask the way and practice. I just hope that the battle can wait for a while, preferably about 1 or 2 months. By then it should be roughly completed and have the strength of the 3rd, no, 5th level of the way. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, the people are here. Let's sort out the rules. On the other side, Lee Su began to practice, and the next morning, the Dalo of the big sects gathered together. The allocation of resources in Luojia Mountain can begin. 8 months have been allocated. In fact, mining has already begun on Luojia Mountain. The 3rd batch of purple bamboo has been mined and packed. After a year, the allocation will be based on the total number. At this time, it is based on the remaining 4 months. Normally, the allocation should be divided into 4 parts, and then several families will fight directly, divided into 7 days, a total of 7 times, and each family will fight once. Finally, the first 4 will be determined by the victory or defeat. But this time is a little different. First of all, the Cheyenne Geo who came is not ordinary. Except for Geo, the others who were sent are all immortal myths who have practiced for thousands of years, and their accumulation is amazing. Not to mention how much Geo has suffered, even if they fight each other fiercely. To be honest, it is difficult to tell who is better, unless they have a life and death battle. Even if it is said that the immortals are not as good as the Dalo, after thousands of years of accumulation, who has not cultivated 7 or 8 or 9 sets of top level skills? The art of saving life, there is no telling how many skills there are. After all, the danger of a 10,000-year war can be imagined, and there are so many masters hidden in it that it is unbelievable. Let them fight directly, not to mention the issue of victory or defeat. It would take a long time. Most of them are undoubtedly on par with each other. At the critical moment when the 10,000 years war is about to begin, not to mention that the Cheyenne Geo themselves do not want to expose too many cards. The Dalo realm of the big sects do not want to. The more exposed, the more dangerous it will be when the 10,000 years war comes. Therefore, this time the plan has become 4 months apart. Each choose. The 2 families fight against each other, and the winner is determined. Well, it can be said that except for the G sect, the other major sects are basically destined to be divided in half. Coming here is just a formality. For this group of Xianjiao, it is equivalent to running a trip, finding someone to learn from, and getting resources of amazing value. Although Xianjiao disciples should get more resources, the reaction of people in the sect is naturally different when compared to giving them directly and taking them by themselves. After all, the family is big, there are so many sons, and the property is so little, it is impossible to distribute it fairly, so let's rely on each other's ability. Not convinced? Let you go next time. This is also the reason why Kunsheng, the Taoist of the Demon Court, came forward at the beginning, to prevent the Eastern Chan sect from confronting the human sect and to prevent the Western Chan sect from looking for the Black Mountain sect. This was not his plan, but the Black Mountain sect took the initiative to find him to propose cooperation, and Jiang Feng came here just to go through the motions. Otherwise, even if he is the genius of the Demon Court and the leader of the Celestial Fairy level, he would not be able to directly decide such a plan. Therefore, all the way here, Kunsheng has not only diverted from a possible unexpected game once, but several times. It can be said that he has wasted a lot of effort for that resource. Apart from other things, Lei Yan of the Heavenly Court is restless. Along the way, he went to find Fakang of the Buddhist sect several times to compete, but was provoked and destroyed by him in advance. After all, when the Heavenly Court confronts Buddhism, the human sect will be empty. Once he wants to ensure that the Black Mountain sect will confront the G sect, he, Kunsheng, will have to go against Dan Xiansheng, which is not good news. Dan Xiansheng, the bald man of Buddhism, and Jiuo Yuan are not bad, but if he confronts them, it will definitely be a pain in the ass. Although the resources can be preserved, the means will probably be exposed. At the critical moment when the 10,000-year war is about to start, he does not want to expose too many things, so as to be targeted after the war begins. Therefore, when Lu Feng was almost beaten to death by Li Su, Kunsheng almost vomited blood. Many days of hard work were wasted. Black Mountain sect, you are so unreliable. In fact, thanks to Li Su blocking the door, otherwise according to the original plan, the Black Mountain sect's plan would really be completely wasted and become a huge joke. Although, there are more jokes now. Now, Lu Feng can't beat the Gigio Daozi, and the only one who can end up in the Black Mountain sect is undoubtedly Jiang Feng. Black Xianzhen was silent for a moment, and said directly, arrange the dojo. Jiang Feng suppresses the three realms and asks, and 1 month later, fight Gigio. Having said that, after hearing the words of Black Xianzhen, in an instant, not only the Blood Sword Zun, but also several Dalo realm couldn't help turning their heads and looking at each other, very surprised. Black Heavenly Venerable said calmly, are there any problems? Although it is too unfair for a true immortal of 5,000 years to fight against a true immortal of less than 100 years, the demeanor between the great sects should still be maintained, and they should not really compete with each other without any bottom line. But this kind of thing is a big problem for the Black Mountain sect. If the interests of the Black Mountain sect are touched, even if it is a force in the lower domain, the Black Mountain sect will send people to find it and kill the whole sect. Now it is out of character, and the problem is not ordinary. Bloodsword Venerable laughed. Not only did he suppress the realm, but he also gave a month. I wonder if the higher the talent, after breaking through the true immortal, the faster he can ask the Tao. 1 month, with the performance of his own Taoist, is enough to ask the first level of Tao. The other party subtracts 3, and this side adds 1. The gap is really not that big. Black Heavenly Venerable did not speak, his eyes were cold and fierce. Laugh, but I don't know if he can still laugh after a month. This month seems to be giving the other party, but in fact it is buying time for Jiang Feng. 1 month is enough for the other party to master his secret method. When Jiang Feng is finished, he will directly destroy the opponent's bones. I don't know if Blood Sword Master can still smile like this. As for Li Su's improvement, what a joke. In just 1 month, even if he has learned the Dao, he may not even be able to complete the first level. Chapter 597, how much can be improved in a month? So generous, aren't you afraid that my Daozi will make breakthroughs one after another, realize the great Dao, and catch up? Zhu Jianzhen sneered. In a month, he didn't think the other party was really kind. He was probably preparing something. Based on his understanding of Hei Xianzhen, This guy would definitely find a way. If he couldn't do it himself, he would use magic. When practicing to the Dalo realm, there will always be some wonderful spells. Especially for the Dalo realm like them, hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation. That is no joke. Most of the time every day is spent sitting somewhere watching the great Dao. In hundreds of thousands of years, how many great Daos have been seen, understood, and mastered? Extreme Dalo. What is the limit? It means to take the step of enlightenment to the extreme and to perfection, and see the 3000 great Daos, the 9000 middle Daos, and the endless small Daos. It is not necessary to practice, but to see through the essence to understand oneself. Although the Black Mountain sect is a big sect, it is quite evil. There is an evil smell from top to bottom. If it were not for the fact that their magic was evil, but had nothing to do with evil, there would probably be no 8 major sects in this world. Although it is not evil, the people of this sect have very evil and strange minds. After all, the method they practice is essentially to cultivate people into things. The changes in flesh and blood alone in this process are enough to be said to be 1,000 cuts. This is a genetic modification that changes the situation of carbon-based life and finally forms that strange body. If the body is like this, how can the soul be spared? Flesh and blood are the foundation of the soul and the foundation of the mind. When the flesh and blood change, the soul and thinking will naturally change significantly. It is conceivable what the situation of the people of this sect is. Haha. Black Shians sneered with disdain. Do you think enlightenment is cultivation? What does it matter if you have good talent? The great Dao of heaven and earth is turbid, with thousands of Daos blending together. You are in me, and I'm in you. It is not easy for a true immortal to realize the Dao in a few words. Even if you have talent, it will be extremely difficult. First of all, you need to find a great Dao among the tens of millions of Daos. Recognize it clearly, see it clearly, and then reflect it on yourself. Find such a Dao in your own world. After confirming that it is correct, start to absorb and strengthen it little by little. This process is very slow. There is also a very critical question, which is whether it is the Dao you want to take. This is the most troublesome and headache. Dao, no matter how you realize it randomly, if you realize it wrongly, it will be fatal. In the hundreds of thousands of years in the mythological world, many Dao fell into chaos because of mistakes in the Dao, and finally the Dao collapsed, and the Dao of life and death disappeared. Even if you barely maintain it, once the Dao is in chaos and the primary and secondary are not distinguished, it will be extremely tragic. Even if the chaotic Dao fruit is maintained, it will be very weak and vulnerable. So the GGO Daozi realize the Dao? Enlighten yourself. I'm just afraid you won't. The faster you understand, the more, the better. How much can you understand in just 1 month? The first level of Taoism is the limit, the second level is great, the third level? Haha, wait for chaos. If it becomes like that, there is no need for Jiang Feng to take action. The other party is equivalent to being crippled. Looking at the sneering Black Heavenly Venerable, Bloodsword Venerable was very unhappy. He also knew that Li Su's enlightenment of the 3rd or 5th level in 1 month was a joke. It was impossible, and he didn't dare to be so fast. In 1 month, it was already very good to be able to sort out one's own, understand the Tao, and find the Tao that one wants to understand. Although there are exceptions in history, such as that little monster, but that's a different situation. Although he is not very old, in fact, the taste of time has been deposited on his body. When the ancient destruction occurred, he was sealed with the supreme Taoism. After that, he was immersed in the supreme Taoism for hundreds of thousands of years. His body was covered and baptized by the Tao inside. When he woke up, he was already in the clear Tao. He only needed to find it, not to understand it, so he had such a terrible speed of enlightenment. Unless the GGO Daozi is like this, he can only take his time to realize the truth. Bloodsword Master said calmly, it's not impossible to wait for a month, but I have only practiced for a few hundred years. It's not enough to face Jiang Feng, who has practiced for thousands of years in the Black Mountain sect. You can't expect me to win, right? You lowered the difficulty, that's your problem. My requirements are different. If you don't agree, then we can discuss it slowly. What do you want to say? Black Heavenly Master's face did not change. Bloodsword Master said, of course it's a time limit. 2/4 of an hour, divided equally into 30, corresponds to 30 days. If it doesn't exceed 1 minute, I will get 1 day. If it exceeds 2/4 of an hour, I will be considered the winner. Black Heavenly Master frowned slightly. He was not surprised by the other party's proposal. After all, even if he proposed the conditions to suppress Jiangfeng, it would be impossible for Gigio Daozi to win. No, even if it was a tie, because the gap was too big and the accumulation of both sides was completely disproportionate. Unless the disciples of Gigio mastered the immortal art that surpassed the upper grade, or even the best grade, that is to say, they learned the super grade immortal art, the fundamental Taoism of the saint level. But that is obviously impossible. First of all, there are only 9 saints in the myth world. There is no doubt that none of them have written down their own Taoism. It is not that they are unwilling, but that they cannot. Unlike the saints of the ancient heavenly way, the saints of the myth world are not as advanced as them. Not only are there realms, but their accumulation is not enough. The saints of the heavenly way, they are undoubtedly beings who have lived for countless centuries. Just like the gap between the Daluo realm, that has just been promoted, and the extreme Daluo, that has been in the Daluo realm for hundreds of thousands of years, there is a huge gap. With such a gap, their great way still has flaws. Letting others practice will not only cause problems later, but more importantly, it will expose their own situation. Although the myth world looks harmonious now, no one knows what people think, and no one dares to bet. If someone finds out the content and targets them, it will be a big trouble. The saints today cannot do it, and the only ones who can learn are undoubtedly the ancient saints. Needless to say, the 7 saints of ancient times still have saint realm techniques in the mythology world, but they are rare, very rare. The Heavenly Court, the Chan sect, and the Demon Court each have one. Not to mention the difficulty, it is impossible for Li Su, a disciple of the G sect, to learn the saints' Taoism. After a moment of silence, Black Heavenly Venerable said, "Too short, 1 hour. Impossible." Bloodsword Venerable laughed and said coldly, 1 hour. It's a joke. I won't accept it from the G sect. Let's compete. The 8 sects will fight together and distribute them fairly by winning or losing. 1 battle a day, no problem. I will supervise the battle. I will prepare a stand-in for them, and I guarantee that they will be defeated without worry. Of course, if the Xianjiao finds it troublesome, ordinary disciples can also do it, but the resources belong to whoever fights first. Hiss. In an instant, except for Black Heavenly Venerable, everyone's face couldn't help but change. In an instant, even the Demon Court couldn't help but look at Black Heavenly Venerable. This way, it's exhausting. The most important thing is that, if they fight like this, won't their Xianjiao expose everything? This is not after the War of 10,000 years, but it will start right away. With this, what can we do? Even if it is said that the human sect, the orthodox sect, and the G sect cannot guarantee whether they can keep the secret after the news of their own Xianjiao is leaked. Trust the other party? You are kidding. What's more, as the only G sect without Xianjiao is also present, who will suffer? Black Heavenly Venerable said coldly, Bloodsword Venerable, don't make trouble. Bloodsword Venerable's eyes flashed coldly, it's a joke, otherwise we won't talk about it. Anyway, it was G sect that first discovered this place. It's not impossible to force it. The big sect will start the war. I, the G sect's 9 elders, will personally set up the formation, and you, the Black Mountain sect, can come and fight at will. Junior Brother Emperor, did you hear that? Notify the other brothers and sisters to come together, and don't fight for disciples. Daluo is down. Okay. Void Venerable was very direct. It's decided. Otherwise I will fight the G sect with the East Orthodox sect, and the West Orthodox sect will fight your Black Mountain sect. Hearing this, Black Heavenly Venerable's face suddenly changed, and it was a bit ugly. Although Gigio was making trouble unreasonably, it was obvious that, if they really made trouble, the result would be a replacement. After all, there were 8 major sects present, and 4 months was just enough to divide. Not only that, Gigio was the first to discover it, so it enjoyed the treatment, and could make the final decision. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, okay. Bloodsword Master, I hope your disciple can hold on long enough. After saying that, Black Heavenly Master obviously didn't plan to chat anymore and left directly. Then, after a month, the others also looked at each other and left one after another. Standing there, Bloodsword Master frowned slightly. Emperor, is that guy really in trouble? I don't know, but we can only strive for such fairness. A quarter of an hour. How long is the limit? 7 minutes. So short? No way. Daozi is too late. Facing this kind of true immortal who has accumulated thousands of years, the longer it takes, the more trouble it will be. What's more, that guy Black Heavenly Master gave a month, and there is a high probability that he will teach Jiang Feng special means. Usually, this type of means must have time. 7 minutes is not long, but it is definitely not short. More than that, it's a gamble. For every extra minute, the crisis will probably increase by 1 point, and the probability of problems will become more and more alarming. Bloodsword Master took a deep breath and nodded. Winning is very difficult. A true immortal like Jiang Feng can entirely suit a death just by delaying time. The two are completely disproportionate. So from the beginning, this battle was not about the victory of Gigio Daozi, but how long it can last. Let's go back. Emperor Zhen said, tell the matter to the son, let him be prepared, and once he finds something unusual, no matter how long it takes, he must admit defeat immediately. Bloodsword Zhen nodded, yes. Compared to resources, life is undoubtedly more important. Asterisk 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 2/4 of an hour, calculated by day. In the Black Mountain sect camp, the returning Black Heavenly Lord sneered, with a cold light in his eyes. You have already guessed the means you will prepare. I think you have also guessed what I'm going to do. However, I don't know if you have guessed that this means only takes 5 minutes from initiation to completion. Turning his head, Black Heavenly Lord looked at Jiang Feng, who was immersed in cultivation. At this moment, there was a very special mark taking shape in his palm. The mark was extremely strange and extremely evil. Moreover, the most amazing thing was that there was evil flowing around the mark, but the evil only flowed on the mark and did not harm Jiang Feng at all. You must know that the power of evil is the most contagious. As long as it is contaminated, no matter what it is, it will form pollution. The longer it lasts, the more serious it is. However, the evil in Jiang Feng's hand just kept gathering towards the mark, without spilling out at all. As more and more evil was integrated, the mark on Jiang Feng's hand gradually changed, and the power inside became mixed and chaotic. Just like chaos. The root of a bad person is no joke. That was what Black Xianzhen had realized for nearly 100,000 years, and he also borrowed, and finally formed it. This method broke the limit. Even if the surface layer of the Daluo realm was added with this mark, it would be a big problem. Only the extreme Daluo, standing on the top and understanding the principles of always, could resist and eliminate it. Although the power of Jiang Feng's performance after cultivation would be reduced countless times, it was not something that a mere celestial being could bear. Once completed, the Gigio Daozi basically had only one result, and was completely finished. Facing chaos, and still a chaos mixed with evil, his avenue would be corroded, and his soul would be infected. And most importantly, even if the other Daluo found out and took action, it would be too late. Even if the power is expelled and restored, as if nothing happened, the damage will not disappear, but will remain on the opponent's avenue and soul, forming a distortion so small that the consciousness cannot detect it. This is irreversible, and becomes a part of the opponent. Moreover, this kind of damage is not only almost imperceptible, but also almost undetectable, and there is no difference from normal. But for Xianzhuo, it is fatal enough, because there will be problems in his future path. Even if Tai can barely hold on, Daluo will inevitably have problems. The so-called bad guy's bones are here. Asterisk 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 in front of the Gigio camp. Bloodsword Master and Emperor Master came back. The two looked at each other. Bloodsword Master flew directly to the camp, where Li Su was, intending to talk to him, inform him of the situation, and about the way to fight for the battle in a month. When he walked to the door, Bloodsword Master was suddenly startled. Not only Bloodsword Master, but Emperor Master not far away was also stunned, and couldn't help turning his head to look at where Li Su was. Very few However, as the Dao Venerable, as the strongest existence under the saint of the mythology realm, he is undoubtedly in control of the changes in the Dao rules between heaven and earth, and the rules of the flow of Dao rhyme, and will not miss a single bit. Therefore, they quickly noticed that there was a Dao rhyme gathering towards Lisu's tent. After careful feeling, it was the Dao of fire. They were being attracted, and gathering little by little. The two couldn't help but look at each other. This situation was naturally not unfamiliar. As Dao realm, they had already done it hundreds of thousands of times. This is asking for the Tao. No, this is absorbing the Dao of heaven and earth, and nourishing the self Dao. In other words, Lisu has already asked for the Tao from the realm level. Although the Dao has not yet taken shape and the Dao mark is still very young, there is no doubt that this is the first level of asking for the Tao. Not only that, the two found that as time passed, the number of fire law forces captured and absorbed increased and became larger. However, in just a few seconds, the types of fire Dao rules captured by Lisu increased by 2 or 3. And, the most terrifying thing is, that this speed is not only fast, but also very correct. It only extracts fire, nothing else. In other words, not only did my Daoist son realize the great Dao of flame, but he was also perfecting it at an unimaginable speed, distinguishing more fire from this infinite Dao rhyme and capturing it. Although, it feels like my Daoist son might be able to achieve the true immortal Dao, and reach the level of the first heaven in a month. But that's just a thought. In fact, the expectation is not great. Even if he succeeds, it's just a way of enlightenment. It's still a long way to go before it's completely formed, and forms a complete Dao. It will take hundreds or even thousands of years. Just like Jiang Feng and the others, they have to spend countless years and constantly perfect and accumulate. As time goes by, the expressions of Blood Sword Master and Emperor Master change more and more, and their eyes gradually become dull, and their faces once again show expressions of doubting life. Because the number of fire rules being mobilized is increasing, from more than 10 at the beginning, to almost 30 now. Hiss. There are 3,000 ways of fire, and 30 is indeed not much. At best, it has reached 1% of the laws of fire, which seems not much. But under normal circumstances, if a true immortal wants to comprehend 1 in 3,000, it will take several days or even more than a month, and the more this number is, the slower it will take. After all, it is very difficult to find. Moreover, the surface level of the true immortal, the cultivation of the Dao realm is not to comprehend these 3,000 Daos, but to comprehend 10% is the limit. This is also the level of the Xian Jiao Daozi such as Jiang Feng and Jiuo Yuan now. They have reached the 10th level of the Dao realm, and have perfected the 3,000 small Daos. Their foundation is extremely strong and terrifying. But this kind of strength is the result of thousands of years of accumulation. But what about Lisu? After feeling it for a while, even though the Blood Sword Venerable and the Emperor Venerable were knowledgeable, even though they had experienced vicissitudes of life, and were used to the various aspects of the world, they couldn't help but feel a little cracked. Damn, in just a short while, 3 more small Daos were added? So special. Although it is a fantasy story, you have to be more or less reasonable, right? Question mark? Damn, Dao, it is really not like this to comprehend! Exclamation mark. Chapter 598, Too Much Understanding. 50, 80, 120, 160, 180, 200. Well, the difficulty has increased. In the room, Lisu paused for a moment. It was indeed not easy to practice the great Dao. With a talent bonus of 200, he had already felt a little difficulty in the correct path of the supreme chapter. Enlightenment, no problem. So far, he has captured the Dao of fire for less than 2,000 times. Self-reflection, no problem either. He has sorted out all the Dao of fire in the world, and is waiting to be fed. The problem is the great Dao itself. The main reason is that he practiced too fast, and as a result, the prototype of his own great Dao was a little bit unbearable. After all, it was a newly born seedling, too young, and it really couldn't stand the fertilizer of Lisu's level. After all, even if it could grow into a towering tree in the future, it would take time and grow slowly, right? It's really not that a mouthful of fertilizer can directly sprout and break through the ground. So, Lee Soo was stumped. It's not about how to understand the Dao, sort out oneself, and integrate and refine. But you have to pay attention to your own Dao fruit, which is too fragile, almost like paper. If you use a little more strength, it will explode. Trouble. I have already slowed down a lot, and I didn't use my full power at all. No, let alone use my full power. I didn't even use 1% of my strength. After all, he has the 7 Saint Dao lineages, which can be used at the same time. He went forward on a single path, without using any strength. Fortunately, because of the relationship with outsiders, Lee Soo was more careful and restrained. Otherwise, I guess his embryonic Dao would probably explode. Alas. Really? After all the calculations, I didn't expect that enlightenment and integration of Dao were not a problem. The problem actually appeared in the Dao of the inner world itself. Lee Soo felt a little uncomfortable. There was obviously 100 billion yuan there, but the bank said that from now on you can only withdraw 1 yuan, and then add 1 yuan every day. You can have a full meal every day, but you find that you can't even afford meat buns. Thinking of this, Lee Soo couldn't help but reduce the time he had realized again. He felt very uncomfortable. After all, in this short half day, he had already actively reduced his speed of enlightenment for the 25th time. It was really unfair. Is this the trouble of a genius? His brain is too powerful, so his body can't afford it. Ah, so annoying, so annoying. I don't know if I can master the 3000 small ways of fire in a month or so. I was careless. I thought that with my talent, it would not be difficult to quickly reach the 7th or 8th level. As a result, it was not the number of Dao rhymes that blocked me, but the endurance of my own Dao. Now it's good. With this situation, it will be difficult to fight Jiang Feng of the Black Mountain sect. Otherwise, should I get some GGO skills? Get more means to rely on myself? The enlightenment stopped. There was no way. There were too many. In just a short while, he had discovered hundreds of them, and the Dao of fire was almost full of 3000. Stop for a while and let my Dao fruit breathe. If I cut open my head and pour it, I have to consider whether my stomach can bear it. Asterisk 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 how much? Emperor Sun said slowly. 202. Blood Sword Master said after a moment of silence. Time. 1.5 days. The two emperors looked at each other deeply and said they didn't want to talk. On the side, Gongsun kept rolling his eyes and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. His realm was not as high as that of Blood Sword Master, so he couldn't feel it very clearly, but he could still feel some of the vibrations coming from Lee Soo's tent. The power of the 5 element is the most conventional power for the true immortals. Most cultivators will start to try it once they advance to the true immortal. They are not only the most numerous between heaven and earth, but can also extend and expand. For example, the fire element. If you practice to a deep level and master the sun fire, phoenix fire and the like, you can use them as the main pole of your own fire element. Although you still practice fire, this fire jumps out of the 5 element and belongs to the ultimate flame road. Then the wood element. The development of the wood element is also a lot, such as life, such as poison, etc. The rest are also there. It is said that the 5 element give birth to all things. If you can master the 5 element, the future will undoubtedly be much easier. Of course, in the history of the mythology, there are many Evildoers who are so different from the beginning. Light and darkness, cause and effect, space, time, etc. Once they start, they are beyond imagination, and others may not be able to achieve it even after countless years of hard work. His own Daozi practices the 5 element of fire, which is the basic and the conventional. Like everyone else, he is standing on the same starting line. He, Gongsun, cannot see how many fire paths Lee Soo has mastered. After all, he is not practicing the fire path. He expands the earth path, and finally achieves the earth path. The number cannot be seen, but the concentration can be seen. At first, there are stars. Then, fireflies at night. Finally, densely packed. This scene made the old man Gongsun's scalp numb and his mentality explode. In fact, this is nothing. He also has it, and it is much more terrifying than Lee Soo. The other part, his current situation is really like the starlight in the fog. If you take 2 steps back, you can't see it. And Gongsun himself is a lighthouse on the coastline, the kind that shines thousands of miles. However, the stars were twinkling in the morning, and before nightfall, they became densely packed. This was too much. I still remember that old man Gongsun had been struggling for countless days and nights, without sleep, and the dark circles under his eyes had not disappeared for 1,000 years. Most of his 3,000 black hairs had turned white. It took him nearly 300 years to complete 90% of the first level of the true immortal Dao, which was 270 earth walking paths. Then he was very satisfied and ran to practice the second level happily. Isn't it only 300? Of course not. 300 is the limit. Normally, if you can master 90% of the great Dao, it is already very against the sky. The ultimate limit is to achieve the 10th level of the Dao, and all 10 paths have reached 270, a total of 2070 paths. Only those who are talented and truly evil and arrogant will spend a lot of time, accumulate, and build. Just like those people like Guo Yuan, this accumulation will be extremely terrifying after success. Although there are 3,000 great ways, it does not mean that there are only 3,000 great ways, but it represents a very large concept. The perfection of 3,000 small paths is a real number of 3,000, but it will undoubtedly produce a huge change, and form a qualitative change. The 10th level of the true immortal, asking 3,000 questions, is not a random summary. Therefore, it took almost 300 years for me to practice from a little bit to densely packed. Then my own Daozi, from a little bit to densely packed, took most of the day. Fuck. Thinking of this, the old man Gongsun's mentality jumped. He couldn't stand it. Who could stand this? The Dao heart was cracked. The internal starry sky was thundering wildly. Countless villains screamed and danced like demons in the rumble. 2 brothers. Gongsun, I want to go outside for a while. No, I can't stand it. This speed is too torturous. To ask his own Daozi to complete 270 Daos a day, his mentality is really cracked, and he is going to go off. He must leave, go outside to slow down, and vent his mood. Blood Sword Master and Emperor Master took a deep breath, looked at each other, and stood up. Blood Sword Master said, "It's been a long time since we 3 brothers got together. I have some good wine here." What a coincidence. I have it here too. Gyro liver. Because of the East Dragon Palace, the mythical world is not allowed to eat dragons now, at least not openly, so the highest grade food has become gyro. Although this thing has a lot to do with dragons. But before the transformation, gyro is gyro. Even if you call it gyro long, it is still gyro, completely 2 races. By the way, this is not what the Great Sect thinks, but what the Dragon Clan also believes. Dragons and gyro are not the same race. Huh? You ask what gyro thinks? The Dragon Clan has denied it, so what gyro thinks is obviously not important. Gongsun was stunned. Seeing the expressions of his 2 senior brothers who were still frightened, he nodded quickly. Okay, Gongsun will risk his life to accompany the gentleman, so I will accompany the 2 senior brothers for 2 nights. How can 2 nights be enough? At least 10 days or half a month. They didn't want to stay in the GGO camp at all. It was too annoying. Well, they didn't go far. They were just outside the camp. They used formations to isolate the camp and didn't feel the movement inside. Gongsun got 3 small benches and a table. The 3 brothers gathered in a circle. Blood Sword Master took out a jar of old cellar that had been buried for who knows how many years, and Emperor Master got out a pile of liver as big as a mountain. Pour the wine and slice it. But the wine glass had a strange phenomenon, and the dragon liver had a dragon roar. Is this the blood ginseng wine brewed by the heavenly court for 10,000 years? This liver, a dragon of the Dao realm? After smelling it, Gongsun was surprised and said, "Brother, it has been released for a long time, right?" He didn't say the dragon, but there was already a dragon roar, which means it is in the process of turning into a dragon, although it is not yet. Blood Sword Master chuckled and nodded. Not long, less than 6,000 years. 6,000 years, no wonder it's so magical. Gongsun felt much better. Soon, the 3 brothers ate and drank, while talking about the stories that happened long ago, reminiscing about their lives. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, it's unbecoming. Feeling the movement on the GGO side, the eyes of the extreme Dalo on both the east and west Shinjio flashed, and the brows of the Void Master could not help but frown slightly. As the supreme being, he should be a dragon that can't be seen from head to toe. Majesty and mystery have commonalities, and they can only accumulate enough thickness when they are intertwined. This behavior, which is like a mortal eating at a street stall, will undoubtedly greatly weaken the majesty of the Dalo realm. It's not that being approachable is bad, but being too approachable will make the disciples forget their duties and cause chaos. This is just like the national leader eating fast food with you every day. Naturally, the leader also eats fast food, but he won't eat dragon liver and phoenix marrow every meal. Not only that, sometimes the food is not as good as that of ordinary local tyrants. After all, they are essentially human beings. But once you get used to it, will you still think he is the national leader? No, even deep in your heart, you will have a feeling that there is no difference between the national leader and yourself. Majesty is necessary to ensure awe. Once the majesty is lost, the awe will naturally fade. For the disciples of the Chan sect to have ingrained order into their bones, the behavior of the G sect Dalo is undoubtedly very unpleasant, and it is a way to cause chaos. Although the other Dalo realms of the other sects did not speak, they also looked sideways. G sect is undoubtedly quite different from all the major sects, and its organizational structure is completely different. The strong have to spend money to command their disciples. Although this is related to the current saintly tradition of G sect, it is still too different, and has a huge difference from the universal view of the mythological world. Now, two extreme Dalo and one peak Dalo were sitting at the gate of the mountain drinking and chatting, which really lowered the status of the Dalo realm cultivators. Among the crowd, only the extreme Dalo of the Heavenly Court, one of the 4 Heavenly Court emperors, Lei Yushianzhen, blinked his eyes. The Heavenly Court and GGO have a good relationship. Because of the teachings of GGO, the rich Heavenly Court has invited many people from GGO. After hundreds of thousands of years, they are already VIPs among VIPs, and can get a 30% discount from GGO. This is incredible. GGO wants to give a discount, and a 99% discount will cost hundreds of millions. What does a 30% discount mean? Not only that, although Lei Yushianzhen has not had much contact with Zhejianzhen Emperor Sun, he has a good relationship with Shenzhen among the 9 elders. Both of them follow the way of thunder. He is the thunder of heavenly tribulation, and the other is the thunder of soul. They have had a brief exchange. Therefore, he is very familiar with the business of GGO, and he knows the character of the 9 elders and the peak Dalo Gongsun. These 2 people can definitely be classified as the kind of dragons that are often missing. As for Gongsun, he is even more rigorous, and abides by his duties. At this moment, the 3 of them sat at the gate without any image, drinking and eating meat. Listening carefully, they were talking about their own long-term and glorious experiences, and then sighing with a face full of emotion. This situation seems to be a bit wrong. Although he thought about it, Lei Yushianzhen did not move. It is estimated that they will not drink for long. He is very good at dealing with people. If they go, they will have 3 rounds in a short time, which will be very embarrassing. Time, just like this, passed day by day. Unexpectedly, the 3 great Lewis of GGO had no intention of stopping. They drank more and more vigorously. There was 1 jar of wine after another, and 1 bowl of meat after another. At the end, they didn't eat meat, but only drank wine. As for the meat, it was given to the disciples. After all, as an elder, it is better to give something, right? That's right, the disciples of GGO also came out. About a week later, Altai came out, and 3 days later, the celestial beings also came out one after another. Look, in the past half month, outside the main gate of GGO, there were a group of Tai and a group of Xiangxin. Hundreds of people, each sitting in a group. The main camp was left aside, and no one went back after leaving. The Xiangxin didn't have much good wine, but they had a lot of it. Each person had a jar, regardless of gender, and they drank fiercely, with a ferocious expression, as if they had encountered something bad. The Tai realm was much more elegant. The Hanjin women drank in small sips, and the rest were mostly used in bowls. Their wine was a bit strong and easy to get drunk. The main thing was that at this moment, although it was suitable for drunkenness, it was not suitable for talking nonsense. If the truth came out, it would be a big trouble. After all, there were still nearly 22 days left. People from GGO, what's going on? Faced with this scene, the disciples of several major sects were stunned. They didn't dare to say anything about the Dalo realm, but there was no problem with the Shyangts and Taii. Taii was still calm, but the group of celestial beings looked as if they had been hit by something, just like a person who has just turned 50 and encountered a Waterloo, or a Waterloo that he will never be able to recover from. Inexplicably, a group of people were surrounded by a sense of vicissitudes, as if they had suddenly realized something. It was not a sudden enlightenment of a breakthrough in their state of mind, but a desperate enlightenment, a realization that they were actually very ordinary. Many people could not help but listen. I have been practicing Taoism for 37 years, and I'm still in the first level. I have been practicing Taoism for 49 years, and I'm still in the first level. Hey, I have been practicing Taoism for a total of 470 years, and I have just reached the second level. I have been practicing the middle grade immortal method for 120 years, and I have not yet entered the door. TSK, the upper grade immortal method. I have entered the door, but I'm still not as powerful as a dog. Me. Listening to the occasional voices, the disciples of the major sects were confused. What the hell is going on? What is wrong with the disciples of GGO? Brother Lei, do you think this scene looks familiar? On the heavenly court side, a disciple stood next to his own celestial leader. He was at the Taii realm, and according to reason, he should be one level higher in seniority, but he called Lei Yan his fellow apprentice. Lei Yan was also a little confused at this moment. He always felt that he had seen this scene somewhere before, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Where was it? Asterisk 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 I say, Blood Sword Master, what are you doing? Seeing that the other party was planning to live outside directly, and that they had lived like this before the battle began, this was not okay, and something was going to happen. Lei Yushianzhen set off, and with a flash of lightning, he appeared directly next to the three Dalo realms of GGO. Lei Yu, sit down, do you want to drink? Blood Sword Master was stunned for a moment, and thought of the relationship between the other party and the God Master, and smiled directly. Gongsun immediately took out a small stool, and placed it in front of Lei Yu. Lei Yu was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it, he still sat down. After all, he was invited, and if he didn't sit down, it would be too shameful. Pour the wine, pour the wine. Soon, a bowl was filled. Before Lei Yushianzhen could even open his mouth, he was dragged to drink dozens of bowls in a row. As the Lord of the Thunder Department, and one of the four heavenly emperors, what kind of person is Lei Yushianzhen? He is a wine maniac. After more than a dozen bowls, the wine bug was immediately hooked. He raised his hand, and took 2 large jars. One jar probably weighed 10 tons. Your wine is not good. Mine is a heavenly tribulation wine bred by the Thunder Dao. Several people's eyes lit up. Heavenly tribulation wine, I've heard of it. The effect alone is very awesome. It can cleanse the tendons and marrow. It is a rare treasure. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that this wine is specially developed by Lei Yushianzhen. It is a very strong wine that can forget worries. Drinking it is like being struck by a heavenly tribulation and naturally worry-free. Chiangsan and Taii couldn't help but widen their eyes. Cleansing the tendons and marrow is not important. What's important is to forget worries. This will allow them to continue to find some excitement and forget the huge shadow in their hearts. Lei Yushianzhen was very generous. With a wave of his hand, different years were given to Taii and Chiangsan. Soon, the 4 Dalo realms rushed over. Not only that, their own extreme Dalo had all finished, and the disciples of the heavenly court also came naturally. Not to mention the honor of drinking with the Dalo realm. The main thing is that there are so many benefits, and it's envious. Not to mention the Shianji wine of their own Shianzhen, the gyro liver, gyro kidney, gyro heart and so on of the emperor. Even the dragons in the dragon palace would salivate. As mentioned before, gyro is not a dragon. No, it's not strange for a dragon to want to eat. The atmosphere became more and more strange. GGO Heavenly Court, in this Jia's Hangshan, actually opened a banquet. "Master, why don't we go and sit for a while?" Dan Xianxing of the human teaching said. He also likes it. Lei Yu Xianzhen's wine is not common. Go, but your uncle Zukan will find you later. You have to carry it yourself. Wu Wo Zenran said lightly. Well, forget it. Dan Xiansheng shuddered. Void Venerable had a good relationship with his master, so he was also listed in the Chan sect and was considered a close junior. It was okay to go with the G sect disciples under the nose of Void Venerable, but it would be a big problem to spend time together. After drinking bowl after bowl for half a night, Lei Yu Xianzhen finally satisfied his craving and woke up, thinking back to the business. After all, the place was not very good. If he wanted to drink, he could find a secret place, not in such a public place. Mainly, Void Venerable of the Eastern and Western Chan sects, and Master Shengsun, had obviously changed their auras greatly in the past few days, and were gradually becoming irritable. If this goes on, the battle for the Daluo will probably start before the battle for the Daluo has even begun. I say, Blood Sword Master, if we want to drink, how about we go to the other world? We can drink however we want there, how about that? Blood Sword Master and the other two were startled, turned their heads to look at the camp, and then shook their heads directly. Too far. Thunder Heavenly Master was startled, and couldn't help but turn his head and look at the GGO camp. At this moment, it was obvious that there was only one person left there. That was GGO, Daozi. Only he didn't come out. Are they guarding him? There's no need. Even if the Black Mountain sect has the courage of the sky, they can't. Huh. Thunder Heavenly Master's expression suddenly froze. His expression was a little stiff. He closed his eyes, as if he was recalling something, and soon he confirmed it, then opened his eyes, and then looked at Blood Sword Master in disbelief. Half a month ago, did you start to realize the truth? Although the tent was large and the formation was strong, it was so close that it was naturally impossible to hide it. The sound was not loud. In an instant, the lively atmosphere of GGO disappeared. There was a dead silence. Disciples and Daluo all picked up their wine bowls and began to drink silently. Faced with this scene, Lei Yu Xianzhen took a breath of cold air. His heart was a little broken. Not far away, Lei Yan, who had been frowning and thinking about why he had a sense of deja vu at this scene, suddenly widened his eyes. There was a flash of lightning in his mind. He pressed it into his heart, locked it with an iron chain, pulled it with a big stone, and the memory of sinking to the Nine Abyss began to revive and emerge. That was the scene when the God of Justice in the Heavenly Court, his junior uncle, and the first Tai living being in the mythical world realized the truth. That year, from Daluo to Jiandan, hundreds of thousands of people in the Heavenly Court had a small mental collapse for half a year. He was also shocked, and it took him 3 years to recover. Fuck. Lei Yan couldn't help but yelled, feeling that his heart, which had taken so long to calm down, was cracking again. At this moment, the people in the Heavenly Palace seemed to have come back to their senses and realized something. They didn't say anything, but sat down on the ground in unison, picked up the wine and drank it. Men don't shed tears easily, but they just haven't reached the point of being sad. At this moment, they were hurt. Woo woo. 500 years of practice, still can't even reach the third realm of Taoism. Or 1000 years of practice, or 1000 years of time, can't even become Tai. Since you gave birth to me, why did you give birth to him? Giving birth to him is not important. Why do you want me to know? Following the GGO, the disciples of the Heavenly Palace jumped and avalanche, thinking of the little figure standing in their hearts. I still remember that when he came out of retreat, a Daluo asked if he was tired. I'm not tired, but I didn't expect that my Dao was not born for enough years, and the strength is too low to carry the enlightenment. I have to rest for a while. For a while, the Daluo who asked was mentally collapsed. Be a human, okay? Chapter 599, the battle begins. 1 month, so fast. Of course, for some people, these days are really like years. The Heavenly Court is okay. After all, it has endured such a major impact, and more than once, so it lays down very quickly and quickly puts the Daozi of GGO to another level, and does not intend to stay in the same stage with him. If they are put together, it is really a waste of people. After the mentality of the disciples of GGO cracked again and again, they began to quickly seek the disciples of the heavenly court to learn from them, and soon they calmed down. As long as this person finds a balance point, he can live a good life, and it will be easier and easier. At first, his brain was unable to turn around, always thinking about comparison, and even comparing himself. Isn't this just boring? Isn't it just torturing yourself? The mentality is completely wrong. People can compare, but the standard must be moderate. You can compare to others to cheer yourself up. You can compare to others to encourage yourself to pursue, but you can't compare with the existence beyond imagination. This is like a poor student who suddenly works hard for a period of time and then runs to compare with the god of learning and then falls into despair. This is too stupid. Moreover, the situation of my own DOZ is not the relationship between a poor student and a god of study. For most people, being above the myth is already an untouchable god of study in their minds. Obviously, my own DOZ is a god of study even for those above the myth. The mentality of those above the myth is broken, let alone them. Therefore, compared with my own DOZ, you can get nothing except despair. Therefore, compared with a crazy talent that continues to be shown to His Highness DOZ, it is better to look forward to the expression of the Black Mountain Sect's prodigy when he faces my own DOZ. It will definitely be very exciting. Very, very exciting. I bet 300 points that the Black Mountain Sect's Taoist will be shocked. Pa, do you still need to guess? I bet 500 points that the Black Mountain Sect's Taoist will be terrified. Come on, come on, open the market. Shocked, 1 to 1. Shocked, 1 to 2. Shocked, scalp numb, 1 to 3. Shocked, soul trembling, 1 to 4. I'm not saying you should at least make an expression. Damn, the above content. Who knows what scene you are talking about? The GGO chat group was chattering. Because they were unwilling to be the only one hit, some people were not kind and started a live broadcast. The title is called Watching DOZ's Enlightenment. In less than an hour, the GGO was in mourning, and the 3 views were shattered. There was a Dalwo who spoke up and condemned that the person who played the video had evil intentions and did not care about anything. There was also a Dalwo who cursed. After tens of thousands of years of seclusion, he finally broke through and was happy, but was hit on the head with a club, almost gasping for breath. In the end, the incident was so serious that the saint was alarmed and appeared in the chat group. It was a rare sight, and my 3 views burst. For the first time, the disciples of GGO realized how terrible their chat group was. The saints were in it, and they were so unkind that they hid. If it weren't for their own Taoist doing this, they would probably never know about it. Really, a big lurker. Keep your mouth shut. The saint didn't chat, but just said it lightly. It has to be said that the saint is domineering. These 4 simple words, in an instant, everyone in the GGO chat group felt it in their hearts, and there were rules to lock themselves in and impose certain restrictions. Soon, Bloodsword Master also received the information. Regardless of the Taoist's final talent, the combat display cannot exceed the 3rd level of the Tao. One time to ask the Tao directly to the 3rd level. Very scary. Very extreme. But in the eyes of some people, it is acceptable and tolerable. First of all, the higher the talent of the true immortal, the more accumulated before, the better the effect of the first enlightenment. One retreat directly to the 3rd level. It is rare, but not unheard of. There are still quite a few such geniuses in hundreds of thousands of years of history. Then, to ask the way and comprehend the law, it is necessary to accumulate. The 3rd level of asking the way is just a small stage. It is undoubtedly just right to use up the foundation now. Accumulate it and comprehend it for a while, which will consume a lot of time. On the contrary, if the way is beyond the 3rd level, it will be different. It is not terrible, but scary. It will attract people's attention. Directly skipping a small stage is equivalent to jumping from the early stage of the true immortal to the middle stage. This foundation is too thick. Not only that, it also means that he can break through again after a certain period of accumulation. Of course, whether he breaks through or not is not very meaningful. The key point is whether Lisa can achieve the 10th level of the true immortal in 20 years. Success or failure. The 3rd level is undoubtedly difficult. Above the 3rd level, it is not certain. This is not more than 1,000 years ago. There is plenty of time for Li Su to practice. There are only a little over 20 years in total, and the 10,000 year war will begin. This impact is too great and too shocking. As we all know, whether it is 10,000 years, or 1,000 years, or 100 years, the three great wars in the myth world are actually a special way of sacrificing the dead monks through war and turning them into transformation factors. Jinden participates in the 100 years to break through the celestial immortal. The celestial immortal participates in the 1,000 years to break through the Taiyi, and the Taiyi participates in the 10,000 years to break through the Daluo. To put it bluntly, this is the case. The great opportunity that people are desperate to pursue, even at the cost of their lives, is this transformation factor. If Li Su enters the 10th level of the true immortal Dao, in his case, it is no different from putting a glutton in. If his talent is amazing enough, and he breaks through the realm all the way, breaks through the Taiyi, and achieves the Daluo, it is simply unimaginable. The transformation factor may be completely absorbed by this guy. For this kind of thing, let alone other major sects, those extreme Taiyi who have been silent for countless years, thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even 20 or 30,000 years, will definitely not be able to sit still, and will be drawn out in advance, and will attack Li Su without any scruples, and kill him. For those who are dedicated to pursuing the Daluo realm, Li Su is a person who cuts off the Dao. In the cultivation world, breaking someone's path is much more serious than killing their parents. If it involves a dispute over the path, it will inevitably end in death. Even for saints, there is nothing extra to say. Breaking the path is more terrible than death. Especially those guys who have practiced for tens of thousands of years. They have already gone crazy. Basically, the only thing left in their rationality is the two words breaking the realm, and they don't care about anything else. Even if it is their parents standing in front of them, they will probably kill them without hesitation. The Taiyi realm cannot break through the Daluo, and the depression will erode the heart with the passage of time, which is more terrible than the inner demon. Looking at the gambling in the GGO chat group, Blood Swords Un and Emperors Un looked at each other. They were much calmer. Li Su's performance was amazing, but it was obviously not as good as the little monster in the heaven. He broke through the realm in one go, directly asked the 10th level, and then quickly mastered a number of 270, and then rushed to 300, mastering 3000 small paths. In fact, after the 3rd level, he stopped. The power of the great way he mastered was fire, wind, and water. In the history of the mythology world, it is not too outstanding, and it is stuck at a very mysterious juncture. Look at Lei Yuxianzhen's expression. He was shocked at first, but as the speed began to slow down, he became calmer. Of course, there are still some evil places. That is the number of Tao. There are 3 avenues, no more and no less. The first one to practice the way of fire is 270, the way of wind is 260, and the way of water is 255. After 30 days, it is undoubtedly much less than that little guy in the heaven. Of course, as I said, there is a problem with the person being compared. Among the myths, there is definitely 1 in 10,000. Although there are many people who can directly reach the 3rd level at one time, there may be very few people who can master such a number. Lei Yuxianzhen left, taking Lei Yan with him. Tomorrow is the battle, and we have to prepare. The first game is between the Heaven and the Demon Court. Then the Eastern Chan sect and the Western Chan sect. Then the Human sect and the Buddhist sect. And finally the G sect and the Black Mountain sect. What did Daozi say? Do you want to mention it? The saint instructed Li Su not to show that he was above the 3rd level of the way of the Dao. But it was obvious that Li Su was just at the 3rd level now, although there were still 3 days left. In fact, such a battle between top geniuses was naturally not to be missed, and he had to go and watch it. Therefore, after today, Li Su's practice had to stop. There was only 1 day left. Under normal circumstances, he should not be able to break through in a short time. Just say it. The emperor thought about it and still spoke. After all, although his Daozi was only at the 3rd level, the number of comprehension in each level was really a bit exaggerated. Maybe not as good as that little monster in the heaven, but it should be no problem to just ask more questions. What if he suddenly started to add more and displayed it? It would be hard to say. Asterisk 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 at this moment, in the tent, Lee Su opened his eyes, completely stopped practicing, took a deep breath, and his expression was a little helpless. There were two reasons for his helplessness. The first point was that he had reached his limit, and under the current situation, he really couldn't practice anymore. I didn't expect that the limit would come so quickly. His foundation of Taoism could no longer bear it. The world was creaking. He had indeed only realized 3 days. His original idea was to directly master the earth, fire, and feng shui, and lay the foundation for the supreme Yuking. However, he forgot that the method he practiced was a supreme saint, the ultimate inheritance of the ancient heavenly saint. That was the knowledge of creation and destruction, not the so-called Fideos of earth, fire, and feng shui. Therefore, what was formed in his body was not an independent small path, but a large road filled with 785 small paths. In the realm of true immortals, you can cultivate 3000 small numbers. When you reach Tai, you can cultivate 3000 medium numbers. When you reach Daluo, you can cultivate 2 large numbers. This method of the Supreme Yuking has a total of 18 million daos. Although he has not yet experienced the other 6 Supremes, Lee Su has a feeling that they are probably about the same. Chiangsan and Tai, I don't feel anything. Daluo realm. Hiss. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Although his comprehension was as high as 200%, he still felt that a huge stone was pressing on his heart, which was very uncomfortable. However, the only thing that can comfort him is that he has not encountered any difficulties in the Yuking Dao so far, and he has made smooth progress. He has felt a total of 2,940 small paths, and there are still 60 to complete. When the world grows up and can bear it, it can be filled. As for the remaining 6 saints, if they practice one by one, it is estimated that it will take about 1 or 2 years. The only thing that makes him feel powerless is the demand for 3000 small paths. This undoubtedly makes his scalp tingle. After so many days, it is less than 1/10,000th. God knows how long it will take to meet it. It won't take hundreds or thousands of years, right? This gap is really big. Alas, when others practice, the difficulties are how to break through and how to comprehend. When it comes to me, it all becomes a resource problem. And a mere true immortal needs so much. Are you going to let me drain the myth world in this Tai realm? After Lee Su secretly complained for a while, he began to feel his own strength again. At this moment, he understood why he could kill Lu Feng with one hand, but couldn't hold Jiang Feng with one hand, even though his energy level was not much higher. The power of Tao is added. Even though Lee Su's Dao power was not much at the moment, and it was not strong enough, he could still feel the effect of this thing. It was very strong. Its appearance stabilized his own power. Although the world power before was extremely huge, it was actually hollow inside. As he asked the Dao he had learned appeared inside, interweaving into a network, making the power structure stronger. It was a bit similar to the Dao magic, but the former was a qualitative change, and the latter was an internal change. Jiang Feng was undoubtedly close to the perfection of 3000 small Daos, and Lu Feng was undoubtedly far behind. Although he had asked the 7th level, he did not master many Daos for each Dao, no more than 102. The 7th level, that is, holding the Dao law plus about 840 Daos. It was almost twice or even 3 times the gap with Jiang Feng. In Lee Su's case, if he did not use the Supreme Dao method, he could kill below 1000 Daos, but it was a bit difficult to do more than 2000 Daos, and it would be quite tricky. However, if he used the Supreme Dao method, he could break the power of 3000 small Daos, and it would be even more exaggerated with the treasure. Moreover, Lee Su's Yuking Supreme is the perfection of 3000 great ways, which does not mean that all cultivators can achieve this level. This is the path of the heavenly Dao saint. Not everyone can walk it, and Yuking saint himself has walked for many years. It can be said that, even if it is a modern saint, there are probably not many perfect great ways, and even if there are, it is probably impossible to achieve the level of dual path integration. The above is a problem of cultivation. Now let's talk about another aspect of helplessness. Facing this helplessness, it is really a planet in the body, and there are some kind of divine beasts running all over the ground. To be modest, is Lee Su restrained in his cultivation? Convergence, special convergence, super convergence, okay. He naturally knows what kind of scene will be triggered and what kind of crisis will be brought if he opens up at full power. Therefore, there is no doubt that Lee Su suppressed himself. He clearly realized so much, and as long as he opened up to absorb the Dao rhyme, he could speed up the consolidation of the world. But in order to keep a low profile, he really did nothing and practiced step by step, letting his talent be limited by the growth rate of his own world. Is this fast? It's really not fast. If he really went all out, it would be a bit too much to complete a set of supreme skills in a month, but there would be no problem with about 2,500 or 6,000 small paths. Now it is close to 800, which is indeed a bit too much. But for a true genius, a super genius, shouldn't this be a routine operation? As a result, when he practiced to a certain level, because the world couldn't bear it, he couldn't speed up the consolidation speed, so he could only slow down. He was really bored and went to the chat group in the Fate card. He originally wanted to distract himself, but when he saw the shocking chat content, Lee Su's teeth ached. After doing this, shouldn't the evaluation be that the speed of Dao's practice is not bad, and he can be among the top mythical geniuses? It's careless. He has been very restrained, but he still seriously underestimated his own talent. Alas, it's too hard for me. Lee Su couldn't help but sigh, feeling quite uncomfortable. But it's okay. Although he didn't suppress it enough, at least someone in the chat group mentioned that there were people in history who could compare with him. And not only that, there was a super pervert in the past 1,000 years. Finally, he managed to maintain his own radiance at 1,000 feet, less than 10,000 feet. Otherwise, once the news spread, he would have to be careful when he went out. Otherwise he would definitely be hit by a club. Your Highness. At this moment, Gongsun's voice sounded, and his divine thoughts came in. What's the matter, Senior Gongsun? The saint asked me to pass on a message. In the battle with the Black Mountain sect later, please keep your highness at the level of the third realm of the Tao. Even if you have a breakthrough, don't show it, otherwise it will be very troublesome. After saying that, Gongsun's divine thoughts left. Sitting in the same place, Lee Su was not feeling well, and his eyes were seriously dull. Damn it. The saint asked me to pass on a message? Keep the level of the third realm of the Tao? What does that mean? What does this mean? Does it mean that, if you behave a little too much, the saint will shout that you can't stop? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. One day passed. The next day, early in the morning, the camps of the 7 major sects were shaken, and disciples came out one after another, whether ordinary disciples, Qianjiao disciples, or even extreme realm Daluo. At this moment, everyone's eyes were in one direction. Between the heavenly court and the demon court, there, 2 people stood. The heavenly court, Lei Yan. The demon court, Kun Sheng. At this moment, the 2 people's auras were extremely heavy. Before they moved, the surrounding void had already twisted. In a trance, there were 2 huge worlds, surrounded by thousands of Dao rules, colliding and squeezing each other. Special wonders appeared on their bodies, and there was more than one. That was a strange phenomenon caused by their breakthrough of the heavenly immortal and advancement to the true immortal. Both of them were double layered. That means, they were both above 13 fires. Not only that, after thousands of years of accumulation, the strength of the 2 was extremely terrifying. Although they were still in the heavenly immortal realm, their auras did not pursue the limit of the Dao, or Tai mythology, who had not reached the limit in the end, could not help but be shocked, looked sideways, and felt threatened. The strength of the 2 was amazing. There was no doubt that they had broken through the realm, and ranked among the peerless, and could kill the enemy across the realm. Boom. 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 The sky thunder snake danced, and the earth rumbled. Before the war started, with the 2 as the center, the area within 1,000 miles had already presented an extremely terrifying atmosphere, a breath of destruction. The killing intent was boiling. The 2 people who looked at each other had cold faces and fire in their eyes. The killing intent was piercing, and hatred was in their hearts. The heavenly court and the demon court, that was a real struggle of the orthodoxy. When the war had not been stopped for hundreds of thousands of years, the saints on both sides had their end, fighting blood. Between the two sides, it was an irreconcilable deadly feud. This was undoubtedly the first of the 4 wars, and it would definitely not end simply. Kill. With a sound, the two broke through the void and jumped directly into the other world. In an instant, they went deep, breaking through dozens of worlds, and opened up an incredible distance from the present world. Then, with a vibration, a terrible wonder appeared on the sky. Even though they were dozens of worlds apart, lightning and flame still broke out, tearing reality apart and igniting it. The leaders of the Heavenly Court and the Demon Court, started the war. Chapter 600, Celestial Mythology, the First Person, the Void of the Other World. 2 figures were fighting in a bloody battle. One side was carrying a mighty thunder, interweaving into a sea of thunder. The lightning almost turned the world white, presenting an extremely terrifying scene. There was a tree that penetrated the sky, spewing billions of thunder snakes, and each sound could shake thousands of miles and shatter souls. These lightnings were like knives, swords, and guns. Each of them was like a peerless divine weapon that could split the continent and cut off mountains and rivers. In the lightning that rushed into the sky, there was a terrifying avenue that appeared above it, and the words of the supreme scriptures flashed inside. Each of its words had a terrifying power that could drill through the earth. Lei Yan raised his hands high, like an angry thunder god, bringing down a vast power of heaven, and pieces of lightning rushed towards Kun Sheng not far away to strangle him. The power was so strong that, if it were in the real world, smaller stars would probably be split by him. In the distance, Kun Sheng's pupils were also bloodshot, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. As a descendant of the ancient beast Jiang, he exuded an unparalleled fierceness, and the void was distorted by his eyes. Behind him, a terrifying shadow rose from the sky. It was a 9-headed giant beast with an extremely ferocious appearance, 5 of which were extremely real, and it roared shrilly. The voice was full of demonic nature, like a child crying, and the sound was as sharp as a knife, which could penetrate the void for thousands of miles. It sounded like being scraped by a steel knife and pierced by an ice cone. Around him, water and fire were intertwined, 2 extreme forces, 2 opposite forces, which seemed to come alive in Kun Sheng's hands, full of spirituality. They intertwined with each other and turned into a terrifying blue and red sea. The power of the 5 element was fully exerted here. Either water gave birth to fire, and the flames exploded, or fire overcame water, and everything collapsed. The changes in the power of water and fire were interpreted to the extreme in his hands, forming a vast scene that could destroy everything. The 2 people were madly entangled with each other. The lightning and water and fire forces fought madly in the void, and both of them had the will to kill. This made the 2 people's power more violent. In a flash of lightning, the 2 fought for thousands of moves, from the sky to the earth, and then from the earth to the void. Soon, the space could not bear it, and was shattered by the 2 people. 2 figures shuttled back and forth between the broken worlds, spanning hundreds of millions of miles to kill each other. This battle was thrilling and exciting. The 2 people fighting each other had no scruples, and did not hold back. Except for not using special secret methods, they almost gave up everything. Boom. The lightning passed, and Kun Sheng's body was mostly shattered and destroyed by lightning. Boom. Water and fire exploded, and the thunder and fire were pierced. The chest was pierced by 2 strong forces, and the wound showed a tragic tearing and cracking shape. However, the next second, the 2 took a breath. One shook out the thunder, and the other shattered the water and fire, and they recovered instantly. Fighting started again. Kill, kill, kill. The more they fought, the more furious they became. The more they fought, the more murderous they became. They forgot the time and the reason for this battle. They killed people in the land of the other world, with stars all over the sky. There were many figures, thunder trees, seas of water and fire, and the diameter covered millions of miles. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The people inside fought so hard that the people outside were trembling physically and mentally. This kind of battle between top geniuses is rare. The Dalo realm of each sect directly used means to reflect the scene in the other world and let their own disciples watch the battle. By watching the battle, they can understand their ideas and means to a certain extent, not to mention mastering the power of the other party. As long as there is a little improvement, this battle is not in vain. The Dalo realm did not speak or explain. It is not the time yet. That is something to be discussed after the end. First of all, let the disciples try to absorb and accept it. Undoubtedly, the shock is huge. More than 2,000 people, even in the Tei realm, even if there is a Tei myth, their expressions are full of shock at this moment. Although Tei mythology was stronger than the two true immortal mythologies fighting inside, after watching them for a while, they found that their realm might be higher, but no matter their understanding of the Tao, the use of the law, or their understanding of the battle, the first celestial immortals of the two major sects were far superior to them. If they really went up, it would be difficult to tie, let alone win. Too strong, too strong. The impact was extremely huge, especially some celestial immortals, who already showed an incomprehensible look in their eyes. In such a battle, they sadly found that they were not even qualified to participate. In terms of their strength, even if they had already learned the Tao, if they approached the battlefield and were affected, they would probably die. This overwhelming power made countless disciples feel as if they were strangled by the neck, and they felt an indescribable feeling of suffocation. Celestial immortal mythology could be so powerful. The shock was huge. Although most of these immortals knew that their own Shion Geodaozi were very strong, they had never thought that they could be so powerful. The fight turned into a fierce battle. The two people fighting were not only extremely powerful, but also had too much accumulated strength. Even Li Su, although not shocked by their strength, was surprised by their strong foundation. They had been fighting for almost an hour. With their fighting style, a normal immortal would have withered long ago. Even if they owned the world, they could not withstand the explosion of such terrible power. However, in Li Su's eyes, the energy of the two was still extremely huge. Through the observation of the Dao Eye, it can be clearly seen that their consumption was not much. No, it was not much, but the whole was too huge. The vast power inside had already crystallized, and each square was dozens of times more than the liquid. Li Su couldn't help but take a breath and frowned. No wonder his own Dalo realm, in the decisive battle, strives for time, not the winner. With this level of volume, even Li Su has to use the Supreme to cause greater damage to them. Of course, even so, it is very difficult for him to kill the other party, because their immortality is too strong. The two people in the other world had their bodies crushed dozens of times, but they recovered in the next second. There is almost no such thing as a vital point. As long as the world is not destroyed, the body is already immortal. Unless Li Su uses the treasure to cross the surface layer, to break all the opponent's defenses, directly drill the attack into the opponent's world, and directly collapse its foundation, it can form a one-hit kill. In the same realm, this is the first time he has encountered a situation in the same realm where he needs to use a treasure to kill the opponent. This undoubtedly puts a huge pressure on him, and his spirit can't help but be a little nervous. There is a sense of crisis all over the body, and the heart is a little shaken. In the same realm, only by using the treasure can the opponent be killed. What is the difference between that and losing? For a while, Li Su felt a little anxious and urgent. Feeling a serious crisis, he had a very strong and eager feeling to improve himself in his heart. After finishing here, hurry up to improve, complete the Supreme Sermon, and then go to the world fragment once to further strengthen his own foundation. Feeling the change in Li Su's mentality, Blood Sword Master turned around and said in a gentle voice, "Don't worry, the gap between you and them is not talent, nor is it a problem of cultivation, nor is it a problem of Taoism, but simply the accumulation of time. Unlike the limited lifespan of Jinden and foundation building, which are destined not to stay for too long, the lifespan of celestial beings is basically in units of 10,000 years. As long as they achieve the realm of true immortality, there is almost no problem living for 30 to 50,000 years. This extremely long time can be said to be a unique weapon of immortals, and it is also the greatest reliance of immortals to overlook all living beings from a high place. With a lifespan that is almost 100 times that of Jinden, they can not only practice and achieve Tei little by little, but also continue to expand and make up for their own shortcomings. Blood Sword Master said lightly, and, not only to make up for the shortcomings, time is very important for the true immortals. The world in your body needs time to grow and accumulate. It can be said that for the true immortal period, or 1,000 years of time is a hurdle, which will form an enormous gap. The two people inside, they have accumulated at least 4,000 years, and their inner world has gradually matured, just like an adult and an infant. That's right. On the side, the emperor also spoke, "Don't think too much, we all see your talent, you are a well-deserved Chianjiro. There are not many people in the history of the entire myth world who can be equal to you, definitely belong to the top ranks." The emperor smiled. Although the immortals are divided into 3 realms, they are actually very different from key refining, foundation building, and golden pill. Key refining takes 3 years, foundation building takes 10 years, and golden pill takes 100 years. But what about the celestial immortals? Or 1,000-year celestial immortal, 10,000-year Tei, and 100,000 years Tadaloo? And 1,000-year celestial immortal does not mean that it only takes 1,000 years for a celestial immortal to practice, but it takes 1,000 years just to become a celestial immortal. As for the celestial immortal to Tei, it takes 10,000 years. It takes 100,000 years for Tei to Daloo. Therefore, for the celestial immortals, time is also an extremely powerful authority, and it is a sharp weapon to widen the gap between the two. As a Taoist disciple, you don't need to be so serious. Just relax. When you are the same as them, your strength will definitely be higher than theirs. Think about it. From the time when you became a celestial immortal with the golden elixir to the present world perfection and the entry into the true immortal, it seems like 100 years in total. Wait. The emperor, who was about to speak, paused and suddenly thought of something, and then the corners of his mouth could not help twitching. The blood sword master beside him was also stunned for a moment, and then his eyelids could not help but jump. Shit. The last time we met was still 22 years before the 10,000-year war. Now there are less than 21 years. In other words, it has been more than a year since they last met. In an instant, the two of them were numb. They couldn't help but think about themselves. It seemed that it took them almost 800 years to achieve the other's level. 1 in 800? Suddenly, the livers of the blood sword master and the emperor felt a little painful, as if they had split again and were bleeding. They didn't want to comfort each other anymore. At this moment, they just wanted to find someone to comfort themselves. It was as if they were fed a mouthful of yellow lotus, and their tongues were numb with bitterness. Emperor Zan glanced at blood sword master, his eyes flashed, and a large wave of information suddenly rushed over. Let this little guy feel the pressure, get beaten up, and taught a lesson. It seems not bad. Looking back, he broke through too quickly. His talent is too good, and he lacks accumulation. It's good for someone to teach him a lesson at this time. It can make his heart stable, and will be of great benefit to the future. Emperor Zan conveyed his divine thought. Blood sword master nodded immediately. Well, this is not bad. The most important thing in cultivation is to follow the steps. The most fearful thing is to be too ambitious. He is too talented, and only the first genius of the big sect can pose a major threat. It can make him feel pressured, which is not good. Once he catches up, his motivation may decrease. Now is the perfect time to give him a good beating. After all, they are in the same realm, and the opportunity is rare. After a moment, the emperor who made the decision pursed his lips and said, "Well, don't be too stressed. Compared with them, you have practiced for too short a time. Now is the right time. Don't worry about it. Go all out to fight. With us here, feel the strength of the first genius of the great sect's heavenly immortals." Li Su, who clearly felt that a large wave of chicken soup for the soul was about to pour over, was startled. Shouldn't he further help him break down the gap between himself and these geniuses? Why did he suddenly jump to the point of going all out to fight? Don't worry about it. Feel the strength of the first genius of the great sect's heavenly immortals. Is this to let himself go up and get beaten with peace of mind? Is it my illusion? Is it an illusion? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A day passed quickly. At night, the battle ended. Although they didn't use their full strength, they probably felt a lot from each other, and soon their killing intent was restrained and they stopped. After all, if they really want to continue fighting and decide the winner, they have to use secret techniques. Now that the 10,000-year war is about to begin, it would be fine if they succeed. If they fail, it would be a loss. After a night's rest, the next day, the internal battle between the Western Chan sect and the Eastern Chan sect. Originally, in the eyes of everyone, this battle should be similar to the previous one, exciting and difficult to tell in a short time. However, an accident occurred. Jiao Yuan only used one strike. Yang King retreated in blood. He was defeated, and he was defeated miserably. The avenue was split open. If the God-chosen true person had not reacted quickly enough, he would undoubtedly have been severely injured, and the kind of severe injury that would have damaged his foundation. In an instant, whether it was Lei Yang Kansheng and the two who were resting, or Fakeng and Jiang Feng who did not play, they could not help but change their faces. This strike not only defeated Yang King, but also cut into their hearts, which was indelible. As for the disciples of the great sect, even through the projection, watching across the screen, many disciples had their Tao hearts cut open. Even those at the Tai realm couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Their minds were damaged. Tai mythology was also shocked at this moment. Among all the people, Dan Xian Cheng was the only disciple who performed better, but because of long-term lack of sleep, he was shaky and drowsy. He woke up completely, and then looked scared, saying that it was fortunate that he didn't meet the opponent. The battle was over just after it began. Jiao Yuan's attack was too heavy, and the sound of a pin drop could be heard for a full 10 minutes. Her breathing was cut off. As she floated out, it didn't look like she was using a big move at all, but just a casual attack, which directly left an indelible impression in everyone's heart. The first person on the Xiangxin mythology list. The 8 words, like thunder, resounded in everyone's heart. They thought that Lei Yan and his team were already the strongest geniuses in the Xiangxin mythology surface layer, but they never expected that there was an even higher level in front of them. The discussion stopped. This attack was difficult to explain, and it couldn't be explained. The surface level is too high, beyond the scope of what the immortals can understand. Although Tai can, there is no need to elaborate. This battle has a huge impact. Even the battle on the third day could not be relieved. The shocking scene left too deep an impression. So much so that Dan Xian Cheng and Fakeng stopped after fighting for a few moves and chose to end in a draw. As for the process, if there were no photos, I would probably not be able to remember it. And finally, the fourth day, the fourth game, the battle between Jiao and Hishengjiao, is here. After nearly 2 days of easing, everyone came back to their senses from Jiao Yuan's attack. There is no doubt that Jiao and Hishengjiao themselves are huge topics. In recent years, the two sects have completely confronted each other and have not fought each other. Not to mention the topic figures in the mythology world in recent times. The previous battle with Lu Feng was too short and too hasty. Although some were seen, it was still very little. Therefore, many people are very curious about the strength of the Jiao Xianjiao. Jiang Feng should not be able to match him. After all, he has practiced for too short a time, and compared with most people, he is not even a fraction of them. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happens in this battle, the Taoist of Jiao will be very strenuous, even embarrassed. However, no matter how strenuous or embarrassed he is, no one will look down on him. Instead, everyone wants to know how long the other party can hold on. Although in the eyes of Dalo realm, the 10,000 years war is only 20 years away, it is a pity that Li Su appeared too late. But for others, it is not the case. If they cannot enter the 10,000 years war, is there any problem with Li Su's achievement of Tai? No. In other words, according to his performance, whether he is a friend or an enemy, he can be prepared. This battle may not be amazing, but it has attracted much attention. How far can the Taoist of Jiao, the mythical Xianjiao, go in the future? This battle will undoubtedly show a lot. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.